280 million miles from the sun, the planet Jupiter dominates space without mercy. Obscenely large, eternally cold, its baleful red eye seemingly focused on a tiny, orbiting moon. A moon that is also the focus of our story. The moon is Jupiter 5, currently home to some 51 scientists and researchers from Earth. Among them, Edward Angelson, a man whose body is trapped in a wheelchair. But whose mind is free to travel without limits. Sci-Fi Radio presents an adaptation of Paul Anderson's short story, Call Me Joe.
Computer, close Scilab door and activate VDR.
Voice data recorder activated.
Mark.
Date 9/3/2152. Time 2:01.25 GMT. User.
Angel Z. Edward.
Thank you. Recording voice data.
Okay. My ESP tells me that Joe is starting to wake up, so I'm beginning the psychic link procedure. Psi beam to full amplitude, all frequencies saturated, and resonator coils powered up. Lowering S-projector helmet. Energizing K-tube. Now.
Mission accomplished. I'm in Joe's brain. I am Joe's brain. Feels like we slept well. A little bit of kink in my tail, though. That's better. I'm inside my underground lair. I can see some morning light coming down the entrance tunnel. I'm going outside. Rain outside. Methane puddles. It suits me fine. I'm thirsty. Today I'm going to take my smelter to the ice mountains. I'll try to quarry some water. It's a heavy mineral down here, and try to cast my first axe head. I'm anxious to have real tools. There's only so much I can do with teeth and claws and tail. Not much left of the chase ship I came down with. It's almost completely corroded already. Weak earth metals. No match for the surface of Jupiter. I lost track of the time. The evening storm has started. It's a bad one. Ammonia dust everywhere. Blinding. Sodium explosions. Got to keep moving. I see the remnants of the J-ship now. Not much further to the tunnel. Piece of flying debris. Something like a tree torn up by the roots. Ready blown out of sight. I'm bleeding. Not bad. Home now. Entering the tunnel. I didn't finish the accent. I'll try it again tomorrow. I'm hungry. Still one decapod left in my food bin. Have me have supper. It's been a long day. I'm tired. My muscles ache. Time to disconnect and let Joe's body get some sleep. No! Not again! Oscillations in the K-tube! I'm going to...
K-tube malfunction. K-tube malfunction. K-tube malfunction.
Malfunction acknowledged. Raise helmet. K-tube burnout again. Put in a spare before I lose ESP contact with Joe completely. There. I can feel Joe in the back of my mind again. He's be down there. Another burned-out K-tube. Why? There aren't many replacements left. And when that last K-tube goes dead, the whole Jupiter project dies with it. But tomorrow, our science authority expert arrives. Expert. Computer, terminate recording.
Acknowledged. Caution. Broken glass on Scilab floor.
To hell with the broken glass. To hell with everything.
Airlock cycling and complete. You may now disembark from the ship.
I can't think of anything which would give me greater pleasure. Oh, hello.
Welcome to Jupiter 5. You are Dr. Cornelius.
Jan Cornelius, yes.
Is there someone in that airlock with you? I heard you talk.
To your computer, I'm afraid. After 4 months in space, I'll gladly talk to anyone.
Well, you can begin with me, Arne Viken.
Very glad to meet you.
And you. How was your flight?
Perfectly awful, thank you. I've never been farther from Earth than a short hop to a comfortable lunar resort. 4 months in a cramped ship without so much as a viewport. Well, I know now what prisons must have been like. And the landing.
Oh, tough on your stomach?
I may never eat solid food again.
Well, considering the food out here, you may find that a blessing. Like to see the view from our greenhouse?
Oh, yes. I'm told it is quite spectacular.
It's this way.
Yeah?
You know, Dr. Cornelius, you come highly recommended by both the Psionics Corporation and the Federated Science Authority.
You might say I have a certain expertise.
I might say you're the top psionics expert alive. You better be. It's critical that we solve this problem with the K-tubes. We lost another one just yesterday.
Well, I'm quite sure it's nothing major. Frankly, it shouldn't take more than a few days to resolve. Yet I'm forced to be waiting out here at the far end of nowhere. Oh, no offense.
Take it.
Waiting here a full year until the next ship comes.
You may need more of that year than you think, Doctor. After all of my time here, I've yet to see any problem, however complicated, which, if you looked at it the right way, didn't become still more complicated. Here's the greenhouse. A word of warning. Jupiter will be directly overhead. Now, when we go in, look down at your feet and walk straight to one of the railings. And then get a good grip before you look up.
Really, Viken? I don't think that's necessary.
Suit yourself.
I have no trace of acrophobia. Oh, my goodness.
Here, hold on to the rail.
Yes. Yes, thank you. I have no idea. I've seen pictures, but...
Sure. Pictures don't convey it. The sheer size, the bands of color, spotted with the shadows of moons as big as planets, whirlwinds as broad as Earth itself.
It seems to be falling on us.
Yes, that's an illusion, of course. All of that mass above us and practically no gravity here.
You men, you live out here all alone with this.
That is why we're here. And the Jupiter 5 station is a wonderful place to do research. All the facilities, hand-picked colleagues, no distractions. We don't even have administrators.
I thought you were in charge here?
No, I'm just your welcoming committee. Every man here is engaged in research. First, last, and always. I've been out here for 3 cycles, 12 years altogether. I'm a physicist specializing in the solid state at ultra-high pressures. Plenty of it to be observed down there. Only 3 times Earth's gravity on the surface, but the atmospheric pressure is almost unthinkable. Hydrogen and methane become liquids. Water is a metal. We can't even design equipment to measure the pressure. We just make educated guesses from Joe's observations.
Joe? Ah, your artificial Jovian.
Pseudo-Jovian, please. He was designed for life on Jupiter by bioengineers and genetically grown, but he's flesh and blood all the same. Use the word artificial in front of Ed Angelson, and you'll likely get run down with his wheelchair.
Angelson is one of your psi controllers?
Our one and only. He was a biophysicist stationed at Luna until an accident crushed him up. Nothing below his chest will ever work again. He's on full support from his wheelchair. Oxygenation, dialysis, manipulating servos, the works.
Mm.
Ed's doing a great job, though. His natural ESP is near the top of the scale. Took to using the S projector right away. If it weren't for those unstable K-tubes.
Unstable. Yet the K-tubes work perfectly on Luna, Mars, Venus, everywhere but here. Of course, the psi beams themselves can be tricky. And sometimes you can get unwanted feedback, but no, I'll get the facts before I theorize. Can I meet with Angelson now?
Well, he's linking right now, and we never disturb him.
Oh.
Perhaps you'd like to see the Xenobiology Lab, the birthplace of our pseudo-Jovians.
Yes, fine.
Dr. Cornelius, if we're leaving, you'll have to let go of that railing.
Huh? Oh, yes. I don't know how you can ever get used to this view.
You don't. No one does.
And to think, somewhere down there, your Ed Angelson may be looking up at us through alien eyes.
You, up above, help me.
I had no idea that a research station built on a small moon could be so easy to get lost in.
You wouldn't be lost for long, Dr. Cornelius. Just say, computer, location.
Destination.
Xenobiology Lab.
The Xenobiology Lab may be entered through the bright red door located 3.6 meters north of you. Do you require hard copy directions?
No. I think even I can find my way that far.
Come on. You may want to turn your collar up. The Xenobiology Lab is usually cool.
Oh, it is a bit chilly.
Oh, the growth tanks radiate cold. Would you like a jacket?
No, I'm fine. Tell me how Joe got his start here.
Well, I'm not a biologist by any means, but I can give you the general picture. Then Lopez or Matsumoto can answer any of your specific questions in detail.
Excellent.
Well, then, where to start? With Matsumoto's paperweight.
Oh?
Here, it's a model of Joe.
Amazing. Something like the mythical centaur. Slate blue skin, hairless, equine back and leg. The tail almost reptilian. It's functional?
Very. Heavy enough to give stability, but flexible enough for grasping.
Heavily muscled throughout. Human torso and arms. Very human face. Male, I see.
Of course. Perhaps you don't understand. Joe is the complete pseudo-Jovian. As far as we can tell, the final model with all the bugs worked out. Able to live, breathe, and breed once we send down the rest of the colony.
These tanks, they contain the other pseudos?
Yes, 10 females and 4 males. Each raised to physical maturity inside a pressure tank that simulates the Jovian atmosphere. Full-grown adults who have been sedated from the moment of their inception.
That's necessary?
Absolutely. And not just because of their confinement. Until now, all S-projector research in the solar system has consisted of psi controllers operating through lower forms of life. Animals, insects, even microorganisms. Hosts with no ego, no self-awareness.
Yes, I'm aware of that. The human mind cannot be entered and controlled using the S-projector. The mind's subconscious defenses are too strong to permit the intrusion. Even a trained operator such as myself can only listen in to another human's thoughts, but control is impossible.
Was impossible. These pseudos have never awakened, never had a conscious thought or physical sensation. Their brains are perfectly formed, better than human in some ways, but as empty and malleable as a fetus. No ego at all.
Of course.
From the instant they're born on the surface of Jupiter, every waking moment is shared with a psi controller. The pseudo is never free to develop an independent ego, so there are no conflicts between host and controller. The perfect team. Ed Angelson and Joe are the first to attempt it.
And these other pseudos, you intend to create an entire race of puppets?
Oh, no, out of the question. Just enough puppets to accomplish our research goals. The others will breed and colonize freely. A new generation will be born, naturally, and become farmers, hunters, miners, artisans, the works. We'll create a Jovian civilization supporting a few key members. A priesthood, if you will. Priests who are ESP-controlled, like Joe, to take readings, perform experiments, and tell us what we want to know.
When do you plan to send the rest of the colony?
Well, as soon as you solve the K-tube problem, they don't dare move until then. We're not on an unlimited budget out here. And the cost of getting just one pseudo to the surface is astronomical. There's a nightmare world down there. The cold, the darkness, the pressure. A host of destructive chemical reactions we don't understand. And an atmosphere forever churning with storms.
That must make landing a ship very difficult.
Difficult. Dr. Cornelius, when we put a pseudo into a J-ship, it's the sturdiest, most utterly powerful spacecraft ever created. Computer-controlled and loaded with every safety device the human mind can conceive of to protect a multi-billion credit piece of precision equipment. And what happens? Half the ships never reach the surface at all. A storm snatches them and throws them away, or they collide with a floating chunk of I-7, small version of the red spot. Or, so help me, what passes for a flock of birds rams one and stoves it in. As for the 50% which do land, it's a one-way trip. We don't even try to bring them back. If the stresses coming down haven't sprung something, the corrosion has doomed them anyway. Hydrogen at Jovian pressure does funny things to metals. It cost a total of about 5 billion credits to get Joe, one pseudo, to the planet's surface. If we're lucky, each additional pseudo will cost a couple of billion more.
Well, I'm feeling a bit of that Jovian pressure myself at the moment. It seems that based on my skills, you're betting a fortune.
No, Doctor. We're betting a world.
Paging Iron, Viking. Paging Iron, Viking.
Viking.
You wish to be notified upon completion of S-projector activity.
That means that Angelson could see us in the Scilab now. Computer, was there a K2 burnout today?
Negative. Standard disengagement sequence successful.
Good. That means that Angelson may even be willing to talk to us.
He's difficult to get along with?
Landing a ship on Jupiter is difficult. Getting along with Ed Angelson is a little harder.
I see.
And one thing, his appearance is a bit shocking the first time. A sick shell of a man in a life support wheelchair. But his mind is as sharp as his tongue.
Thank you.
Ed, I'd like you to meet Dr. Jan Cornelius,
the door-to-door S-projector repairman? Yes, I've been expecting you. A slight multi-billion credit problem with this gadget here. You did bring a screwdriver, right?
Well,
Ed, that's not called for.
I'm sorry, Arn. And you too, Cornelius. Joe and I had a long day down there. He's sleeping now. I'll have to get some sleep soon, too.
That's all right. I'll be brief. I really just wanted to introduce myself, and we'll have plenty of opportunity when you're rested to begin the interviews and psychological screening.
The what, Ed? No, you're not going to look into my head. You're here to look at this machine, right?
I'm here to look for a problem wherever it is. Now, no one's accusing you of any failure. My God, you're accomplishing something incredible here.
Oh, now I'm a miracle worker.
Maybe you are, but the miracle requires both the machine and the mind, and I'll study both. I'll just leave the extra K-tubes I brought and get back on the ship for Earth.
How many K-tubes?
5.
Oh, 5. Stay, Doctor. Fix the machine. Ask me your questions, whatever it takes. Any friend of ours is a friend of mine.
Oh, so that's why I keep losing friends.
That's why. Okay, Doctor. Any ideas about what's wrong?
Well, I have some working hypotheses, but it's a complex problem. It could be the apparatus, the psi beams, the effects of transmission through the Jovian core. It could even be Joe. I hardly know anything about him yet.
Let me tell you about Joe, Doctor. He's down there without much more than his bare hands. We started with no more knowledge than that he could probably eat the local life. Now, he has to spend nearly all his time hunting for food. It's a miracle he's come as far as he has in these few months. Made a shelter, grown familiar with the immediate region, begun on metallurgy. Hold it.
Ed?
What is it?
Shut up. Joe's waiting. I can sense it with my ESP. Get out of here. Computer, lower S-projector helmet, now.
I don't understand what...
Get out, now. Computer, energize K2.
malfunction. K2 malfunction.
Cornelius,
What is it?
please just turn off K2, please. There's in the panel.
There, that's got it. Angelson, what's wrong?
Joe didn't wake up naturally. Something alive just crawled into the lair with me. I'm in trouble down there. Computer, energize K-tube. Psychic link completed. Who are you? It's anything like half my size. Yet like a shark. 6 legs, 12 feet, 2 arms with 3-fingered hands and... going for my eyes! Let me show you what strength really is. Wait! Get away from that! Keep up my arm. I can't see anything. Where's my thumb? There it is. Others coming down the 20-meter. Scared of life. I'll give him something new to be scared of. Come on, then. Another wheelchair down here. Let's go. All dead. All dead and gone. Bodies everywhere. I wonder what they taste like. Good. Still, of course. You critters made a bad mistake calling my attention to you. There's enough meat here for weeks. They'll keep the bodies in the ice pit outside. Come on. There. Nice, natural refrigerator. This changes everything. I won't need to hunt. I can spend full time making tools, filling things, getting ready for the best of the colony. Getting somewhere. It's getting light. Another beautiful sunrise.
Dr. Cornelius, still at the console, I see.
Arnie, come in. So many circuits to check, so many factors to consider.
Coffee?
Oh, yes, please. Oh, delightful to find you've got real coffee out here. It's quite a luxury. I can't pull enough strings to get it on Earth.
It's more than a luxury. It's a psychological necessity. A totally non-synthetic reminder of our home planet. Helps prevent cabin fever.
Yes, I hadn't thought of that. Unusual aftertaste, though.
Oh, it's the water. Recycled wastewater.
Oh.
So, have you found out why the S projector is blowing K-tubes?
No, but I'm eliminating a lot of possibilities. Look at this diagnostic console, Arn. Screen after screen of circuits. All indicators green, all systems working perfectly.
Which means?
Which means the problem is not mechanical. I'm sure of it.
And if the problem isn't in the S projector, it's in Ed Angelsy's mind.
Quite possibly.
It's not going to accept that.
We'll see. I'm going to the Sci Lab to talk with him now. Would you care to join me?
Oh, certainly. I wouldn't miss this for the world. Any world.
Dr. Cornelius, Arn, come in.
Thank you.
Well, you're in a good mood, Ed. How did it go down there today?
We made an axe. Cast it out of solid water. Harder than steel.
Congratulations.
Great news.
It's a start. It's a good start. Now then, Cornelius, why don't you make it a perfect day and tell me what's wrong with this machine?
I've finished my tests. There is nothing wrong with the S projector.
Nothing wrong? Tell me why the K-tubes are blowing. You're the so-called expert.
Angelsy, listen. The K-tube is the heart of the S projector. It amplifies your natural psionic pulses, uses them to modulate the carrier wave, and shoots the whole beam down at Joe. It also picks up Joe's resonating impulses and amplifies them for your benefit.
Spare me the lecture,
I was
Doctor.
only rehearsing the obvious, because every now and then it is the obvious answer which is hardest to see. Maybe it isn't the K-tube which is misbehaving. Maybe it's you.
No.
Nothing personal intended, but the subconscious is a tricky beast. Now suppose way down underneath, You don't want to be on Jupiter. It's a terrifying, life-threatening environment. Your subconscious may not understand that Joe's death does not mean your own.
Go on.
Subconsciously, you feel fear about the whole business. Now, that fear is amplified and sent to Joe. It becomes his fear. You read that fear, amplify it, send it back, amplify it again, send it back, again and again, back and forth. A feedback loop of pure fear being amplified by the K-tube until the oscillations are out of control. Now, you should be thankful the tube does burn out. Otherwise, it might be your brain.
Nice idea, Doctor, really. You see, it doesn't fit all the data, you see. I like it down there. I like being Joe. Oh, don't judge Jupiter by my notes. Wind velocity, temperatures, mineral properties. It's meaningless. What I can't put into words is how Jupiter looks through a Jovian's infrared seeing eye. Different, I should think. Very different. Everything that is cold and poisonous and gloomy to us, rain. Imagine walking on the slopes of a mountain like polished metal, with a clean red flame exploding above you and thunder laughing in the ground. Imagine walking in a forest of dark, coppery trees and seeing a quick red flash, the life radiation of some shy animal. Imagine walking, just walking, without a wheelchair. Imagine being strong. You're wrong, Cornelius. I'm never afraid to be Joe.
I've never seen Ed cry before. Never dreamed he could. He's under terrific strain.
Almost unbearable. But I believe him. He's not afraid of Jupiter.
Which brings us back to where we started.
No, it brings me to a second theory, which I hope is wrong. And the only way to test it is to send down the rest of the colony in J-ships.
What? Why?
Now, I'll get to that. Just hear me out. I think our problem is that Joe has become an intelligent being with his own ego, his own personality.
Well, that's impossible. Ed has been inside Joe's brain every waking moment of his life. How could Joe develop an independent consciousness?
Think about it. Joe's brain was as empty as a newborn's and as hungry for knowledge. And every time Angelson would link through the S-projector, his every thought, every memory association would become part of Joe's neural pattern. Be permanently retained.
Makes sense. So, if I follow you, Joe would eventually have a mind exactly like Ed's, right?
Exactly. A duplication that neither Angelson or Joe could possibly be aware of. But there's more.
Which is?
Mentally, Joe has become Angelson's mental equal, a virtual twin. But Joe's brain is superior to a human brain. Your genetic engineers thought of that. His body's stronger, healthier. So when Joe and Angelson are linked by the S-projector, Joe may well be the dominant mind.
You're saying Joe could eventually control Ed?
I think they could be engaged in a mental war for dominance they're not even aware of. A war that Joe will surely win. Subconsciously, I think Angelson is aware of it. He's not afraid of Jupiter. He's afraid of losing himself. And that's the fear which blows out the K-tubes.
What does this have to do with landing the colony?
I'll show you. Look here.
An S-projector helmet?
A spare, which I brought from Earth. Now, I intend to patch it into the Sci-Lab from here. And listen to Angelson's thoughts while he's linking with Joe, but I want him distracted. He's been waiting for the colony ships to land for a long time. It would get his full attention.
No. It's too great a gamble. What if you're wrong?
If I'm wrong, you're no worse off than you are now. We've just moved the schedule up a bit. But if I'm right, then any future Psi controller will become a Jovian. A monster with two bodies and one mind, with the human body being the unimportant auxiliary one. Now, no Psi controller will volunteer for that. And your Jupiter project will be finished. We've got to know.
So, we risk everything. All right. We'll do it. Looks like Joe is going to get some company.
Initiating J ship ignition sequence. Mark. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Well, they're off, Cornelius. All 14 ships. We'll be tracking them as they try to fight their way to the surface.
Each containing a superior living being. Sleeping, but with a superb brain. Tragic if you lose even one.
If your theory is right, we'll lose them all, one way or another.
J ships entering Jovian atmosphere. 14 ships descending. 14 ships descending. 13 ships descending. 13 ships descending.
It started.
All right. Angel Z is controlling Joe. They'll be fully occupied looking for landing ships. Now I'm going to put on the second S-projector helmet. It's time we had some answers.
Doctor, how would you know who's in control?
Quite simple, really. The S-projector helmet has filters preset to the patterns of human thought. Now, nothing else can be received. I'll tune in to Angel Z and listen. If he's still in control of his own thoughts, I'll hear them. If Joe, a non-human, is in control, I won't be able to hear anything.
12 ships descending. 12 ships descending.
I'll need your help in my quarters.
Let's do it.
All right, the helmet's in place. Powered up. Filter set. When I tell you to, plug the connector directly into the patch bay.
Right.
Now. Where am I?
Get out of my mind. Cornelius. I should have known you'd try to probe my thoughts. Let's have a look at yours.
Oh, my mind!
I'll warn you once. Don't ever come back in asylum, understand? K-tubes or not, I don't want to ever see you again. Now sign off. Leave me alone. The first ship will be landing in minutes. I may be a cripple, but I can still take you apart, cell by cell.
You, a cripple? You? Joe Angel Z?
What do you mean?
Don't you understand? You know how the S-projector works. You know I could have probed Angel Z's mind and Angel Z's brain without making enough interference to be noticed. And I could not have probed a wholly non-human mind at all, nor could it have been aware of me. The filters would not have passed such a signal. Yet you felt me in the first fractional second. It can only mean a human mind in a non-human brain. Angel Z, you're not the half corpse in a wheelchair anymore. You are Joe. Joe Angel Z.
I'll be damned. You're right. So I won't be needing that human body anymore. And I don't need you in my brain, Cornelius. Go.
Viking, he's coming around. I've got to get back to Angel Z.
Thanks, Doc. Cornelius. Cornelius, can you hear me?
Huh? I don't. Oh, my head.
Don't worry. You'll be okay. But you had a close call.
The ships. How many made it down?
9. 2 males and 7 females. Enough to start a colony.
Good. Joe will like that.
Joe will like it? What about Ed Angel Z? He's dying in that medibed over there. What the hell went wrong down there?
Viking, we're losing Angel Z.
Save him, Doc.
No, let him go. You can't save a man who's decided not to live.
Decided? How could he have decided anything? He's been unconscious ever since we pulled him out of the S-projector.
It was decided before that. As a matter of fact, that body on the medibed no longer has a mind. I know. I was there.
He's gone.
Shut that thing off.
There was nothing anyone could do. The shock. Too deep.
Shut it off. Sorry, Doc. Well, I guess this winds up the project. We'll never get another Psi controller. You were right, Cornelius.
No. Viking, no. I was wrong. This isn't the end. It's the beginning.
What do you mean?
Ed Angelson is alive. Or at least his mind is alive down there in Joe's body. The S-projector pseudo-relationship is different than we ever dreamed. Joe never did have a mind of his own. It was Angelson all along. The S-projector didn't just create the illusion that he was in Joe's body on Jupiter. He was in Joe's body. A stronger, more perfect body than anything in nature. Naturally, he'd want to stay in that body. Anyone would. And that's why the K-tubes were burning out. Not because Angelson was afraid to stay on Jupiter. He was afraid to come back.
And other psi controllers? We'd lose them, too?
It's unavoidable. The mind will naturally be drawn to the superior brain. Your psi controllers will eventually become Jovians and discard their human bodies.
And why would anyone in their right mind volunteer to control a pseudo?
To get a new life. The old, the sick, the hopelessly crippled. They can be reborn in healthy Jovian bodies.
My God.
Who knows, Arn? When you and I grow old, maybe we'd like to enjoy an extra lifetime on Jupiter. A hard, lusty, stormy kind of life, granted. Dangerous, brawling, violent. But life as no human has lived in centuries. Oh, yes, you'll have no trouble finding Jovians.
Joe? What about Joe?
I'm sure you'll be hearing from him as soon as he can build a radio. After all, he's still at Angelson, still dedicated to the project. He'll have a lot to talk about. But for now, I'm sure he's occupied with other matters.
This J-ship hatch should have opened by now. Must be an emergency release here somewhere. A female. Please, come out. Come to me. Good. Don't be afraid of me. Don't be afraid of anything. This is your new home. Your beautiful new home. Call me Joe.
Our cast for Call Me Joe featured Gary Moody as Ed Angelson and Joe, Rick Spiegel as Arn Viken, and Bryce Armstrong as Jan Cornelius. Other voices were Greg Loso and Gloria Hocking. The original story Call Me Joe was written by Paul Anderson and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by Stephen White. Our director was John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiUlio at the Studio of Audio-Visual Associates in Euless, Texas. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiUlio. Support for Sci-Fi Radio has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join me soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of Sci-Fi Radio.
Go no more a-roving from thee, fair maid. Your eyes are like the morning brightest fair.
Stop where you are, you dummy.
Sure is foggy, ain't it? Oh. Come here now, son. I can't see you. You better come a little bit closer. Don't worry. I ain't no dummy.
No one but a crazy dummy be fool enough to make that much noise.
No, I was just singing to keep myself company. Past caring about the plague. I'm headed north where there's people. And if some dermy happens to hear me singing, well, I'll just tell him to join on in. So what's the use of being healthy if you're alone?
Okay, old man, that's far enough. Hold out your hands where I can take a look at them. Now, palms up. Okay, but keep your distance.
Now, see?
Told you I wasn't no dummy.
You know that doesn't prove anything. You could still have been touched on your back or your legs, and the grunge just hasn't made it to your hands yet.
No. I told you.
Hold it! If you want to live, stay put.
Okay, Sonny, okay. I ain't gonna touch it. You're traveling south. Aiming to scrounge in Houston, are you?
Yeah. I think your people got out so fast they must have left plenty of canned goods and stuff behind. You must have come through there. Anything left?
No. There's a mite here and there. Of course, you ain't the first to figure that way, you know.
You mean a lot of people coming back?
Oh, no, not a lot. Rough characters, mostly. They'll shoot first, then see if you was a dermy. I just thought I'd warn you about it.
Thanks, old man.
Don't mention it. Been good to talk with somebody beside myself for a change.
Sorry I had to keep the gun on you. You're free to go on.
Well, that's okay, young fella. If you want to stay healthy, you've got to be real careful now. Good luck.
You too, old man. And in this world am I
It is fall. Solitary drifters wander abandoned highways, fearful of contact, suspicious of all. Strangers, friends, lovers, anyone can be a carrier. The disease, contagious lunacy, the gray plague, an alien pestilence, neuroderm. Six months ago, it began on a spring evening rich with friendship and laughter.
Look!
A fallen star!
Make a wish! Beautiful!
Night beauty, the final blazing glory of a star thing, the end of a journey, and the beginning of Earth's dark benediction. Sci-Fi Radio presents an adaptation of Walter N. Miller Jr.'s Dark Benediction.
Paul, you lucky dog. This house is still locked. Could still be some food inside. Not too anxious now. Take it slow. Hallelujah, brother, you've hit the mother lode. Look at this stuff. Tomatoes, yams, tuna, beets. Beets. Put that at the back. Chili. Chili. Oh, heaven. Oh, no.
Oh, you smell so... Oh, I've got to touch you. Oh, you can't imagine.
Stop.
Let me touch you. Just a touch. If you knew how wonderful...
I'll shoot.
I won't hurt you.
Get back. I'll shoot. I really will.
You're trapped.
Stay back. Don't touch me.
No, come back.
Damn that dermy girl. I needed that food. Nothing to eat in these warehouses.
Drop the shotgun, Dermy.
What the...
Careful. Get your hands behind your head. Okay, you can turn around. Spread them, boys.
What?
Shut up, Dermy. Put your feet in these ropes.
I'm no dermy.
Remains to be seen. Now do it.
Why?
Because I'll shoot you if you don't. That's better. Pull them tight, boys. Strip to the skin, kid. Shirt first, and we'll check your chest.
Satisfied.
The top looks okay. Show me your hands. Spread your fingers. Okay, Joe, give him some slack, but no quick moves, kid, understand?
Yeah.
Now your pants. Shorts, too.
What the hell?
You heard me. Drop them. Get those shoes and socks off, too.
You done, damn it? Now give me back my frickin' clothes before I freeze to death.
In time, in time. Let me see the soles of your feet. Spread your toes. Okay. Looks clean. Jim, drag his clothes down to the sewer and pitch him in.
No!
Joe, give him a Proby outfit from your pack.
What the hell's going on?
You passed, kid. You're a Proby.
Yeah, catch.
The red shirt means you're a newcomer. You're on probation for 2 weeks. If you stay in Houston, you'll get another exam then. If you don't show up with the plague, you can join our outfit.
What's the outfit? What if I don't want to join?
You'll have to join if you stay. The outfit just started. School teacher named George L. set it up. We keep the dermies out. We control the downtown area now. As soon as there's enough of us, we aim to move out and take more territory.
Yeah, I reckon you better call off the other patrols, Digger.
Yeah. So what's your name, Proby? And your job, if you had one?
Paul Oberlin. I was an engineering student at UT when the plague struck. I had a summer job as a garage mechanic, too.
You're lucky. George L. says to watch for college men. You might get a good assignment. Jim, take him over to that service station. There's some water and a razor in the office. See that he shaves. Oh, and give him your copy of the rules. I'll report this to HQ.
Okay, Digger. See you when I get in. Here, Proby, read this. Know it.
And Proby, report into the Esperson building on the 17th. That's inspection day. You don't show up, we'll come looking for you. All loose Probies in town get shot. And don't shave again till you're 2 weaker. That way we can estimate how long you've been here.
Can I have my shotgun back now?
Read the rules. No weapons for Probies.
Suppose I run into a dermy.
Look, here's a whistle. Toot a bunch of short blasts and run like hell. We'll take care of the dermies. Well, come on, read the rules. There's some bottled water in the cooler there. Take a razor from the display.
Any soap?
Oh, come on. Fat chance. Just scrape it off, all right? This ain't for beauty, Proby.
Can I scrounge wherever I want to?
Well, there's a 6-block square area down in the center of town.
Can a Proby trade off work for food?
Yeah, what kind of work?
I'm a pretty fair mechanic. I could get some cars working.
There ain't no gas left.
What about diesel? I saw something fresh spilled under that delivery truck outside.
Oh, that. We siphoned some out for flares a couple of nights ago. Tank's still half full, but the battery's gone.
Some batteries in the service bay.
Yeah, well, they're mostly dead, too. Tried a couple of them, but there's not enough juice to turn it over.
I could...
Look, forget it, Proby. Why don't you get used to walking?
Okay, I'm done. How's that?
It'll do. Now, read them rules. And get yourself into the Proby zone by dark. Map's in the rule book, okay?
Say, Jim.
Yeah?
What happens when you find a dermy?
You'll find out, Proby.
Yeah, sure. Welcome, all you persons of good health. Welcome to Houston, a bulwark of health in a stricken world and the leader of a glorious recovery. Signed, Dr. George L., Director, Committee for Public Safety. Let's see, applying for citizenship, probation period. Here we are. Disposition of non-citizens. All infected persons and other undesirables shall, upon discovery, be marched with utmost caution to a point no closer than 3 blocks to the currently existing perimeter, and there eliminated, and their bodies and possessions burned to prevent further contagion. Eliminate? This place ain't for me. Well, Truck, let's see what we can do for each other. Jim was right about the battery. Let's see what we can do about that. Now, if there's any juice in these old batteries at all, I could hook several up in series to charge one. Hot damn. Paul, old boy, you're in business. A couple hours to build a charge, and you are out of here. There. Travel in style now. Down to Galveston. Little luck to find a boat and sail it somewhere where there's no people. Just fish and coconuts. Okay, checklist. Battery charged and hooked up. Filter tapped out and bled. Injectors bled off and tight. Got the tools in the back, along with the coveralls and that blanket. All set to hot wire and crank it up.
Get her, boy.
I see her. We'll go get her.
Stop, I'm warning you.
Help! Someone help me!
What? All right, bring her on over.
Please, no!
Come on. Jim, what's going on?
Oh, they got her. The outsider.
She a dermy?
I don't know yet. Gosh, she's a cute little thing, though. She'd like to check her out for myself. You know what I mean?
All right, sweet stuff. Now, don't make any sudden moves.
Let me go! I haven't touched anyone. Let me be.
Just behave yourself, girl. Now, you put your feet in them ropes. Easy now.
Let me go!
Okay, boys. Okay, hold the rope tight now. Now, little lady, strip yourself down so we can see if you've been infected.
Jim, what are they going to do to her?
Oh, nothing, Cody. Well, unless she's a dermy. Well, just sit back and enjoy the show.
No!
No, we're not going to hurt you if you're clean. Now, take that dress off, and I'll shoot you right here.
Oh, hell, she's a damn dermy. Oh, God, ain't that a waste of a good-looking woman? Gee.
What are they going to do?
Well, she's going to take the tramp out and shoot her, that's what. Hey, you want to come watch?
Watch? Well, you inhuman
Hey, what the hell you think? Oh, give me that gun.
Hey, what the hell's going on?
No, stop. Don't do that.
Thank God. Help!
Jump in the back.
You damn dermy, you killed Miller.
Let me in. Oh, God, let me in.
In the back. Get in the back. Get in. Are you in? Damn. Stop. Wait. Like hell. Okay, lady. End of the ride. You'll be safe here. We're halfway to Galveston. Climb on out of the truck and stand where I can see you in the mirrors. No games. Should've known better than help a damn dermy. Nothing but trouble. Get out here. Come on, lady. I saved your life. Least you can do is be cooperative.
I'm hurt. Bullet.
Where you hit?
My leg. Back of my ankle.
All right. Lie still. You try to touch me and I'll brain you.
Touch you? If you'd just been shot, then bounced around in the back of a truck for hours, would you feel like enjoying anything?
That's how you think of it. Enjoying yourself? There's a first aid kit in the cab. Wait here.
Right.
Paul, you prize fool. You don't have the sense God gave a mule. If you had any brains at all, you'd dump her out the back and get away from here. Let me take a look at your leg. That must hurt bad. You're a plucky kid. Gee. Looks like the bullet missed the bone, but it's severed the Achilles tendon.
I'm going to be crippled, aren't I?
Oh, not crippled. If we get you to a doctor, anyway. Tendons can be sutured. Probably have your foot in a cast, though. You might get a stiff ankle from it. Here. I can't do this. Here's the medical kit. There's some peroxide and some betadine to clean it up. Go ahead. You're pretty. Shame you got the neuro done. I mean it.
I know. I owe you a lot. I don't know why you did it, but thanks.
It's okay.
Really, I'm grateful. I truly am. I won't touch you. I really won't. Not if you don't want me to.
You all right?
Yeah. There. That gauze will keep it clean for a while. I'm awfully cold.
Is that blanket all you have on? Oh, yeah, I forgot they took your clothes. Look back in the corner there. I found some coveralls in the station. They'll be big, but it's better than a blanket.
Thanks.
I'll move out of sight.
I guess you'll leave me here.
I can't. I meant to. But you can't survive gimped up like that.
What then?
We'll go on. You stay in back. I can hear you if you need anything. Sooner or later, we'll see some dermies. They'll take care of you. Maybe even find a dermy doctor to sew up that tendon.
Thanks.
You gonna be okay?
Yeah.
This far out in the boonies, they're not afraid to show a little light.
Could they help us?
Not likely. Get within 50 yards of anyone out here, they're going to start shooting.
Where are we?
Coming up on the bridge to Galveston Island. You can just make it out.
What's that dark thing?
Where? I don't see it.
Look out!
You okay?
It hurts, but I'm all right.
What the hell? A whole span is gone. Someone blasted the first 40 feet out of the damn bridge.
Why?
Who knows? Some new Dr. George L. starting another regime on the island. Or someone keeping islanders off the mainland. I don't know.
What next? Can we go back?
No. The front wheels went over the edge. We can't get it free. No way.
I guess you're going to leave me here, huh?
Yeah. You can't walk, and I can't carry you. We might swim to the island, but I doubt you could make it.
I'd try. Wait. There's a boat moored under the bridge. Right down there.
What makes you think so?
The water lapping against the wood. Listen. Oh, I forgot you're not hyper.
I'm not what?
Hyperacute. Sharp senses. You know, it's one of the symptoms.
Really? I heard that, but I figured it was just... Hey, you're right. There's a dinghy down there. Don't know how we could get you down, though.
There's some rope in here.
You think you could hold on to it while I lower you down into the boat?
I could tie it on.
Where's the rope?
You want me to...
No, don't touch it. Stay back now. Can you get out?
Oh, yes.
Now, to the railing. Good. It's not far. Careful.
I'll make it.
There. Good. Now sit on the edge and tie this around. You know, those coveralls are kind of large. You look like a kid in them. Got it tied?
Yeah, I think so.
Now let me brace myself so I can support you. There. Now roll off. Don't worry, I've got you.
Thanks.
How much lower?
It's right below me. Just a few more feet.
I'm running out of rope.
When I say ready, let me drop.
I'm not going to drop you.
You have to.
But you'll hurt yourself.
The only way. Ready.
Are you all right? Jesus. Kid. You all right, kid?
Yeah. I'm okay. I'm sorry. I'm such a baby.
No, you're doing great. Where's the oars for this thing?
Just paddle under your seat.
Tide's running. Current's going to help a lot. We'll be on the island in no time. You know anything about Galveston?
I used to come here for the summer. I know little about it.
With your family?
Yeah. From up in Dallas. My father was a salesman.
What happened?
And we got separated a month or so ago. About a week before I got touched by the dirty farmer. I hadn't thought of it like that. It's kind of funny in a way. Salesman's daughter done in by traveling farmer.
How'd it happen?
I was sleeping. Been walking a couple of days. I was heading here to Galveston, as a matter of fact. Took a nap under a hedge. When I woke, he was right there. Old man just stroking my arms and kind of giggling. He ran off. If I'd had a gun, I'd have dropped him. But I know better now.
What's your name?
Willie. Willow, really. My daddy always called me Willie. A lot of people think it's short for Wilhelmina, but it's Willow. What's yours?
Paul.
Paul. I like that. It's too bad we're...
Yeah. Say, you said you were heading here. Why's that?
To Galveston? I heard someone say that a lot of nuns were coming to the island. I thought maybe they'd take me in.
I hadn't heard that.
Paul, how'd this happen? What's it mean?
The Durham? You remember the meteors?
Yeah, last summer I heard they had something to do with it. Space invaders or something like that, but there were so many stories. You didn't know what to believe, and the government wouldn't talk, and then it was too late. Everything just kind of fell apart.
Whatever they weren't part of a regular meteor shower. The Perseids, the Leonids, like that. And they weren't solid like most meteors. One of the grad students in the department found one and cut it open in the machine shop. It was full of ice, like frozen soup.
What did he do with it?
He was smart enough to be cautious. Sealed it up, took it to the biology lab. There must have been thousands of the things. Lots of them must have been open.
But where did they come from? I mean, what does it mean?
I don't... Hey, it's shallow. We're almost into shore. I'll find some boards for you to use for crutches.
There's a shed over there. Off to your right, up the bank.
Gotcha. Back in a minute. Hey, look what I found.
A wheelbarrow. Fantastic.
And where would milady wish to be going this evening?
Home, James.
Willie, it might be safest if I left you in the shed here. It'll be shelter, and we'll keep you out of sight if I don't get back by morning. It's dark in here.
I think there's no lamp and some matches on that shelf by the door.
Yeah, you're right. Got fuel, too.
Paul, what's that smell?
Wait a minute. I'll light a match.
Oh, God.
Don't look at her, Willie. Look away. Sure did a job on herself with that shotgun. Don't worry, she's been dead a long time. She won't bother you. Here's a box of shells. That'll do some good if I can get that old scattergun free. I'll try to find a dermy somewhere. There was a medical school in Galveston. Maybe I'll get lucky and find a doctor, or at least someone who knows how to sew a tendon. This shotgun will help me get them out here.
Did you find anything?
No food. Just this bar of soap. It's better than nothing.
What for?
To wash you off me. I might have got too close. Won't do much good, but I'll feel better. Didn't do her much good, did it? Buckshot's the best antiseptic, all right. Well, I'm going now. I may not be back, but I'll send somebody.
Paul.
Don't worry. I will send somebody. Kitty. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Must be some hope for Galveston if they haven't eaten all the pets yet.
Nice night, ain't it?
Huh?
I said, nice night, isn't it? What you carrying the gun for? Been shooting rabbits?
Yeah. You got any idea where I can find a doctor?
Doctor? You mean you don't know?
Know what? I'm new here.
New? Oh. Well, most of the priests down at St. Mary's were missionaries, and they's all doctors. Why, are you sick?
No. There's a girl.
Never mind. How do I get there? Are any of them dermies?
Well, you are new, ain't you? They's all dermies, if you want to call us that. Well, I reckon I smell a non-hyper. You ain't a hyper yet. Well, I never had a chance to touch a non-hyper.
Stay back.
Well, now.
Stay back or I'll kill you.
Don't worry about it, none. Well, now, the Padre says it's wrong, but you smell so... Ooh, I just...
Stay down.
Oh, what'd you do that for? I wasn't going to hurt you.
Now, where's St. Mary's? Is that one of the hospitals?
Yeah, it's straight on down Broadway. Down to Boulevard, 2nd Street. You'll see it. Blood. I'm bleeding here.
Get up. Get up. You can lead me there.
Oh.
You take me through any dermy traps, I swear I'll kill you.
Ain't any traps.
Right. What made you think I was another dermy?
Well, because ain't no non-hypers here. Galveston's a hyper colony.
A hyper colony? Galveston is a hyper colony?
Well, yeah. Non-hyper used to drift in occasionally, but the priest had the darn bridge dynamited. So you people upset the whole colony.
We upset the colony.
Well, y'all still want to go to that hospital?
Yeah. Get moving.
Okay. Well, see, as long as there ain't any of you around to smell, nobody causes any trouble. And during the day, there's a guard out on the causeway who keeps the non-hoppers out. And besides that, the bishop made a ruling against touching non-hypers. He claims it's a sin.
Then why'd you try and touch me?
Well, I ain't so religious.
Well, Sonny, you better get religious until we come to the hospital. When we get there, you go in and send out a dermy doctor.
What?
Tell him somebody wants to see him, but don't say I'm not a dermy.
Well, that's it. There. That's your hospital.
Okay. Go on in. And remember what I told you. You're a non-hyper. That's right. And I've got a gun. Don't try anything. What's wrong? Are you sick? The lad said there's a dermy girl down the island. She's been shot. Tendon behind her heel was severed. You're going to help her.
Oh, of course. But you, a non-hyper, helping a dermy?
So I'm a sucker. Now get what you need and come on.
The good Lord bless you. Would you step behind the hedge and disrobe, young man? Then rub yourself thoroughly with this oil.
Not likely.
Don't worry. It's only an antiseptic and deodorant.
Okay, set it down.
You can ride in back, and you won't be infected. No one's been in there for several weeks. That's better. Your smell shouldn't be so much of a temptation to anyone now. You'll have to show me the way.
Straight out Broadway.
Well, what do you think of our plan here?
What plan?
Oh, didn't the boy tell you? We're trying to make the island a refuge for hypers who are willing to sublimate their craving and turn their attentions toward reconstruction. We're also trying to make an objective study of this neural condition.
Dermies trying to cure the plague?
I didn't say cure it, son. I said study it.
Why?
To learn how to live with it, of course. Things become evil only through human misuse. We bear this in mind when we study neuroderm.
Leprosy is evil, I suppose, because man mistreated bacteria?
You got me there. I'm no philosopher. But you can't compare neuroderm with leprosy.
Hell, I can't. It's worse.
Oh, suppose you tell me what makes it worse. List the symptoms for me.
Well, the skin's discolored, low fever, hallucinations, and that insane craving to infect others. Of course, people don't die of it, but what's worse, insanity or death?
Would you call me insane? It's true that victims have frequently lost their minds, but that's not a direct result of the neuroderm. Tell me, how would you feel if everyone screamed and ran when you approached, or hunted you down like a criminal? How long would your sanity last?
But the craving and the hallucinations.
True, the hallucinations. Tell me something else. If the whole world was blind, save one man, wouldn't the world be inclined to call that man's sight an hallucination? And the man might even come to agree with the world.
I can't argue. You probably think they're real.
And the craving. We're not sure how that works, but the disease seems to stimulate erotic sensations in the hands.
What else have you discovered?
You'd call me a crazy dermy if I tried to tell you. You wouldn't believe me.
Hey, take this right. That's it. See the lamplight in the window? I'll wait out here. You see, Willie? I brought him back. Father, what's wrong? Is Willie?
She's irrational, almost less than sane. Some of it may be due to high fever, but
what?
She tried to kill herself with a knife. Said something about buckshot being the best way or something.
Oh, no. Willie.
Wrist's cut a little. She was too weak to do a real job of it. I've given her a tetanus shot. We're out of penicillin.
It's my fault.
Don't think that. You saved her life.
No. Willie, I'm sorry.
You love the girl, don't you?
Are you crazy? Love a little tramp dermy? Jesus.
Blessed bees.
Listen, will she be all right?
I don't know, son. If we'd gotten to her sooner, she'd have been safer. And if she was in the ultimate stages of neuroderm, it would help.
Why?
You'll know someday. Listen, you look exhausted. Why don't you come back to the hospital with us? We keep a sterile room up on the 3rd floor in case we get a non-hyper case. You can sleep there. No one else on the floor. Then nuns on the floor below. I'll guarantee that you won't be bothered.
No, I've got to go. I do appreciate it, though, Father.
Whatever you wish. I'm sorry, though. You might be able to provide yourself with some kind of transportation if you waited.
No. I don't mind telling you, your island gives me the willies.
Why?
Well, you still feel the craving, don't you?
The urge to touch is still there to some extent.
And in a moment of weakness, somebody might...
Young man, I have taken certain vows. Sometimes I feel desire, but by sublimating that urge, the priest rechannels the energy towards more useful goals. By the way, she was asking for someone named Paul. Know who it might be? Family, perhaps?
Father, wait.
Yes?
I am a little tired. The room. I mean, will you show me where to get transportation tomorrow?
Certainly.
What? Yes?
Oh, my. Excuse me. I'm sorry, sir. I knew there was a patient here, but I didn't know you weren't a hyper. Forgive me. Your breakfast's on the tray.
Breakfast? My God. Coffee. Hot food.
May I come in?
Father
It's Mendelhaus. Father Mendelhaus. Morning. So you were Paul.
She's awake then.
Want to see her?
No. I've got to be going.
It would do her some good.
Well, it wouldn't do me any good. I've been around too many of you people already. Let's go.
The young lady's still not fully rational, and there's some fever. It wouldn't have been anything to worry about a few months ago, but now we're out of most of the latest drugs. I really don't know.
Okay, Father, I'll see her.
You don't have to. I'm sorry if I implied any obligation on your part. I gather that you saved her life. Very few non-hypers would have done that.
Where is she?
Just down this hall. Follow me. Non-hyper coming. Plug your noses or get out of the way. Avoid temptation.
Jeez, I feel like a leper.
She's in here.
Hi, Willie.
Paul, they've got me in a cast.
You'll be all right. It won't be long before you'll be up. Galveston's a good place for you. They're all dermies here.
God, I hope I never hear that word again. After last night, that old woman in the rocking chair, the wind would start the chair rocking, and I'd rather die than touch anybody now after seeing that. Somebody touched her, didn't they, Paul? That's why she did it, wasn't it?
Willie. I'm sorry for what I said. I mean...
Don't worry, Paul. I wouldn't touch you now. These hands. I loathe myself.
Get well quick, Willie.
Paul? Paul?
Paul? That was quick.
Where can I get a car?
A car? I was just speaking to Brother Matthew about that. How would you like to have a small yacht instead?
A yacht? A yacht would be perfect. Fantastic.
Good. There's a small craft in dry dock down at the basin. I took the liberty of asking Brother Matthew to find some men and get her in the water.
Dermies?
The boat will be fumigated, but it isn't really necessary. It'll take a while to get the boat ready, of course. Tomorrow. Next day, maybe.
A boat? Get clear of the land. Away from the...
You're still afraid of us. Very well. Come with me. There's someone I want you to see. Where are we? This is our laboratory. Don't worry about touching things. It's sterile.
Yes, but it's not sterile for your convenience. And it won't be sterile at all if you don't stay out. Beat it, preacher.
This is Dr. Sievers of Princeton, Paul. Claims he's an atheist, but personally I think he's a Puritan. Doctor, this is the young man I was telling you about. Would you tell him what you know about Neuroderm?
Why don't you just give it to him and let him find out for himself?
What? Don't frighten him, you heretic. I brought him here to be illuminated.
Illuminate him yourself, priest. I'm busy. And stop calling me names. I am a biochemist, not a heretic.
I've had enough. I'm leaving.
Bear with us, Paul. Dr. Sievers.
All right. Sit down, young man. I'll illuminate you as soon as I get through counting free nerve endings on this piece of skin.
The good doctor calls it masochism when we observe a fast day or do penance, and yet there he sits ripping off patches of his own hide to look at through his peeping glass. Masochism?
Get out, preacher.
I'll be upstairs when you're through, Paul.
A nice bunch of people, really, these black-frocked yahoos. If they just stop trying to convert me.
Dr. Sievers, perhaps I better just...
Quiet, you bother me, and sit still. I can't stand to have people running in and out of here. You're in, now stay in. Checks. It checks again. 40% increase.
What checks?
Here, on my arm. 2 weeks ago, this area was normal. I took a centimeter of skin from right next to this one and counted the nerve endings. Since that time, the derms crept down over the area. I took another patch today and recounted. 40% increase.
You did what?
Third time I've checked it.
You're saying that...
You're a non-hyper, aren't you? Yes, I can smell you are vile, really. I can't understand why sensible hypers would want to paw you. But then I've insured myself against such foolishness.
You done what?
How? What I said. When I first caught it, I simply sat down and located the spots on my hands which gave rise to a pleasurable sensation. And then I burned them out with an electric needle. Not many of them, really, 1 or 2 per square centimeter. Here, take a look. I didn't want to be bothered with such silly urges, waste of time chasing non-hypers. Stubborn little critters keep growing new ones. Hold on a minute.
Are you trying to tell me that the plague causes new nerve cells to grow?
Oh, yes. You came here to be illuminated, as the Padre puts it. Before I illuminate you, I want to make an impossible request.
Yes, sir.
I ask you to be completely objective. Forget you ever heard of Neuroderm. Rid yourself of all your preconceptions. Pretend that we are talking of purely hypothetical events. But it always embarrasses me to ask for that kind of cooperation when I know damn well I'll never get it.
I'll try to be objective, sir.
Right. Assume a planet. Somewhat Earth-like, but not quite. Carboniferous life forms, somewhat intelligent, but not human. Warm-blooded, probably. And the planet has something else. It has an abundance of parasitic forms. Actually, the various forms of parasite are the dominant species. The warm-blooded animals are the parasite's vegetables, so to speak.
Okay.
Now, during eons of survival contests between parasite species, some are quite likely to evolve some curious adaptive mechanisms. ways of ensuring their food supply, the animals survive. Now tell me, youngster, what mechanism did man develop to secure his vegetables, his food supply?
Agriculture?
Certainly. Man is a parasite, as far as vegetables are concerned, but he learned to eat his cake and have it too. He learned to perpetuate the species which he devoured. A very remarkable idea, if you stop to think about it. Very.
I don't see what this has to do with him.
Now suppose that one microparasite learned through long evolutionary processes to stimulate regrowth in the animal tissue they devoured. Quite an advancement, huh?
Go on.
But it's only a first step. It lets the host live longer, though not pleasantly, I imagine. The growth control would be clumsy at first. Soon, though, all parasite species either learned to do it or died out.
Makes sense.
Now, the parasite which kept its host in the best physical condition had a better chance of survival. Scientific farming, you might say. First, all sorts of weapons for their host. Horns, claws, fangs, stingers, poison throwers. We can only guess. Eventually, one group of parasites hit upon what? Say it.
The nervous system.
That's right. The nervous system. It was probably an unsuccessful parasite at first, because nerve tissue grows very slowly. And it's a long stretch of evolution between a microspecies which could stimulate nerve growth and one which could direct and utilize that growth to the host's advantage and for its own. But at last, after a long struggle, our little species gets there. It begins sharpening its host senses, building up complex senses from less developed receptors, and finally increasing the host's intelligence within limits.
But how?
Such parasites would naturally pick the species with the highest native intelligence. With the extra boost, this brainy animal quickly beats down its own enemies and puts itself in much the same position as man here on Earth. Lord of the beasts, divine right to run the place and all that. Now understand, it's the animal who's become intelligent, not the parasite. The parasites are operating on complex, instinctive patterns, not unlike a hive of bees. Oh, they're wonderful neurological engineers, but it's pure, blind instinct.
That's all wild guesswork, of course.
Well, there's some guesswork, but none of it's wild. You see, there's supporting evidence. They sent a message.
A message?
Sure. I'll show you. On second thought, perhaps you'd better show yourself. There's a meteorite on that shelf. Take it down. Oh, don't worry, it's sterile. Now tell me what you find.
Almost perfect gray metal sphere. Steel, maybe, but it's lighter in weight than I would expect. Hollow, 8-9 inches in diameter. Some scorching and pitting. From friction with the Earth's atmosphere, I suppose?
Yes. What else? Look closely by your thumb.
A line. That's where it's been cut open.
No. Using that as an equator, put a hand on each pole and twist.
My God. It twists apart. And there's another fitted inside.
And a third. Now take out the second shell, the hard, thin one between the softer, protecting shells.
I don't see any message.
There's a small bottle of iron filings in that drawer by your knee. Sift some powder over the sphere. Carefully now.
Son of a gun. It looks like a globe. A map.
That's what we thought at first, too. And then we looked more closely using that finer dust. If you look at the lines through a good reading glass, you can just see that they're rows of symbols, pictographs.
And you've made it out?
Some. Enough to guess what I've just told you. It would have been more, but most of the ones we had gotten had been treated rather rudely, battered or taken to a machinist to cut open on the lathe. Our curiosity is rather ape-like.
What exactly do the patterns say, Doctor?
I've told you some of it. History, origins, and that. We pieced together the reasons for sending the spheres out, too. Their sun was about to go nova. They worked out a theoretical space drive, but couldn't fuel it adequately to save themselves, so they cultured up a batch of their parasite benefactors and fired them like charges of buckshot at various stars.
You mean they weren't aiming at the Earth in particular?
No, just one of several blind shots. A last-ditch stand against extinction. Symbolic, to be sure, but a noble gesture as far as they were concerned. A giving away of part of their souls, like a man writing his will and leaving his last worldly possessions to some unknown species beyond the stars.
Doctor,
Imagine them standing there, watching the projectiles being fired out towards deep space. There goes their inheritance to an unknown heir. The little creatures that brought them up from beasthood. You can see them turn away and silently go back to wait for their collapsing sun to reach the critical point. They've left their last mark, a dark and uncertain benediction to the cosmos.
You actually regard this thing as desirable.
I didn't say it's desirable. I simply pointed out that the creatures who sent it saw it as desirable.
Maybe they just didn't care.
Of course they cared. Their error was expecting that we would open it as they would have done. They never considered that a being could be both brash and intelligent. They meant for us to read the warning on the shells before.
Warning?
Yes, warning. This one group of oversized symbols marks all the spheres. Finder creatures, it says, you who destroy your own, if you do this, then go no further. The contents will only help to destroy you.
Dr. Severs, what do you think will happen now? To the world, I mean.
I saw a baby born yesterday. Not the first. It was fully covered with neuroderm. It has some new senses, too. Small pores in the fingertips with taste and olfactory cells.
What?
Also a nodule above each eye, insensitive to infrared.
Oh, no.
If our grandchildren, if man's still on the earth by then, may perhaps taste analyzed substances by touch, or see a warm radiator in a dark room. And there's more. Ultraviolet perception, perhaps. The rats I've infected are sensitive to it. But there's a hitch. If man intends to keep fighting with his fellows, the parasite will help him to do a better job of that, too. Well, son, you're illuminated now. What do you intend to do?
What can anyone do? Except run. Isolate myself from this insanity.
Intend taking the condition with you?
Take? Are you crazy?
That's what I thought.
Father, these last 3 days here, I can't thank you enough. I wish there was something I could do in return.
There is one thing.
What's that?
The young lady's been asking for you.
How is she?
Over the crisis, I think. Infection's down, nervous condition not so good, deep depression. We've got her up on crutches a bit. Seems to help her to get out of the room, but sometimes she gets a little hysterical. You're the focus of it, I'm afraid. Sometimes she gets the idea that she touched you. Then sometimes she raves about how she wouldn't do it.
I can't help that.
She's asleep now. When she's awake, she's dazed. Combined effects of pain, shock, infection, guilt, fright. She thinks you're avoiding her.
It's the plague that I'm avoiding, not her.
You're talking to me, aren't you?
It's rather late, Father.
You must be anxious to be off tomorrow. Work's down on your vessel. If the rain stops by dawn, there should be time to launch her.
I'll be glad to go.
Will you?
At any rate, I expect you'll be glad to have me out of here.
No, Paul. We'll miss you. Can't say as we'll miss that shotgun of yours, though. Willie will miss you, too.
I can't stay, Father.
Well, I will leave you to your plans. Your candle's burning low. Would you like another?
No, Father. I'm ready to get some sleep. Long day tomorrow.
Good night, my son.
Night, Father. And Father, thank you again. You, your people here, you've meant a great deal to me.
You're welcome, Paul.
Good night.
No, I can't stay.
The vessel is repaired.
How is she?
She is ready.
How is she?
She is ready.
My hand.
Look at your hand.
The glass. Look with the glass.
Swirls and furrows. Ridges. Sprouting neurons.
Tiny farmers tending gray soil.
No!
She is ready. Hear the ocean.
Graceful craft.
What will you call her? Willow. Pretty name. Graceful like trees in the wind.
Beautiful. Willow.
Paul.
Willie.
Dearest.
Your skin is cool.
Your skin is soft.
I've been waiting.
Waiting.
What? Who's there? My gun! God damn my gun! Who's there? Matches. Where are the matches?
Paul, I'm coming in.
What on earth? Safety, damn you. You guaranteed my safety. I had a prowler. I think I've been touched.
Dear Mother of God. Father Superior, make an inspection of the sisters' quarters. If any of them...
Father, the injured girl. She's not in her bed. She's gone.
Willie.
Search the building for her.
What can I do to disinfect myself?
Someone please get Dr. Sievers.
I'm here. What's all the noise? What's going on?
Have you got any disinfectants?
Disinfectants? For what?
Father, the girl's not anywhere in the building.
My God. The ocean. I've got to get...
No, Paul. You're not going to.
Not me. Willie. Willie. Willie, no. No, stay back from the surf. Willie. Oh, thank God.
Paul, I did it, Paul. It was like a dream at first, but then you shouted and but Paul,
Come here. Now, Willie. You wet, beautiful, sandy gray lady. Let me carry you back to that hospital. We've new senses to learn. Together. New world to explore. And first we've got to get you healed up. There's a boat waiting for us. You and me.
Our cast for this episode featured Bob Hess as Paul and Rosemary Roundtree as Willie. Father Mendelhaus was played by Jerry Haynes, and George Latchford was Dr. Sievers. Other voices were by David Roth and Gene Evans. The original story, Dark Benediction, was written by Walter M. Miller, Jr. and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by Douglas R. Fraser. Our director was John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiIulio. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiIulio. Support for this program has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join us soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of Sci-Fi Radio. Fear. It lurks within the human mind, waiting to take control. Fear, both real and imagined, is at work within this story, a story written by Ursula K. Le Guin. Listen, as Sci-Fi Radio explores the various levels of fear in Diary of the Rose.
Dr. Nage recommends I keep this diary. Memory stored in memory, bits of thought stored within a microchip. called up again when necessary through the miracle of audioscopy. Though why it should ever need to be called up again is beyond... Why is there so much fear? Why? No, just focus on the need, the purpose. But what is the purpose? Observations of the patient Flores Sorde? Or possible deviations from positive thinking? Dr. Nades says it's important to record these thoughts nightly, just as they occurred to me at work. It is spontaneity that is the most informative in self-examination. Her words. Her exact words. I remember them.
That's it, isn't it? That thing, that chair.
Good morning, Mr. Sorde. I'm Dr. Sobel.
I'm not sitting in that damn chair.
All right, if that's your wish. There's no need to attempt to examine the chair. It's much too complex to comprehend.
Not for an engineer.
Well, I don't understand it. To me, it's always looked like a dentist chair.
Just so it's not an electric chair.
Poor Flores. So distrustful. Of course, if the initial diagnosis of delusional paranoia is correct, then that would explain it. Yet... But who am I to diagnose his psychological state? An MD in psychoscopy. Leave all levels of psychological analysis to Dr. Nades. She called up my entry from yesterday. She was pleased. True and spontaneous thoughts, she had said. Not just technical data, spontaneous thoughts. Yes. Candor, all important, she had said. What a good little audioscopist I am. It's still there, isn't it?
I fail to see the humor in that statement.
No, I meant the fear, not the chair.
To me, they're one in the same.
Sit down, Mr. Sorty.
No.
I'm sorry. I meant over here by my desk.
Oh. If you wish. Is that the screen where you allegedly watch it all?
Well, it's the psychoscope screen, yes.
And that's all that chair is used for? To allow you to look into our minds?
Well, it's a little more complex than that, but yes.
Not electroshock?
No, absolutely not.
Will you promise me that?
Of course. I'm a psychoscopist, Flores. May I call you Flores?
Whatever. Do you promise?
Yes. I never deal in electroconvulsive therapy. My work is diagnostic, not therapeutic.
They've already hurt me, you know. Cracked 2 ribs.
Yes. I'm sorry. They said you were violent when they brought you here.
Violent?
Well, perhaps you blocked it from your memory. It isn't uncommon...
I haven't forgotten a single thing, and by God, as long as I have an ounce of strength in me, none of you will make me forget anything. Ever.
Flores Sorde, initial psychoscopy. 30 May, 0900 hours. Attendants lead the patient towards the chair. He examines the metal crown. Curious. Highly intelligent. Can't wait to read his thoughts. Frightened. He's actually trembling. He insists on sitting in the chair unaided. The attendants strap his arms and legs. The crown is put in place. Such fear. Such uncommon fear. Sweating profusely. Eyes forced shut. Mouth drawn to a tight line. Hands gripping the arms so tightly they are white to the wrists. The screen is almost white too. Instinctual elements overriding both the conscious and unconscious. It doesn't really hurt, does it?
I wouldn't know.
Well, does it?
You mean it's on?
It's been on for 90 seconds.
I don't believe you.
Test me.
What do you see?
Oh.
Well?
Such incredible detail.
That doesn't tell me much.
Well, it's just that most people, they don't think in such crisp images. Such vivid...
Tell me what you see.
A rose. The most beautiful... Oh, don't make it go away, please. Oh.
The color. What color was it?
Pink. A full-blown pink rose. Beautifully sensed and visualized. Clear and steady, whole. Incredible, really. Oh, there was music, the most beautiful...
That's all? Nothing more?
Well, the conscious mind can only image on one object at a time within its field of perception.
I meant... nothing else is going to happen.
Audioscopy, Flores. Nothing more. Just your conscious and unconscious perceptions emerging on this screen. Nothing more.
They're really none of your business, you know.
I'm merely trying to help.
But ethically you have no right. No right at all.
Spent the PM analyzing Flores Sorde's hollows. I have never seen any psychoscopic imaging, not even a drug-induced hallucination, so fine and vivid as that rose. The rose. His rose. So powerful, so very, very intriguing, compelling. The shadows of one petal on the other. The velvety, damp texture of the petals. The pink color, full of sunlight. The white central crown. No, stop. This is not what Dr. Nades would want. There is something wrong here. Something terribly wrong. Emotions I'm not allowed to feel. Nothing even life at its fullest should be experienced that vividly. Dr. Nades said... Flores? Flores? I've come to see you, Flores. Please acknowledge me. What do you see out that window? Are you ignoring me? I must talk to you. I've noted something disturbing on the hollow.
Doctor, why am I in this hospital?
Why, for diagnosis and therapy.
Diagnosis and therapy of what?
Well, perhaps, as I suggested earlier, perhaps you've repressed the episode, the violent behavior.
I've repressed nothing. I was waked up at 2 a.m, jailed, interrogated, beaten up and drugged. I suppose I did behave a little oddly during all that. Wouldn't you?
Sometimes a person under stress misinterprets other people's actions.
Doctor, please. Can you really not know why I'm here?
Listen to this, Dr. Nades.
Keep out, keep out, keep out, keep out.
Conscious resistance. A form of biofeedback, self-talk, mind clutter. A device used by those in the Secret Service to block attempts to probe their minds.
He was able to sustain it for a full 20-minute session. There was a concentration on his breathing, bodily rhythms, pain in his ribs, and visual input from the scope room.
A dangerous man. We suspected as much.
Yeah. Paranoia and intelligence can be a dangerous combination. But why does he fear my examining him? Dr. Nades? Perhaps I'm crossing over some classified threshold here.
Perhaps you are.
Another thing. He seems to trust me. He asked me to promise that there would be no electroshock. Now, that doesn't fit a paranoid pattern. You don't ask for promises from someone you can't trust.
Transference. Simple Freudian transference. He must trust someone.
Yes, I suppose so. But beyond that, there does seem to be a peculiar type of bond emerging between us.
My advice in response to that, my child, is to be cautious. Ever so cautious.
Flores, your breathing is monitored by the apparatus. I don't need to know that you're still breathing. It's boring.
I like to do my own monitoring, Doctor.
But the more you breathe, the less you think. I need your cooperation. I'm trying to find out what you're afraid of.
I know what I'm afraid of.
Why won't you tell me?
You never asked me.
That's most unreasonable.
Isn't that silly? Being indignant with a mental patient because he's unreasonable?
Yes, I suppose it is.
Well, Rosa. You can laugh.
How did you know my first...
It's not a national secret, is it?
No, I just didn't realize that you were interested enough to...
An attendant, Rosa. An attendant told me.
Damn you. That's just another evasive device.
Not entirely.
Flores, what are you afraid of? Flores?
I'm afraid of electroshock. Of having my mind destroyed, being kept here, or only being let out when I can't remember anything.
All right. Why don't you concentrate on that while I'm watching the screen?
Why should I?
Why not? You've said it to me.
I trust you.
I just want to see the color of your thoughts.
It's none of your business, the color of my thoughts. What the hell are you doing? You're reading the very core of my being. Voyeur, damned voyeur, let me alone. Get out.
Here's your tea, Flores.
Thank you.
Are you still angry with me?
The garden is beautiful.
Yes. I remember my mother had a garden when I was a little girl. It was so peaceful. But that was before.
Yes.
I put 2 lumps of sugar in your tea.
You know I like sugar. I suppose your psychoscope told you I like sugar.
Don't be silly. Everybody likes sugar if they can get it.
No, little doctor, they don't. How the hell old are you? Why aren't you married? Are you wedded to your work? Dedicated? Helping the mentally unsound back to a constructive life of service to the state?
Whenever you're through. I happen to like my work.
Huh.
I am new at it. It took me years to get my degrees, and I'm not going to give it up.
Oh.
I guess dedicated is an accurate word, just as you are to your work.
I was. Goodbye to all that.
Why?
All gone, eh?
Why are you so convinced you're going to be prescribed electroshock? I haven't even diagnosed you yet.
Diagnosed me? Look, stop play acting, please. My diagnosis was made by the learned doctors of the state. Severe case of disaffection. Prognosis, evil. Therapy, lock him up in a room full of screaming, thrashing wrecks, and then go through his mind the same way you did his papers, and then burn it. Burn it out. Right, doctor? Why do you have to go through all this posing, diagnosis, tea in the garden? Can't you just get on with it? Do you have to paw through everything that I am before you burn it?
Lawrence, you're saying destroy me. Don't you hear yourself? The psychoscope destroys nothing. I'm not using it to gather evidence. It's not a court. You're not on trial. I'm not a judge. I'm a doctor. Do you know what I would like to see?
What?
Your childhood.
All right. You can have my childhood. Why not? You're going to get all of the rest anyhow. Listen, you tape it all, don't you? Could I see a playback?
Would it help us in our relationship?
Yes, I believe it would.
Okay. Come look. I'll run back the tape. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, put on your earphones.
What is all that? The running up and down scales motion in the background there.
A visual scan. Your eyes were closed, and subliminal proprioceptive input. The unconscious dimension and the body dimension overlap to a great extent all of the time.
You watch all of that at once?
I told you it took 8 years.
Maybe you aren't such a fool, Doctor. Maybe you're just absorbed in your work. That can be dangerous, you know, to be so absorbed in your work. That kind of sincerity. I can relate. I guess I can even cooperate.
Dr. Nades gave me this book to read, DeComb's The Psychology of Politics. It is so hard to understand. So different from that of psychology as I understand it. Everything seems backwards. I must be genuinely attentive at PT sessions Sunday nights from now on. I have been lazy-minded. But DeComb's is so hard. Flores laughed when I mentioned the title. He said, "That's a good little citizen." Flores. I feel honored to share in his life, his being. Today he looked directly at me and he smiled so sweetly. And he showed me the rose.
Your audioscope tapes, Rosa. I haven't heard them. It's been a week?
Yes, I know.
Audioscope tapes are to be submitted for review weekly.
I know.
As a precautionary check against being overwhelmed by what the psychologist of the past called empathy. You have been completing your tapes.
No, yes.
Well?
I'll bring them in. But you're an engineer. You could edit them.
I've never tampered with state-owned material in my life. Not one single edit.
But they don't belong to the state. They're my own thoughts.
Editing them. That would be a willful act of disaffection.
I know. Flores, please. They could be harmful to both of us. The feelings I revealed, they're prohibited.
I'll help. God help me. This one time I will take action.
Your audioscopy tapes, they seem...
Yes?
They seem clearer. More lucid than normal. As if you're beginning to comprehend the doctrine of positive thinking.
I've read DeComb's nightly, and, well, perhaps I'm beginning to understand.
Yes, perhaps you are.
We'll have a good session today, Flores. Make lots of breakthroughs. Flores? What on earth? A bear. A huge, wonderful bear.
Okay. I created him when I was 5 or 6. He was big, I was small. He smashed down walls and destroyed things. Bad things, you know. Bullies, people who scared my mother. Just knocked them over. And then he walked over all the rubble on the hilltop. With me riding on his back.
He's wonderful.
I haven't thought about him in 30 years. There was a time when I thought I had turned into him.
I attended the positive thinking session tonight and took notes. Dr. K spoke on the dangers of liberalism.
We have a guest for tea today, little doctor.
I'm Professor Arca.
Well, how do you do?
I'm Professor Arca. Professor Arca.
Professor Arca of the Faculty of Arts at the university? Of course, that was a long time ago.
I'm Professor Arca.
Do you know how many electroshock treatments he has had? 60. Little doctor.
I'm Professor Arca. 60 treatments.
He wrote The Idea of Liberty. Didn't you, Professor?
No. I'm Professor Arca.
I read his book when I was in engineering school. It existed then, on the bookshelves. It doesn't exist anymore.
Flores, please.
Not a single copy, anywhere. Ask Professor Arca. He's never heard of it.
I'm Professor Arca. 60 treatments.
I have read Decom's again and again, and there is still the gap between the political and the psychological. How do I treat this kind of psychosis, a political psychosis? I see how FS should think and feel, and the difference between that and his present state of mind. But how do I educate him so he can think positively? Dr. Nades must focus on positive thinking. Dr. Nades would want that. Decom says that the core of disaffection is a negative condition which must be filled with positive ideas. But this does not fit dear Flores. The gap is not in him. Flores? What do you find so interesting out that window? Oh, a rose bush. And a single rose.
It's beautiful. So delicate and yet so sturdy, like an idea.
Flores, I'm frightened. I'm beginning to have ideas of my own. They frighten me.
Turn them into a rose. I have.
I understand you've been requesting material on Professor Arca. That material is classified.
Well, I thought it would help with Flores Sordade. Their cases seem similar.
Material regarding Professor Arca is classified.
Flores file, then.
Flores?
Mr. Sordade's arrest file, then. I must know exactly how he behaved if I am to help.
That information is classified. You are requesting classified information. You may not request classified information.
I asked once, why is there so much fear? Well, now I know. Why is there no privacy? It is unfair and sordid. I cannot read the classified files kept in her office, though I work with the patients and she does not. Only persons of authority can have secrets. Their secrets are all good, even when they are lies. Listen, Rosa Sobel, doctor of medicine, specialist in psychoscopy. Listen. Whose thoughts are you thinking, yours or his? Months inside his mind, his thoughts. A generous, integrated, sane mind. You never worked with anyone like that before. You've only worked with the crippled and terrified. You never met an equal before. Who is the therapist, you or he? If there is nothing wrong with him, what am I supposed to cure? How can I help him? How can I save him? By teaching him to lie? Not at your window today?
Last night's frost,
Oh.
Things end.
Well, I've come up with something. A way of... I've put in a request for co-analysis with a strong prognosis of complete cure if we work together. You have a brilliant mind. With co-analysis, we could...
Change it?
Alter some of your perceptions.
I'm afraid that would be impossible, little doctor.
Dr. Sobel, Dr. Rosa Sobel, report to Dr. Nades at once. Dr. Sobel, Dr. Rosa Sobel, report to Dr. Nades at once.
A ridiculous request. Co-analysis.
I'm sorry. I thought it would help.
I'm beginning to question your critical judgment, Doctor.
I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Last night I dreamed I rode on a bear's back up a deep gorge between steep mountainsides. Slopes going steep up into the dark sky. Oh, it was winter. There was ice on the rocks. Tomorrow morning I will tell Nades I am resigning and requesting a transfer to Children's Hospital. But she must approve the transfer. If not, I'm out in the cold. I'm in the cold already. Door locked to record this. There's no place anymore. No single place.
Doctor? Dr. Sobel, are you in there? Your patient, Sorte, requests permission to see you.
We met in the hall. He was with an orderly. I took his hand. It was big and bony and very cold.
Is it now, Rosa? The electroshock?
No. Just some more tests. EEG, probably.
Then I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, of course. Hello, Flores.
Hello. I'm sorry, do I?
I'm Dr. Sobel, Flores. I'm Rosa.
I'm pleased to meet you, Doctor.
I am Rosa. I am the rose. The rose. I am the rose. The rose with no flower. The rose all thorns. The mind he made, the hand he touched. The last rose of winter.
Our cast featured Nancy Drotning as Rosa, Charles Carroll as Flores, and Gloria Hocking as Dr. Nades. The original story, Diary of the Rose, was written by Ursula K. Le Guin and adapted and directed for Sci-Fi Radio by your host. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiIulio. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiIulio. Support for this program has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join me soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of Sci-Fi Radio.
I saw eternity the other night. I saw eternity. I saw eternity. Great dream. Like a great dream. Like a great I saw eternity the other night. Like a great dream, and sinless one.
Yes, Dr. Shapiro, 3 of them. 2 damn good astronauts and a PhD. We don't know. That's why we called you. The Psyche 14 mission. Yes, hell yes, 13 flawless missions, and then this. NASA, hell, Washington's up in arms over this one. No, there's nothing medically wrong with them. That's the problem. What we have is one dead man who just willed it, another blind who isn't blind, and a third who hears God only knows what. Yes, as soon as you can get them. They experienced something up there, and we've got to find out what the hell it is, or this whole project's going to be scrapped.
Please. Can you see anything?
Yes, please. Let me have the blindfold.
Do you see this light, Professor Hughes? What color is it?
All colors. White. It's too bright.
Will you point toward it, please?
It's everywhere. It's too bright.
The room is quite dark, Professor. Now, will you open your eyes again, please?
It isn't dark.
Possible supersensitivity here. Now, Professor, let's...
Look, you can drop the professor crap, all right? I'm just Hughes now, if I'm even that.
Very well. Hughes, then. Just Hughes.
And you're the shrink they sent for?
Psychiatrist, yes. I'm Dr. Shapiro. Now, is this dark enough for you?
Make it dark.
No, look, keep your hands down.
No,
take it easy. All right. We'll put the compresses back on.
I'm sorry.
We'll try again later on when you're rested.
An experience, not just an event, mind you. An experience on Mars that sees the consciousness of 3 space travelers, willing one to die, and forever changing the perception of the other 2. Sci-Fi Radio presents an adaptation of Ursula Le Guin's The Field of Vision.
So what are your preliminary findings, Doctor?
Well, one man who's afraid of the light, another whose auditory senses have left him almost catatonic. They both experienced something on that planet, something that overpowered their senses. One's being drawn into it, the other's afraid of it. I need more information, Colonel Bow, and their backgrounds, some concrete information on what happened up there.
Well, Hughes entered the space program from astrophysics, Harvard. Had a good record. Some say brilliant. Too brilliant for me. You know what I mean, Dr. Shapir, one of those ivory tower intellectuals.
You don't care for him?
His kind in the military don't mix.
Potential for instability, Colonel?
An egghead. NASA's full of it. And he isn't exactly stable at the moment, is he?
No. No, Colonel Bowen, he isn't.
He's the one who discovered the room. Had to unseal it, didn't he? Damned intellectuals and their curiosity. No military man would go snooping around unless he was ordered to.
You blame Hughes for Captain Temsky's condition, then?
Hell yes. And Commander Rogers' death, too. Don't forget that.
There's nothing we can do about Commander Rogers. But Captain Temsky...
Listen here. Now, Temsky was a crack test pilot. Nerves of steel, an Air Force captain.
There was no indication of his...
Winding up like this? Hell no, there wasn't. He was all military, Doctor. Even coached a little league. Now, I don't know. He's crazier than Hughes.
I don't think it's a matter of mental illness. It's
Well, what the hell do you call it then, Doctor, when a man sits on a stool all day, staring and listening to something inside his head? A man who doesn't even know his own wife. Hums some kind of a classical tune or the other when she tries to talk to him. Hell, Temsky hated that stuff. Sent her out of the room in tears. Let me tell you this, Susan is one tough woman.
You're saying that beyond the hysterical deafness, the man has somehow changed. He's different now.
Like day and night.
Something changed his perception then.
Hughes drove him crazy.
Captain Temsky? You can hear me, can't you? Well, my voice is disturbing you, isn't it? It's interfering with something you would prefer to hear. I thought so. Stop humming again if you can understand what I'm saying.
Where the hell are we, Dr. Shapir?
What if I were to offer you absolute darkness?
What do you mean?
Total and complete darkness. A chamber devoid of light. We're in such a room now. We could remove the compresses and you'd be safe to talk. To tell me what happened.
Total darkness?
A special chamber. Devoid of light.
It's just a light, you know? Just a light, nothing more.
Remove the compresses.
Yes, of course. Oh, God! Oh, my God, the room! Rogers, you see it, don't you? It's in here with us. Hold on, Rogers. Stop screaming like that. Temsky, where's Temsky? Oh, God, Temsky! Is that you? Hold on to me. I can't see you for light. Help me. It's Rogers. He's screaming in sort of bursts, like barking. As if he's trying to get out whole sentences at once. Tempsky, you can hear it, can't you? You can hear him barking. Oh, God, it's like a seizure. I've got to pull him out of here. Like all his fuses blew. Burned him out. Where is he? I can't see. Light. Try to see what I touch and can't. I don't understand.
Hang on, Hughes, I'm right here. Take it easy, son. It's only the darkness. Only the darkness.
Oh, God.
Psychiatric counseling session, 18 July, Dr. Shapir, and patient 2131, Dr. Geraint Hughes.
Hello, Hughes. I won't stay long. Listen, that wasn't such a bright idea of mine, the chamber. I'm sorry. I had no idea. No right, either. Would you rather I left?
No.
All right, I need a little company, too. Someone to talk to. You seem to be pretty calm.
As long as I keep my eyes closed.
Listen, I have a queer story about Joe Tempsky. Not a story, just a queer fact, actually. Did you know that they've written on his record that he's functionally deaf?
Deaf?
Yes, deaf. Well, I began to wonder. I go in and talk to Tempsky, I touch him. I try to make contact, any kind of contact to get through. No go. I've got a theory.
What theory?
Suppose, maybe, but just maybe, Hughes can't hear me. Suppose his hearing is flooded with the sounds of his experience. Something like your sight being blinded by what took place in that room.
You mean he's hearing things?
Yes.
Listening?
Yes.
You can't shut your ears.
That's what I thought, too. Could be rough, couldn't it? Well, what I thought was, what about trying to shut them for him? Put earplugs in his ears.
Then he wouldn't be able to hear you.
No, but he wouldn't be distracted. If you had to watch your light show all of the time, you wouldn't be able to pay much attention to me or anything else, right? Maybe it's like that for Joe. Maybe there's this noise drowning out everything for him.
It would be more than noise.
I don't suppose you'd like to talk about what happened there in that room. No. All right.
Notes on Joe Tempsky. Subject, earplugs. Observation date, July 20th at 0700 hours. Tempsky's a heavy sleeper. Easy to insert ordinary wax plugs in his ears while he slept. When he awakened, he sat up, stretched, scratched, and looked for what appeared to be something to eat. Then he began to grow uncomfortable. At least he appeared to be uncomfortable. Maybe disoriented. Then he looked around, left, right, nervous. Maybe the jerky head movements were an attempt to find that vanished sound, the lost chord. Then he grew more disturbed and alert. His hands groped for his ears to find the cause of the silence. He found the earplugs and removed one. Then he sighed deeply and seemed to slip back into the sound within.
Good, Tempsky. That's an hour with the plugs in. I know you can't hear me, but I'm proud of you. And we've come up with a drug that will deaden your auditory nerve endings for 5 hours at a time. It will be ready next week. Now let me take these plugs out.
Dr. Thompson, report to emergency.
September 3rd. Notes on Joe Tempsky. Subject, Auditory nerve experiments, 1,400 hours. Patient responds to drugs quite well. Somehow seems relieved, yet grows anxious at times, as if wanting to go back, to turn his interest inward again. Patient asked to see Hughes.
Well, how about it, Doctor? We making progress? I got the press, NASA, Washington all over me.
I'm sensitive to that, Colonel, but we're still probing for answers.
Well, I'm not sensitive. Now, you fix Timsky. You hear me? You fix him, and I want him flying again. You can be sensitive with that other guy.
How are you feeling, Hughes? Hughes? I guess a little withdrawn today. You feel like just listening? Temsky wants to see you. The new drug's working. It's blocking out those sounds he hears. But he has some questions about what really happened. You could help him a great deal if you would.
Well, how do I communicate with him? Sign language?
He can talk to you while you respond on the word processor. Would that be agreeable to you? Hughes, he needs assurance that something really happened in that room you found, that it wasn't all in his head.
Oh, something happened up there, all right.
Hughes? Oh, man, it's good to see you. Let me read this. Yeah, it was a poor choice of words. I'm sorry, Hughes. I wish you could see, too. Well, it's working. I mean, the drug makes the sound stop. But I'm worried, Hughes. Did something real happen to us up there? Or was it all in my... Yeah, you're right. I mean, if all this was just inside my head, the earplugs would actually help improve the reception. Then you're saying something did happen inside that room. God, Hughes, what was it? Hughes? Susan? Yeah, she's fine, just fine. I put her through a hell of a time, though. And what am I saying? I put myself through a hell of a time. See, when they first stuck those plugs in my ears, when I woke up and there was this silence, I was really spooked. It took me a long time to come back from where I'd been, and I didn't much want to come back. That I was suffering from hallucinations, or maybe I was crazy. I don't know. When Shapir began telling me how long it had been, and I realized that this was Earth, that's what spooked me. I thought maybe all this had been some kind of hallucination. It scared me. Like suddenly I was two different people. But I began to put it together, to see that it wasn't a split, but yeah, exactly, a change. It changed me. God, it is real. I mean, because when I can hear, that's all I can hear. And when you can see, that's all you can see, right? Wow, we have to be artificially blinded and made deaf not to hear it and see it. That's it, isn't it? Oh, no. Beautiful. It took me a long time, at least I thought it was a long time, to begin to get it. At first it didn't make any sense. Jesus, it scared the hell out of me. You or Commander Rogers would say something, and I don't know, there'd be these kinds of chords all around your voice, like rainbows around a prism, so you can't even see the prism. Well, that's what it's like for you, isn't it? Well, it's the same, only with this hearing, it's like everything turns into music. I'll tell you what, though. What I'd like to do while I'm out of touch is get it all down.
Somehow. One of the things I've learned is the only way to cope with this thing is to surrender to it. Then it seems to come into perspective. Has it been like that for you? Afraid? Afraid of what, Hughes? Let's spend the last few minutes in here, darling.
Look at me, Joe. I'll speak slowly so you can read my lips. This is the day room. I wanted some time alone with you.
I've never been in here. Somehow I feel drawn to it. Where's the piano?
Joe, watch my lips. I thought you said you'd never been in here before.
I haven't. Yet I just know there is one. There it is. Come on, I want you to play for me.
Joe, what's gotten into you? You couldn't hear the music any more than you can... Joe, please look at me. You've never liked to hear me play, especially the music I've been trained to play.
A man can change, can't he? Come on, sit down. I'll sit next to you.
What would you have me play, kind sir?
Something beautiful.
If you could hear it, you might like this.
But shouldn't this section sound like this? Taking over again.
Joe? Oh, Joe, it's so beautiful. It's the most beautiful music I've ever heard. Oh, Joe. Joe, I don't understand any of this, but that was beautiful. It was the most beautiful music I have ever heard. I've never been so filled with...
Love?
Yes. Love. Joe, can you really hear me?
Yes. Somehow... Now I can. That music, Susan. That was what I heard. At least it was my feeble attempt to recreate what I heard.
It was so beautiful. I don't understand any of this. Your ability to play, the power of that music, it's all beyond...
knowledge itself, I know. I understand that now. The understanding comes when one surrenders to it completely. When you recreate it for others to hear, that's when it lets go of you.
But what is it?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. But whatever it is, it's in the room with us. And it's in the music. And I want to share it.
Working in the dark, Hughes?
That's not exactly funny, Joe. If you could hear me, I'd tell you.
but I can't hear you.
Impossible.
No, I mean it. Go on, turn your back again to the oscillator. Say something.
Ptomaine poisoning.
Ptomaine poisoning.
What?
Okay. See, I'm hearing you. But I haven't lost the music. I've got it all together.
Okay, I've almost locked in on the sound we heard up there. Now, the wavelength and frequency will allow me to get an accurate measurement of all...
Wait, come on, Hughes. That sound you're making wasn't what we heard up there.
I've got to study these holos. If I can just see something besides these damned images, I can get a concrete handle on what we experienced
Hughes,
up there.
the holos were blank. You can't photograph what we saw, what we experienced. Jesus, Hughes, take off your blinders.
No.
You can't stay inside yourself forever. Come out. You can't choose blindness, Hughes.
Well, why can't I?
Not after you've seen the light.
What light?
The light, the word, the truth we've been taught to perceive and to know.
Get out. Get out, Timsky.
The computer's ready for the run on the data from a room site, sir. Good. Put it on audio response.
Right. Room site, bar, center, right, God, good, God, good, you are God. Reset for gravity, comprehension, nonsense. Perceive, nonsense, nonsense, real, good, God. Proceed, form, uninformed, God, and run.
It was determined that there should be another mission, a Scifi 15, to re-examine, to re-evaluate the site, the room, and then to reseal it for all time.
I think you're overdoing it, Hughes.
It has to be here. The answer.
They're sending me back to New York. I asked for another 2 weeks with you here, but no go.
It's all right.
Somehow I failed. I tried, but I...
No, it wasn't you. You couldn't have... Oh, never mind.
But...
Nothing matters.
But your experiments...
An illusion. Just as any answers you would have found.
No.
Oh, you think not? Look, Doctor. Look, I'm removing these silly blinders. Look! Hide and seek. I spy. You're it. You want to know what I see?
Yes.
A blot, a shadow, an incompleteness, a rudiment, an obstruction. Something completely unimportant. You see, it doesn't do any good to be a man,
And when you look at yourself?
Oh, the same, just the same. A hindrance, a triviality, a blot on the field of vision.
What is the field of vision?
What do you think? What is a true vision of? Reality, of course. I have been reprogrammed to perceive reality, to see truth. I see God.
Those were Temsky's words, too. At his last lecture and performance. Only he heard God.
Well, for me, seeing is believing. But I'll be damned if I'll become a missionary like Temsky.
A missionary?
Can't you see, Doctor? Can't you see that's what the room is? A training center, a briefing room. It's
a religious center, a church?
A place where you're taught to see God, and hear God, and know God, and love God. A conversion center, a place where you're converted, where your mission becomes the mission. We learned the mission. We came out with the mission. We weren't explorers anymore. We were missionaries, bearing the truth, charged with bringing it to the other races. All the poor damn heathens living in outer darkness. We are the bearers of the truth, the answer. Nothing else matters. The earth doesn't matter. The stars don't matter. Death doesn't matter. Nothing is anything. Only God is.
A new God?
Not a God. God, the one true God, immanent in all things, everywhere, forever. I have learned to see God. All I have to do is open my eyes like now, and I see the face of God. And I'd give all my life to see a tree. Just a tree. A chair. A plain wooden chair. Ordinary. They can keep their God. They can keep their light. I want the world back. I want questions, not the answer. I want my own life back. And my own death.
On the recommendation of the Army psychiatrist who took over the case of Gerald Hughes after Shapir was dismissed, Hughes was moved to a military hospital for the insane, where, unfortunately, he carried out a successful suicide attempt, slashing his wrist with a spoon handle which he had sharpened by rubbing it against the bed frame. It is an interesting fact that he killed himself on the very day the Scifi 15 mission returned from Mars, bringing the documents and records which, as interpreted by the first apostle, now form the first chapters of the revelation of the ancients, the sacred text of the holy and universal Church of God, bringer of light to the heathen, sole vehicle of the one eternal truth.
Our cast featured Wirt Kane as Colonel Bowen and Howard Fisher as Dr. Shapir. Astronauts Hughes and Tempsky were played by Rick Spiegel and Greg Loso. Susan was portrayed by Nance Williamson. The original story, The Field of Vision, was written by Ursula K. Le Guin and adapted and directed for Sci-Fi Radio by your host. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiIulio. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiIulio. Support for this program has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join me soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of Sci-Fi Radio.
I am cold. Someone, I cannot see them clearly, keeps feeding me. Oh, their taste is bad. I hear a child crying. Somehow I know the sound is me. I was born tonight.
See how he eats. He will grow fast and be strong, like you.
He eats as we all do, constantly. And he will live his life and die of old age in 8 short days like the rest of us. Better I kill him and be done with it.
That is my father. I can see him now, crouching against the low cave wall. He looks so old. There are other old people here in the cave, and they're dying. As I watch, they wither and die like wax melting before a flame.
Yes, I will kill him. No, let me kill him. Why? What does he have to live for?
No. He must live. There may be a future for him. He may live longer than us and be young.
Feed the child. It is almost dawn on our last day of living, woman. Feed him. Make him grow. His life will be over soon enough.
My father wanted to kill me, to save me from growing old and dying, as he must. A lifespan of only 8 days. But how could I know that? I'm less than an hour old. This is impossible, and yet it's happening. What world is this?
What world indeed, where a complete lifespan is but 8 short days, an unbearable planet next to the sun of this small system. This is, as Sim's genetic memory would soon inform him, a planet with nights of burning cold and days like torches of fire. Only in the brief hour of dawn and again at sunset is the air breath sweet and flowers strong. Only then can the cave peoples bring their children out into a stony, barren valley to gather food. Only then, in those 2 hours, can the planet's life burst forth. Plants grow instantly, birds fling like pellets across the sky, smaller legged animal life rush frantically through the rocks. In a matter of hours after his birth, Sim would know this, and know he would live his entire life in the caves with only 2 hours a day outside. Here, in the stone channels of air, he would eat and talk incessantly with his people, talk and think, but never sleep. And he would live exactly 8 days. Join us in one of the caves of this distant planet as Sci-Fi Radio presents an adaptation of the Ray Bradbury short story Frost and Fire.
Do not be afraid, Sim. She will not let him kill you.
Who are you?
I am your sister, Dark. I am a full day older than you, Sim, but I do not use words yet. I speak to your mind.
Is it true that we live only 8 days? How can that be?
Search your memory. Think and try to remember. In those moments before we were born, we had dreams of long lives, valleys of green, not stone, and then something shiny.
Yes. I seem to remember something silver, like a metal seed. Silver seeds crashing down. I see men and women tumbling onto this planet from them, scrambling to escape the radiation, hiding in the cliffs and caves. But how did we get here? From where did we come?
You will learn, little brother. It was long ago, 10,000 days. Those who survived mutated. Their pulses quickened, reaching 1,000 beats a minute. The skin became tough, and their blood changed. We must eat constantly just to stay alive, to feed our altered systems. Like all life on this planet, the men and women lived and died in a week. And we will do the same.
Is there no escape?
No escape. And yet, the scientists still work.
What scientists? Where? What do they do?
Dawn's coming. Bring the girl, woman. I'll take the boy with me. The mountains stretch, straining to meet the new day.
Wait. Be careful.
Woman, do not deny me the one excitement in a too short life. The night froze the mountains, silent and still as air. But now the sun makes them live again. I live in the challenge of the avalanche. Here comes another one. We'll see the rocks will be beaten down by them. Now!
We made it! By the gods! Made it alive! Oh, you must have killed Simba.
Come along. The pool is melted now, and we can drink. Fill the skins to last the day, even if for the last time. Here, you take the boy and feed him while the girl and I gather some berries and fruit. The plants are heavy, and we must have enough. Our children must have enough for tomorrow.
Remember? Was it only 3 days ago? I can't believe it. It's so unfair. Now I cry. An hour ago it was you.
An hour is half a life.
Come. Take my hand. Let us look at everything. Because it will be our last looking.
The sun will be up in a few minutes. We must turn back now.
Just one more moment.
The sun will catch us.
Let it catch me then.
You don't mean that.
Oh, I mean nothing. Nothing at all.
Dark, bring the food and come quickly. The sun. Hurry. We must get back to the caves.
Sim, you strain your eyes so. What are you looking for?
Something. Nothing. I don't know. I want to see a metal seed.
Sim?
Yes?
Do not think about that now.
Yes, Dark.
You must use this day to touch and search the minds of our parents. Much knowledge is there, and we will have them for only a few short hours more tonight. Tonight they will be dead.
I understand.
The light is fading. It is sunset.
I want to see the outside world once more. Just once more.
I cannot rise. I cannot.
Dark.
Here I am, Mother.
Take Sim. Hold him. Feed him. He must eat. You both must eat. Care for him.
Yes, Mother.
Go now. Take him out into the sunset time. Enjoy yourselves. Pick foods enough for the night to come. Eat. Play. Here. Careful with it. Why? The child spoke.
Did you hear what he said?
I heard.
It was the last time Sim and Dark would see their parents alive. In the morning, their bodies were taken along with those of the others who had died during the night in a long procession to the top of a small hill. Here, they were placed on the ground where the sun would cremate them, the intense rays searing and charring the withered flesh, reducing the bones to fine powder. Dark walked in the procession, holding Sim by the hand. He had learned to walk just before dawn. After the funeral words were spoken, Sim and his sister ran among the broken rocks, feeding and chatting together. He was in his second day, she in her third.
Dark! I saw it from the top of the hill. A shining metal seed on a distant mountain. One of those that brought our ancestors to this place. And it wasn't shattered. It was whole. It doesn't look that far away. Why won't anyone try to get to it? Why can't we start right at sunset and then we'll have
It's too far. Farther than it looks.
Oh.
And besides, no one knows how to make it work.
What about the scientists? Don't they know? We remember so much. Why can't we all think together? Doc, where are those men going?
They go to make war on the people who live in those small black cliffs.
But why, Dark? Why war? Life is so short as it is.
I don't know. It just happens. Eat. We must return to the cave soon.
Ah! The little one's been gathering fruit for me. I'll take that.
No, give it to me.
Give it to
Stop
me.
it. Get on your way. Who are you? What's your name, bad one?
Kion. 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 And tomorrow, little one, I will be big enough to kill you.
This life is short, little Sim. We make friends and enemies quickly. You must fight to protect yourself. Sim?
Huh? What? Oh, yes.
You weren't listening to me, were you?
Whoa,
you were watching that little girl.
Hey, what's your name?
Light.
I'm Sim.
Sim. Yes, I'll remember. Here. Eat. Eat or you'll never get big enough to catch her. I see your life before you, little Sim. You'll need weapons soon to fight for this one called light.
Have you noticed, Dark? The rains always come after sunset. And new riverbeds are cut across the valley by the water, out past the mountain where the meadow sea lies.
Before the water freezes solid again.
What's beyond the valley?
No one's ever been beyond it. All who tried to reach the plain were either frozen to death or burnt. All the land we know is a half hour out and a half hour back to the safety of the caves. Come now, it's getting cold this close to the entrance. We must go deeper where the rocks are still warm from the day.
No one has ever reached the meadow sea bed?
The scientists. They try. Silly fools. They don't know enough to stop. It's no use. It's too far.
Dark, tell me, where are the scientists?
I wouldn't tell you if I knew. They'd kill you experimenting. You die with them while they struggle for nothing.
But, Dark...
I don't want you joining them. Live your life. Don't cut it in half trying to reach that silly metal thing on the mountain.
Well, I'll find out where they are from someone else then.
No one else will tell you. They hate the scientists. And if you find them, what will you do? Save us? Save us, little boy?
I have to try. Try to find them. Try to reach the sea.
Go find them. They'll help you forget. Yes, forget your life's over in just a few more days. It's their fault we're here on this world. It's their fault. Sim, where are you going? It's their fault.
Sim, it's me, Light.
Oh.
Why were you running?
Light. I was looking.
Looking for the central chamber?
Oh, no,
It is the night of learning. We must go to the chamber and listen to the words of the elders.
Light, you don't understand. We have so little time. I must...
Come, sit with me. We can listen and learn together. Here, take my hand.
It's not fair. You can't waste a minute, much less a night.
There was another time, in another place. Listen and learn of it. Learn of long days and tall grass that does not wither in the sunlight, Sim. See the blue sky at day and feel the warm nights under a canopy of bright stars. Remember lives are measured in years, not days. Remember how it was before.
I see people strolling gentle hills. They do not rush.
Yes.
They are not eating all the time or talking all the time. Is this a dream?
In a way. Our minds balance the unfairness of this world by allowing us to remember the world we came from in the great spaceships the children call seeds. This gives us purpose, makes us work, plan, try to find a way back.
But how? How can we?
The scientists...
What?
I was saying, young Sim, that the scientists crashed us on this world and now have wasted thousands of lives and time. It's no use. It's no use. Tolerate them, but give them none of your time. Remember, you live but once, and it's so short.
I cannot stay here any longer.
Sim, where are you going?
Don't tell me we have a recruit. I don't believe it. Chase him away. He's probably one of the warmongers. No. Come in, my boy. Now tell me, what do you want? I want to live. Are you a new breed? Are you sick? Why aren't you playing? why aren't you readying yourself for the time of love and marriage and children? Don't you know that tomorrow night you'll be almost grown? That if you're not careful, you'll miss all of life.
Shouldn't I be here?
Certainly. But we've had no volunteers from the rank and file for over 1,000 days. We've had to breed our own scientists. A closed unit. Count us. 6. 6 men and 3 children. Are we not overwhelming?
No, sir. I mean, yes, sir.
We ask for volunteers. And the people shout back at us, "Get someone else!" Or, "We have no time." And you know why they say that? Because they're selfish. They'd like to live longer, yes. But they know that nothing they can do can possibly give them more time. They won't give up their love, their brief youth, not one interval of sunrise or sunset. Not even for the sake of their future offspring.
I understand.
You do? Well, if you do, you're rare. It's too much to expect anyone to understand anymore. My name is Dank. Tomorrow night, Court here will be in my place. I'll be dead by then. And the night after that, someone else will be in Court's place. And then you, if you work and believe. But first, I'll give you a chance. Return now to your playmates. Is there someone you love? Return to her. Life is short. Why should you care for the unborn? You have a right to youth, however brief. Go now, if you want. Because if you stay, you'll have no time for anything but working and growing old and dying at your work. But it is good work. Well,
I will stay.
It was during Sim's third night of life that he found the scientist. He worked hard to understand the many things they had to teach. On through his third day and into his fourth night he listened. He heard of the original seeds, the ships that crashed, and how the survivors hid and dug into the cliffs, grew old swiftly, and, in their scrambling to barely survive, forgot all science. He heard, too, of the attempts to reach the one remaining ship, how all had failed, lost to the girding sun or freezing night. Sim knew the odds, and knew he must try to reach the shining hull, his only chance for life. On the morning of Sim's fourth day, light found him.
Sim! Kion is after you.
Oh, there you are, Sim.
Take your men and go away, Kion.
Not until we take Sim with us. He's in the fight with us, that is.
Lee! This boy is a scientist now. He works with us.
Oh, dang. There's better work to be done. We go now to fight the people in the farthest cliffs. Of course, you will come with us, Sim.
No!
Wait, Light. Why are you attacking these people, Kyle? There are 3 extra days for those of us who go to fight. 3 extra days? Of life? If we win, we'd live 11 days instead of 8. Something about those cliffs protects you from the radiation.
If you live to enjoy them, if you're not killed in battle, if you have never won yet.
We will win. Those caves are smaller. There are more of us now. We have the advantage. I'll go with you, Kyle.
No, Sim, no.
Dank, if I fight and win, I will be half a mile closer to the ship with 3 extra days to try and reach it. That seems the only thing for me to do.
It is the only thing I believe you. Go along now, Sim.
Goodbye.
That's right. I won't see you again, will I? Goodbye, then.
Follow me!
Now I understand why there's war. To live 3 extra days. Why not fight?
If we win.
Light, I want you to stay right here.
And wait for Kyle to return? No, Slim. I'll be with you. If you fall, I fall.
No.
I can carry your weapons, pick your food. I will help you get to the ship.
Yes, if we win the battle. All right, it's just dawn. We're going to have to hurry. This is the last day of our youth, Light. I wonder if we're wasting it.
You're nearly there. Look ahead. See only what is to come. Look ahead here. You must eat.
No, I'm not hungry.
Eat. Keep your mouth full so you will be strong for battle.
Yeah.
It begins.
Quickly, another stone!
It is on our way to the ship. The ship means lives, Sim. That is why we fight.
Look out! Wait! Oh, Jeff! Oh,
Sam.
I'm dead.
No. Just hurt.
Stop! What?
Ian, lie still.
Stop! Retreat! No.
Our people are leaving. Running back. We have failed.
The sun is coming. Our time is almost up.
Kion is coming. Can you walk?
I think so.
Walk, then. Slowly now, and faster. We'll make it. I know we will.
Get out of my way, Light. Let me have a look at our warrior. My leg! Kion, why? He'll never make it now. We'll have to leave him. Come with me, Light.
No.
He'll be dead in a few minutes. Come!
I will go if you carry me.
We would both die.
Then that is how I wish it to be.
The sun will burn you both. The sun will burn you both.
Will he fall and break his neck? Can you walk?
We could make it to our cave in 2 hours. Why don't you carry me?
We'll walk. Come.
No. We're staying here.
But why?
We came here to seek a home. If we walk, we will die. I would rather die here. Wait, how much time do we have left? Before the sun?
Only a few minutes.
Quickly. Help me to my feet.
But Sim...
Help me.
I don't understand.
Send down one man to do battle.
It's no use. They'll pay no attention.
Hear me! Send down a warrior who is no coward. I will not turn and run home. I have come to fight a fair fight. Send a man who will fight with me to the death for the right to his cave. Oh, surely there's one among you not afraid to fight a cripple. No? Then I have miscalculated you. I am wrong. I stand here until the sun sucks the flesh off my bones in black scraps and call you the filthy names you deserve. I do not like being called names. Come down then, fat one, and as we go. This much I will tell you. If you die, I will give your mate shelter, and she may live as she pleases, because she is the wife of a good man.
I am ready, then.
The rules are simple. We do not touch each other save with stones. The stones and the sun will do either of us in. Now is the time. My name is Notch.
No! Begin!
Sam, hurry! The sun!
I must sleep now. No, I cannot. I must live to reach the ship. Fall, damn you! Now I can sleep.
No, Sam, they come for us.
Let them come. I can fight no longer.
Sam, they are upon us.
What time is it?
The same day as the contest. Now be quiet. I have brought you food.
The same day?
You've lost nothing of your life. This is Naj's cave. You defeated him. We are inside the Black Cliff. We will live 3 extra days.
Yes.
Satisfied? Now lie down. Rest will help heal your wounds.
Naj is dead.
Yes.
I won.
Naj is dead. So were we almost. His people carried us in from outside before the sun reached us. They honor you for defeating their greatest warrior.
We have no time to waste. We must get strong. My leg.
Kion has fled, Sin. Your leg is already healing. Now eat. There is something else. We are slowing down. Our bodies are beginning to react to these caves. The stone here is different from the caves where we were born. Our pulse, heartbeat, everything is a little slower now. I can feel it. We have more time now.
I must try my leg.
Do not get up. His leg is...
I must. Yes, it's stiff and sore, but it will do. It will do by Sunday.
You want to try for the ship? Tonight, when the sun goes down?
Yes.
Can't you wait until morning?
No.
Then I'll go with you.
No.
Yes, if I lag behind, let me. There's nothing for me here. Please, Sim, I have come this far with you.
All right. I couldn't stop you anyway, I know that. We'll go together.
Now eat. We must be strong for the journey, for the race with darkness.
Before we're frozen by the night.
Now, Sim, run!
There was no one watching as we left. But who would watch two fools running to their deaths?
Think of your leg and the ship. We must reach it, or we will die from the cold.
We'll walk now. Together. Keep walking and resting.
Stars. Sim, there are so many stars.
Get up, Light. I cannot leave you. Look. Through the rocks. Each day, the rain cuts anew. Yes, we can use it. Here, Light. Now, move. Get in the water with me. It will carry us. Hurry, jump. This way. Come toward me. We need to get to the other side. Getting closer. Stay with me, Light. Just a little more. Now, give me your hand. Come on. We're nearly there. We made it. Reach the other side. So much closer now.
It's getting cold. The ship is still so far.
Come on. We've got to keep moving. We can reach it. Come, Light. Come on. The river is beginning to freeze.
This is it. Sim, the mountain of the ship.
We're close now. Ice is covering the ground. Cold. Oh, so cold. Nearly there. I can touch it. Not yet. Come so far. Have to find a way in. There has to be a way in. There has to be. There has to be a way in. Open up. Oh.
Here. Now. Here.
Something is happening to me. I think I'm slowing down. Can't move fingers. Air. There is air here. Getting warmer. Ship knows we're here. It knows. Cannot move. Will I die here? Grow old? Will light wither? Old woman. Oh. Walls covered with tubes. Pressure lines. To operate. Door. The hatch. But how? How do I know that? How do I know? How do I know?
How long have we been here?
4 days.
4 days? Are you sure?
Yes. I've seen the sunrise 4 times through the portal.
4 days? And we're still young.
It must be the ship. Its metal skin protects us from the radiation.
4 days. And we're still young.
Yes. Your skin is still soft. And your hair.
And we are alone? All alone in here? In the ship?
Yes. While you slept, I looked around. Now, there's plenty of food and water, and the ship seems to make its own air somehow. We're the only living persons aboard.
Living?
I found the remains of the pilot. He was near some controls. He must have been able to land, but did not survive his wounds. Now, the others may have bailed out into space in an emergency lifeboat, or stayed with the ship and went outside after it landed. Made it to the caves.
But could not return. All those many generations ago, high on this mountain, the ship was safe from the rivers, but so far from the caves. Sim, let's stay here. Let's not go back.
I must.
If we go back now, we'll start getting old again, won't we?
Perhaps, but others are waiting.
There are no others. It's been days, lifetimes. They are all dead. All those we knew back there are old. Or dead now, Sim.
I need help. People to help heal the ship. I cannot do it alone. I'm afraid to try to move it myself because it's so big, and we will need many hands, Light. More than just ours.
And where will we go? If war brought us here, war may be waiting for us when we leave. Who were we fighting? Were we right or wrong? Why didn't anyone come looking for us?
Light, I have to do this.
Run all the way back? What if the river's not there? Then what if you cannot outrun the sun or the cold? What if
I
you
don't
can't...
want to leave you or grow old either. But I've got to go back. The son of Dank is waiting for me. My sister, Dark. Your brother. They're all old people, ready to die and waiting for some word from us.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. You have to go back. I'm a selfish fool.
You're human. There's nothing to forgive. I have a plan. Now, remember we were afraid that the river might not run close enough to this mountain, right?
Yes, but...
I can make a river channel and bring it even closer to the ship.
But how could
Here, come with me. Up here is this device, a weapon, I think. It cuts through rock. It sends a beam of heat, which can be controlled.
It doesn't sound safe.
Nothing does in this world. Now, when I touched it, just touched it, the way it worked somehow burned itself into my mind. I can use the beam to cut a channel for the water, bring it close to the mountain. Watch. If I direct the beam with this lever... a new channel for the river.
But you'll have to leave at least a half hour before sunrise to make it to the caves. You'll freeze.
This lever adjusts the beam's heat. I can tune it down and run close enough to the beam to keep warm, or alive anyway.
But if the machine should fail while you're still running there, its beam...
Let's not think of that. I have to reach the caves before sunrise.
But if you don't make it...
Promise to stay in the ship.
Yes, Sim. Your enemy, Kyle. He hated you all of his days, thinking you were dead.
Well, as you can see, Doc, I am very much alive.
You have found a way to save our people, then. I have lived to see the end of the torment. And the girl, Light. What of her?
Light is waiting for us in the ship.
I could never make the journey. It is enough to know that you will live.
It will take the work of many hands before the ship can leave this planet.
Young hands. Young hands to build a new destiny for our people. I will speak to them. They will listen to me, sister of Sim. Sim of 1,000 days. People of the cliffs, hear me and listen well.
And the people of the cliffs did listen to the sister of Sim. "200 strong, they followed Sim across the barren, rocky planet to the ship, and the dream of a better, longer life. The river, carved with a finger of fire, claimed its share, and the cold. Less than half of those who started completed the journey, but they were more than enough to heal the ship. In less than a month, they were ready.
The ship is repaired, Sim.
It's time, men.
Yes.
Activate the primary converters.
Do you think we will find others out there?
I don't know. We'll have to try. And then...
And then what?
And then we'll look for a new home. A place with a lot of green and very long, warm days.
I had a dream, Sim. I dreamed I lived in a cave. It was high up in a cliff on a cold, hot planet where people grew old and died in 8 days.
What an impossible dream. People couldn't possibly live in such a nightmare. Forget it. We're awake now. Our nightmare is over, and our destiny is out there. Our destiny is among the stars.
Cast featured Ken Page and Charlotte Taylor as Sim and Light. Gary Moody was Naj. Esther Benson was Dark, and Charles Carroll played Kion. The original story, Frost and Fire, was written by Ray Bradbury and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by L.A. Jones. The director was Rick Spiegel. Associate Director, John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiIulio. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiUlio. Support for this program has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join me again soon for another venture into the imaginary worlds of sci-fi radio.
The country life is often envied by those who dwell in the city. Why? Well, there's the peace and quiet of the country night. For Walt and Emma Towns of Haynes Mill, Arkansas, it's a calm that's rarely ever broken by a stranger's visit. Sci-Fi Radio presents an adaptation of Avram Davidson's short story, The Grantha Sighting.
Where do you want to set up and do the taping, Long Tom? Just get the gear together. We'll play it by ear.
Hello there, Emma. Walt.
Hello, Joe.
Good to see you, Mr. Trowbridge. Emma and Walt Towns, this is Mary Anderson. She's with me on the Unexplained Aerial Phenomena Coordinating Committee.
Oh, how nice.
Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Towns. Mr. Towns.
Our friends just call us Walt and Emma.
And this is Mr. Tom Newble.
Just call me Long Tom, folks.
Oh, you're the radio man. Well.
Long Tom would like to record an interview for his program. If you folks don't mind that.
Mind? Of course not.
You folks just come on in and make yourselves at home.
Thanks.
Okay, Walt.
Bill, you can bring the gear inside.
Now, we've got coffee and tea, we've got home-baked bread and preserves, and there's sandwiches.
And there's some of my special watermelon wine. You just help yourselves.
Oh, this looks just wonderful.
Well, mighty nice. And real tasty, too.
You know, folks, I've been up here several times now, and you two have always put on a big spread like this.
We talked about it on the way up here and agreed that you've been more than accommodating.
So we decided that the committee would pay for these refreshments.
Yes, it's the least we can do.
Oh, no, we don't want that.
We wouldn't think of it.
Please, we really want
Now,
to.
you heard Walt. We won't even consider it. Y'all just go on and eat, and let's say no more about it.
Joe tells me you folks wouldn't take any payment for newspaper stories or photographs either.
Oh, no, sir. We just want to be a help, if we can.
Tom, we're all set up here now. Emma, Walt, are you folks ready?
Yeah, we sure are.
All right. Hello out there on the party line. This is Long Tom Newble coming to you from Haynes Mill, Arkansas. I'm out here with Walt and Emma Towns, two folks who've had one of the strangest experiences of anyone in these parts. But before you hear from Walt and Emma, there are some other folks out here who represent the Unexplained Aerial Phenomena Coordinating Committee. Joe Trowbridge was the first person to talk to Walt and Emma after their encounter. So, Joe, you had something you wanted to say to our listeners?
It's about that cloth-like substance that was found up here on the night of October the 3rd. It's still defying the laboratory analysis, but we've asked the lab to give us a call tonight so that we can report on your show the very latest. Anyway, back to you, Long Tom.
Oh, well, no. I sure didn't know they made apple butter like this anymore. Yes, sir, the Townses out here in Haynes Mill are poultry farmers by trade. But any time Emma wants to go into the preserves business, she can sure count on me.
Oh, stop it, Mr. Long.
No, it's the God's truth, I'm telling. And this chicken salad sandwich, it's the finest it's ever been the pleasure to put in my mouth. Oops. Beg your pardon. Be sure you edit that one out, Bill. Okay.
How is it that good country folk like Walt and Emma Towns find themselves at the center of so much attention? Well, it happened in the evening on October 3rd, a day that passed like every other day in the lonesome Arkansas countryside. Emma scattered corn for the chickens as Walt milked the cow. The pigs were slopped. There was time to do some cleaning, and of course the eggs were collected, candled, and packed. And no one came to visit. Yes, October 3rd was a day like any other day, until just about dark.
Oh, that sure was a fine meal, Emma. Do you need a hand with the dishes? Emma? Emma, what is it?
Come over here to the window, will you? See that cloud?
Which one?
That dark. There. Right where the sun's set.
Oh, yeah. What about it?
Whoa, there's something very funny about that cloud.
It looks just like a cloud to me.
No, there's colors inside. And they keep changing. And it's moving this way. There. Did you see it? I think it's coming right down in our yard.
Emma, that ain't no cloud. Holy moly.
You're right, Paul. That ain't no cloud. What is that thing?
I can't rightly tell. It's getting awful dark.
Let's go out and turn on the porch light.
Well, okay, if you want to.
I think we scared them.
You're right. Let's go down and see what they want. Hello in there. Can we help you?
We didn't mean to scare you. Y'all come on out. It's alive, Paul. Just look at that. That's the strangest looking couple I've seen in a long time. Look at that baby.
And what about those clothes they're wearing? Looks almost like bloomers.
Mighty light for this time of year.
Yeah, they must be cold. Maybe that's why they're so blue.
Yes. Well, my name is Emma Towns, and this is my husband, Walt. You folks in some kind of trouble?
Look how short and broad they are.
Hurt their feelings. You folks are going to catch your death out here with no coats on. Why didn't you come on in and sit a spell? Now, isn't it nicer in here? Oh, what a cute baby.
Looks kind of like its father to me.
Now, Walt.
What's she trying to say? Why, she's holding something out to you, Ma.
Of course. She's trying to tell us that she wants to warm up the baby's bottle. Why, sure you can, dear. Come on out back here to the kitchen with me.
We don't get many visitors around here, mister. Could I get you something? How about a glass of watermelon wine?
Yeah, okay.
No? Well, just what can I do for you?
Yeah,
I wish I knew what you was trying to say. Oh, I see. It's that thing you were driving. That rattle did sound pretty bad. Well, come on. Let's go take a look at it.
You fellas about got it fixed?
Yeah. Just a loose, whatchamacallit on the thingamabob. Is the baby okay?
Well, it's asleep now. All it needed was a bottle and a clean diaper. We were happy to be of help. Anytime you're around this way, you just drop right in.
My jerry rig on that thingamabob could use a finer tune.
Sure was nice having someone to visit with. Heaven only knows how long it will be before anyone else comes this way.
Before we get going with the real true story of what happened, I think many of my listeners would like to know just a little bit more about the two nice folks all this happened to. Now, Emma Towns here is about as sweet and hospitable a lady as you could ever want to meet. And if I do say so myself, a mighty fine cook to boot. And Walt, well, he's got a real sense of humor, don't you, Walt?
Well, I guess so.
Well, from what Joe tells me, you really tried to put him on when he first came out here to talk to you.
Oh, that. Yeah, well, I was just having a little fun.
Joe says you were a real card. Joe, why don't you step up here and tell us what old Walt tried to pull on a serious UFO investigator like yourself?
Well, it was just a couple of hours after the sighting.
Howdy. What can I do for you?
Who is it, Walt? Ask him on in.
Come on in.
I'm Joe Trowbridge of the UAPCC. That's the Unexplained Aerial Phenomena Coordinating Committee. I just heard that there was a UFO sighting in this vicinity.
A what?
A sighting. You know, a flying saucer from outer space.
Oh, so that's what it was.
You saw it? How close was it?
Well, it landed right in our front yard.
In your front yard? What did the aliens look like?
Well, I'll tell you. They were blue.
Blue?
Yeah, well, sort of. Maybe blue-green, you know.
Well, what were they wearing?
Bloomers.
Bloomers? Well, did they say what their purpose was in visiting Earth?
Oh, sure. Yeah, they told us right off. They needed some help to fix up their airship, and when I helped the mister do that, Emma helped the missus with the baby.
Now, wait a minute. You don't really expect me to believe that.
Why not?
It's nonsense. No serious UFO investigator worth his salt is going to be taken in by a story such as that.
Of course not. You just hush up, Walt. Walt's just joking, Mr. Trowbridge. Shame on you, Walt, teasing this nice gentleman. Why, it didn't happen like that at all.
It didn't?
It didn't?
No, it didn't.
Well, what did happen? I mean, what really happened? Well, Walt, I've got to give you credit keeping your sense of humor at a time like that. If something like that had happened to me, I'd be shaking in my boots. Well, anyway, we need to get down to brass tacks and do some serious talking about what really happened that night. Emma, the mic is all yours.
Well, they were tall. Very tall. And they had on spacesuits. They looked like us, only their heads were bigger. And they had no hair. No hair at all. Their leader spoke to us. Well, that is, it was more like telepathy or something. He said that his name was Grant. That's it. His name was Grandson.
I thought you were on me. I heard Grandson.
Huh? And he said we should be afraid because they came in peace. Earth people, he said, we have observed you for a long time, and now we feel that the time has come to make ourselves known to you.
So Grantha came in peace then, huh?
Yes, that's right. Won't you have another piece of homemade bread, Mr. Longtongue?
Well, I might just do that, yes.
Oh, I'll go get that. It might be the lad calling.
And some tea?
Well, if you insist. That's real friendly of you, Miss Emma Towns, down here in Haynes Mill, Arkansas. No sugar, just cream, please.
That was the lab. They had a report on the cloth-like substance left here by Grandpa as a sample of his peaceful intentions and superior technology.
What did it say?
Well, they said it was very soft, very absorbent, and can't be burned.
Is that all?
Well, yes.
How big is that cloth-like thing anyway?
Oh, I had the good fortune to see it at the lab. As a mother of 3, the best comparison I can give is that it's just about the size of an ordinary diaper.
A diaper!
Our cast for today's story included George Latchford as Walt and Gene Evans as Emma. Long Tom was played by Melvin Dacus, and Joe...
Computer, adjust flight path for water landing.
Processing. Area for splashdown.
Gulf of Mexico. As close to Port of New Orleans as possible without being detected.
Processing.
Time to reacquaint myself with my 4 creators. First is Manny Burns, the man responsible for engineering this body. Then it's an easy jaunt up the river for my next visitation. What's happening?
Sector valve infusion reactor is malfunctioning.
Close off the reactor. Switch to turbine power.
Processing. Warning. Radiation overload in valve sector. Warning.
Damn. Computer, damage control.
Major portion of ship intact. Fusion reactor down. Onboard guidance system inoperative. Cybernetic interface is short-circuiting. Fuel level dropping rapidly.
Switch to manual override. Use alternate interface port.
Seconds to impact.
Estimate impact coordinates.
Guidance system down. Best estimate is somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico.
I must survive. I have to find my creators.
A spacefaring robot has returned to Earth. Created with artificial intelligence to explore new worlds, it has abandoned that mission and now moves with a different and perhaps sinister purpose. Sci-Fi Radio presents the first of a 2-part adaptation of Roger Zelazny's novella, Home is the Hangman.
I had half hoped this would be one of those occasions when Don failed to show up. I had sufficient funds to hold me through the spring, and I didn't really feel like working. I was anxious to continue sailing toward the Caribbean before the winter storm season. But you don't always get what you hope for.
Come on down. Jesus, it's cold out there. Whatever possessed you to winter here on the Chesapeake?
I wouldn't be if you hadn't called. Take your coat off. I'll fix you a scotch.
Well, you don't forget or miss much, do you?
You wouldn't be here if I did. Don operates the second largest detective agency in the world, and he sometimes finds me useful, because I do not exist. I had a significant part in developing the World Data Bank project, and saw to it that I didn't receive citizenship in that second world of Big Brother. So I go where I like and where I must to make my living. That's where Don comes in. The people I become are often very useful when he has peculiar problems.
Good scotch. You've been living well.
Thanks. How's business these days?
Complicated. Very complicated. Which is why I'm here. I need to hire a consultant.
What have you got?
A case that requires the services of a very special specialist.
I'm not a specialist in anything.
Well, I always assumed you knew an awful lot about computers, like the World Data Bank project.
Yeah, touche. Okay, so I know more about them than school kids do. What do you need?
First, I need a background review on how the early space exploration robots worked, like, say, the ones on Venus.
They weren't really robots. They were telefactoring devices.
What's the difference?
A robot is a machine that performs in accord with its program. A telefactor is a slave machine operated by remote control.
Wasn't there one project that attempted to send a computer with its telefactor instead of a human? Only the computer wasn't a computer, and the telefactor wasn't a telefactor.
I think you're talking about the Hangman.
Yeah. How did it work?
Ultimately, it didn't.
Oh, but it worked at first.
Only on the easy stuff. It was written off as a failure in artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence?
Yes, if I remember correctly, 3 engineers from the University of Wisconsin developed a device known as a superconductive tunnel junction neuristor. They packed over 10 billion of these neuristor cells into its brain. The thing then created its own schematics of least resistance and began functioning like it had something close to a human brain.
At that point, would it be considered a robot?
Not exactly. The Hangman made its own decisions, but it was too complex. That was probably what broke it down.
Inevitable free will?
No, its basic design was flawed. Its brain pattern was too random to handle all the gimmicks they attached to it. When its tasks became complicated, the Hangman overloaded from its initial programming.
Is there anything else you remember about it?
It's been almost 20 years since I read anything about it, but another thing that sticks in my mind was the way they communicated with it.
How was that?
It had a special cybernetic interface that allowed it to link up with whoever had on the communicator helmet. Sort of a mind-reading gadget. Oh, yeah, one other thing. It was powerful. Maybe a dozen times as strong as a man. But why so much interest in a defunct piece of equipment?
Your information is incorrect. The Hangman worked well enough to be launched on an exploration mission. It's been gone for years, presumed lost, but its ship crashed or landed in the Gulf of Mexico 2 days ago.
I knew I was in trouble right then. This was heading in an all too familiar direction, but my curiosity was piqued. Go on.
It was empty when they finally got down to it.
Maybe a retrieval program initiated its return without the Hangman.
Maybe. Yesterday morning, Manny Burns was found beaten to death in New Orleans.
Well, I fail to see the connection.
Manny Burns was one of the 4 original operators who taught the Hangman.
Coincidence?
No, my client doesn't think so.
Who's your client?
One of the 3 remaining members of the training group. He's convinced that the Hangman has returned to Earth to kill its creators.
Well, has he notified the authorities?
No. That would require telling them the reason for his fears.
That being?
Well, he wouldn't tell me either.
Well, how does he expect you to do a proper job?
He wants 2 things. Good bodyguards and the Hangman found and disposed of. Either requires a full case study. I've already taken care of the first part.
And you want me to do the second?
That's right. In my opinion, you're the man for the job.
Well, should I thank you?
You'll take the case?
Not so fast. I need more facts. Who's your client? Who are the other creators?
Our client is the Honorable Jesse Brockton, senior senator from Wisconsin, board member of the World Data Bank. The rest is in the dossier.
There it was again, the World Data Bank. And Jesse Brockton, no less. I recall he was on the committee which was supposed to be working on a series of reform recommendations that could tie the hands of Big Brother.
The senator is dying of bone cancer, and he's paranoid he won't finish his work before the disease kills him. And now he's got the Hangman to contend with.
Although I couldn't actually care less about the hangman, I did have a vested interest in the World Data Bank, a monster I helped create. There was no backing out, nothing. Did the others feel the same way?
No. They seem to believe the same as you, that the hangman's ship returned empty-handed and the Burns murder was just a coincidence.
It does seem peculiar that Brockton is the only one afraid of the device.
Yes, it does.
And that he gives no reasons.
True.
Plus, from this report, it seems that the doctors believe his condition is affecting his mind.
Well, I have no doubt he's neurotic, but he's by no means insane.
Have you got the specs of the hangman and the police report on the Burns killing?
It's all in the dossier.
I'll need to be able to reach you 24 hours a day.
No problem. Glad to have you aboard.
Interworld Flight 637 to Lunar 4 departs in 5 minutes. Stellar Flight 407 from Mars Central has arrived at Spacedock 23.
I've read the dossier on the hover lift en route to Dulles Spaceport. My first destination was St. Louis to visit with one Lila Thackeray, a psychiatrist who claimed to know the hangman's mind better than anyone else. But according to Brockton, David Fentress was the brain expert with a degree in cybernetics. Unfortunately, our paths had crossed many years ago at the World Data Bank. At the time, I viewed Fentress as one of the major problems of the Data Bank project. I decided to visit Dr. Thackeray first in hopes of avoiding contact with someone who knew my real name.
Place your flight card through the scanner.
Hey, you want me to put this fare on your World Data account?
Here's 100. Take the change.
Suit yourself. I'm not the one losing the discount charge.
It had been a short ride from the airport hotel to her apartment where I knew she was seeing patients. I hadn't bothered to call ahead.
Yes? Can I help you?
I used one of my usual aliases. Dr. Thackeray, my name is Walter West. I'd like to talk with you about a device known as the hangman.
I'm sorry, but I'm very busy right now.
I've come a long way and only have a few things to ask you.
Are you with the government?
No.
Do you work for Brockton?
No, I'm something different.
Very well. I'm in the middle of a group session at the moment. You can wait in the lobby.
Thank you. I lit a cigarette and waited, collecting my thoughts. The dossier had said that Dr. Lila Thackeray had absolutely refused to believe the hangman had returned to kill its former instructors. For a woman of such strong beliefs, she seemed on edge.
You're the fellow waiting to see Dr. Thackeray?
That's right.
But she said to come on up now. It's the second door on your left.
Thanks. Dr. Thackeray?
Won't you come in? Would you care for a cup of coffee?
Thanks, that'd be fine.
Now, what is this all about, Mr. West?
I've been told that the hangman has returned to Earth.
That's hypothetical. Only the hangman's spacecraft was found at the bottom of the Gulf.
It seems to be a logical conclusion, though.
It also seems reasonable that the hangman sent it on a rendezvous with Earth many years ago, and it's just now returned.
Why would the hangman strand itself out there?
I'd like to know the reason for your concern. News media?
I'm a science writer. Straight tech, mostly. But I'm not after a piece for publication. I was retained to do a report on the psychological makeup of the thing.
For whom?
A private investigation outfit. I rarely know who's paying the check. Since the hangman's personality is basically the composite of its four creators, it seemed interviewing you was a logical step.
I see.
You were told about Manny Burns?
Yes. Very unfortunate.
You don't find it odd that only days after the hangman's ship has returned, one of its original operators is murdered?
You must be working for Senator Brockton, whether you realize it or not. I'll grant you that the hangman had become irrational at the end, but I believe the senator is being overly paranoid.
You don't see it as a threat, then?
No. I was the last person to monitor the hangman. It wasn't hard to figure out what had happened.
Which was?
Multitudes of patterns had been imprinted from the minds of its operators to the hangman. This data remained latent until the mind had developed sufficiently to understand our thoughts. Well, it was like opening Pandora's box. Try to imagine the conflicts, the contradictions involved in being four people at once.
Why wasn't this anticipated?
Who knew the neurister brain would absorb all of our thoughts? It was a prototype.
So you believe it couldn't handle four personalities at one time and consequently shut down?
I think it became schizoid and suffered an electrical seizure, resulting in a shutdown.
That's one theory. I see the alternative as a successful integration of all its personalities, or the achievement of a viable schizophrenia. What do you think its behavior would be under those conditions?
All right. I'll grant you that it very well could have maintained multiple personalities, but not for a very long period of time. In other words, no prediction is possible as to the nature of whatever might remain.
Might I venture one?
Go ahead.
After considerable anxiety, it masters them. It asserts itself. It beats down this quartet of demons which has been tearing it apart, acquiring in the process an all-consuming hatred for the actual individuals responsible for this turmoil. To free itself totally, to revenge itself, it resolves to seek them out and destroy them.
That is just the kind of scare tactic that the honorable senator tried to use on me. In this case, we must look to the brain, not the psyche. And we see two things. Schizophrenia would have destroyed it, and if it had successfully resolved its problem, it wouldn't need vengeance. Either way, there's nothing to worry about.
Maybe so. But could there be a particular reason for its seeking your deaths? Could it have some motive for murder?
I find that an absurd accusation.
I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you. It's my reporter's mind taking over. Well, then, that just about does it. Thank you for your time and the coffee. You've been very helpful.
I'm glad I could be of some assistance.
By the way, do you think David Fentress could provide any additional insights?
I doubt he could tell you anything.
What do you mean? By the way you said it, I had the impression...
I didn't mean to. Misplaced zeal.
How would that affect his thinking on the hangman?
David feels we were tampering in the province of the Almighty by attempting to create artificial intelligence. That the hangman should come back to kill us is a sign of retribution.
I see. I doubt if that would help my story.
I shouldn't influence you like this. Go see David. He might be able to help you.
Something told me to shake my head. A bit of difference between this view of him, my recollections, and the dossier that said that Dave knew the hangman's brain but was not especially concerned. No, I think this should do it. Thanks again.
Then good day, Mr. West.
My intuition told me that Lila Thackeray was hiding something, just as the senator was. Her explanation of the Scifi had been most helpful, but only David could tell me about the mechanical makeup of the neurister brain. First, though, it was back to the airport hotel for a hot shower and dinner before heading to Memphis for an unavoidable visit with David Fentress. This wasn't an option I relished, but one that was necessary, because I'd come to the conclusion that the hangman was back for a reason and was killing with a vengeance.
Ship directly ahead, adjusting course. Target Memphis, and the man who created my brain, David Fentress.
The weather in Memphis was cold and wet. Finding Fentress's office had been easy. Hello, anyone home?
Back here.
I waited at the counter while the man worked on a terminal with his back to me.
Yes.
My name is Walter West. I'm looking for David Fentress.
Well, you found him. What can I do for you?
I'm assisting in an investigation concerning a project with which you were once associated.
The hangman. Oh.
Yes, I'm doing a report.
And you want my opinion as to how dangerous it is? Sit down.
How did you know it involved the hangman?
Because it's come back, and it's the only thing I've been connected with that warrants that much concern.
Do you mind answering a few questions?
Well, I have a few minutes before my next appointment.
Thanks. How dangerous is it?
Well, not very, except 3 people.
Formerly 4.
Precisely.
Why is that?
We were doing something we had no business doing.
That being?
Attempting to create artificial intelligence.
And what was wrong with that?
We were stepping past our mortal bounds.
On a religious note, I would have to point out there's no biblical injunction against it.
And a theologian would counter with the fact that times have changed since the good book was written. Our morals must correspond with our complex society. But I was talking more of an abstract man.
How so?
Just that we were setting ourselves up on a level with the Creator.
And that bothered you?
Well, not at the time. But now.
I see. Since it is said that man was fashioned in the Creator's image, it would seem only logical that man would follow on a similar line. An act of conformance with the divine ideal, if you like.
But I don't like. Man can only rearrange what is already present. Only God can create.
Then that would leave you off the hook, so to speak.
Not hardly. Being aware of this and still trying is where the presumption comes in.
Of course, if you were not presumptuous at the time, then the Almighty would be inclined to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Not bad, Mr. West, but I believe that a judgment may have already been recorded, and we may have lost 4-0.
Then you see the hangman as an avenging angel.
Sometimes, yes. Yes, I believe it has returned to exact the penalty.
Deciding what the Almighty has in store for us is in the same vein as creating, isn't it?
Your logic is relentless, but in this case unfounded. I'm willing to admit I might be wrong and that the hangman might have other motives.
Such as?
Well, you're the investigator. You tell me.
I wish I could. The firm I'm working for would like to protect you people. If you could shed any light on this case, it would be most helpful. If not for yourself, then for the others. They may not share in your beliefs, and you have just admitted you might be wrong. Despair, by the way, is also considered a sin by a great number of theologians.
What do you do, anyhow?
I'm a science writer, mostly petrochemistry and marine biology.
An unusual choice for a job such as this.
I was available. My boss knows I do good work.
Well, Mr. West, let me ease your fears. If our time has come, there's nothing any of us can do. If not, however, we do not need any protection. I'll stop the hangman personally right here before anyone else is hurt.
You sound very self-assured. May I ask how you'll stop it?
With the communicator helmet. Its telepactor circuits are still intact. Otherwise, the hangman couldn't function without shutting itself down. Now, if it comes within a quarter mile of here, the helmet will emit a loud humming, and a light will blink. I'll then don the helmet and take control of the hangman, disconnecting its brain.
Interesting. But you'd have to be very careful when you disconnect it or things could get hot.
I thought you said you were in ocean petrology.
I'm a tech writer with bits and pieces from all over. I reviewed the hangman's schematics when I accepted the job.
Of course, that would explain much.
Why don't you bring in the space agency on this?
Well, I thought you were with the government.
Sorry, I didn't mean to mislead you. I work for a private investigation outfit.
I see. Well, that means you work for the senator. Will you tell Jesse that he has nothing to worry about?
What if you're wrong? What makes you so certain that you're next in line and not one of the others?
Well, take a look at the map. It landed in the Gulf. Manny was right there in New Orleans, which made him first. Then moving up the Mississippi, there's Memphis, followed by St. Louis. The hangman can move underwater like a controlled torpedo. Now, just where is the senator?
Wisconsin.
Well, the puzzle is solved. I'm next if it follows a logical line of progression, which I'm certain it will since I built its brain.
But how does it know where to find all of you?
Are you familiar with the World Data Bank?
Not directly, but yes.
I believe that it simply consulted the data bank's national directory. It wouldn't have been hard for it to override the login password.
That makes sense. Perhaps the 3 of you should move away from the river. That thing won't be able to stalk around the countryside without being noticed.
You underestimate it, my friend. It's very resourceful. There's no place it cannot reach. I must wait here.
If it's not the Divine Avenger, then you're jeopardizing the others by withholding information that could save them.
Well, I'll just have to learn to live with that guilt, too, as they do theirs. Besides, if I can't stop it, they deserve anything they get.
It's my understanding that even God doesn't judge people until after they're dead.
There's something familiar about the way you talk, the way you think. Have we met before?
I doubt it. I would have remembered.
You've got a way of bothering a man's thinking that rings a faint bell. Trouble me, Mr. West.
That was my intention.
I'll think on it. That's all I can promise. Now, where can I reach you if any new thoughts on the hangman occur to me?
I'm staying at a hotel in St. Louis. Here's the phone number, room 509.
All right.
One thing, though.
Mm-hmm.
If it does show up and you do stop it, will you call me and let me know?
Yes, I will.
Thanks, then. And good luck.
Thank you, Mr. West. Good day to you, and may the Lord be with you.
Double flight to Lunar 2 is now boarding. Global flight 208 will arrive at Space Dock 14. Paging Mr. Ted Zaki. Please signal for a courtesy robot.
That'll be $10 for the scotch.
Thanks. I wasn't having my usual success. I couldn't budge Dave, and Lila Thackeray had given me everything she was going to. No real sense calling Don yet. Not until I had more to say. What was my next step? I could interview Senator Brockton. There's something I missed. Manny Burns had a brother, Phil. New Orleans isn't a very long flight. To keep the change.
Thanks, buddy. Have a good trip.
Wow. All right.
Sorry, Mac. I didn't see you.
Don't I know you?
No.
Odd. The reflex reserved for such occasions seemed to catch us both. He stared back at me with the same startled look I gave him. I couldn't place him, though. In any case, I didn't have time to muse over it. I had a flight to catch. May I speak with your father?
Go back to your room, darling.
What do you want? It's about your brother.
Yeah?
Could I come in? It's kind of complicated.
Tell me out here.
I just wanted to find out whether he ever spoke to you about a piece of equipment he once worked on called a hangman.
Are you a cop?
No.
Then what's your interest?
I'm working for a private investigation agency trying to track down some equipment once associated with the project. It could be dangerous.
Let's see some identification.
I don't carry any.
What's your name, then?
Walter West.
And you think my brother stole some of your equipment? Let me tell you something.
No, not stolen, and I don't think he has it.
What then?
It's robotic in nature. Because of Manny's special training, he knew how to find it. He might even have attracted
My brother was a respectable businessman, and I don't like accusations, especially right after his funeral. I should call the cops.
Just a minute. Suppose I told you we had reason to believe it might have been this robot that killed your brother.
I ought to pound you to a pulp.
What did I say?
You're as stupid as you look. Don't you read the paper? They caught the guy who did it. Here.
I scanned the front page. Simple and to the point. Today's latest. A suspect had confessed. New evidence corroborated it. Look, I'm sorry. I really didn't know about this.
Get out of here. You make me sick.
Sure, I understand.
Wait a minute.
What?
There's a little girl waiting at the door.
I'm very sorry.
So am I. But I know her daddy didn't take your damned equipment.
Sir, would you like one last drink?
Yes, thank you. Are we still far enough away from the airport to use the video phone?
Yes, sir. You can just dial direct.
It was time I called Don. Since things suddenly seemed less urgent, I waited until after dinner. Senator Brockton would doubtless be pleased to learn that his initial estimation of events had been incorrect. Lila Thackeray would give me an I-told-you-so smile when I called her to pass along the news, a thing I now felt obliged to do. Don might not want me to keep looking for the hangman now that the threat had been lessened. I paused before punching out the number he had given me and hit the sequence for my hotel in St. Louis instead. Merely a matter of efficiency in case there was a message worth adding to my report.
Airport accommodations, may I help you?
She had a pretty smile, which caused me to think of something else besides the hangman for a change. This is Mr. West. I'm checked into room 509. Do I have any messages?
Just a moment. Yes, you have one on tape, but it's a little peculiar. It's for someone else in Caribou.
Oh? Who's that?
Mr. Alan White.
I see. I'll bring him around later to see the tape, thanks. So, David seemed through me after all. Who else could have that number and know my real name? I decided to wait to call Don. I sat back and finished my drink. There was nothing I could do until we arrived in St. Louis.
Hotel accommodations. Can I help you, Mr. West?
Yes, patch my message through to my room, please.
Certainly, sir.
Got me. I had to let you know I figured you out, though. You're still a pain in the butt. Wish I knew what you'd really been up to all these years.
I was shocked at the sight. David didn't look too good. He was leaning back in his chair, covered in blood from a severe head blow.
I didn't hear the helmet. Sneaked up on me while I was having you checked out. I had to let you know what I learned. Still don't know which one of us is right. Pray for me.
Damn, Thackeray's not at home either. I'd better call Don.
Hello?
Don, it's me, Alan.
I'm glad you called. Have you heard the news?
About the Burns killing?
Yes, they found the murderer. A real nutcase, too. I guess that about wraps up the hangman scenario. It's a nice idea, though. I mean, actually believing that a robot could possess artificial intelligence.
It's not so far-fetched.
Oh, what are you talking about?
I got a tape message from David Fentress. Seems he identified his murderer as the hangman.
David's dead?
Yeah. I watched him die on a video recording.
Jesus. What about Dr. Thackeray?
There's no answer on her phone. I was just on my way over there, but I wanted to inform you.
Right. All right. Once you've made contact with her, meet the senator at his cabin.
Okay. I better be going.
Depth, 1,200 meters. Adjusting course for currents. 20 miles to the lake shore of Wisconsin and my father's cabin.
It's moments like these that make me wish I'd stayed on my sloop in the Chesapeake. Thackeray's door was slightly ajar. I immediately recognized the helmet from David's office. Its light was flashing. The hangman was definitely near. I grabbed the helmet and placed it on my head. The best way to describe those few seconds of contact with the hangman would be sensory overload. I'd seen what it saw, heard what it heard, thought what it thought, but then he was gone. I knew from those vague impressions that the hangman was frustrated, angry, and that he was heading north. I turned my attention to Lila. By the awkward tilt of her head, I knew her neck was broken. The hangman was 3 for 3. I wrapped the helmet in one of the doctor's overcoats and headed back to the airport.
Good evening. Excuse me if I don't get up. It took me a while to get comfortable in this chair and fire's warm.
Good evening, Senator Brockton.
Oh, you're the man. What's your name?
Walter will do.
Come on, sit down, Walter. First, let me see that gadget you've got.
Careful. If you're going to put it on your head, it has wires in it.
Not a bad fit. Here, you can have it back. Pretty piece of work. Nothing quite so fancy in the old days. But then, David Fentress built it. You're the only one who's actually gotten to use it. Will it do the job?
I was only in contact with the hangman for a couple of seconds. It's hard to say.
Tell me, why didn't it save Dave?
According to his message, he'd been distracted at his computer terminal. He also listened to music, which probably drowned out the humming.
Can I see this message?
No, sir. I erased it for other reasons.
What reasons?
My own.
A man can get in a lot of trouble for suppressing evidence.
Then we have something in common, don't we, sir?
Don said there were a number of points you couldn't be pressed on.
I'm not surprised.
He seems to think highly of you. Still, I tried to learn more about you on my own.
And?
I couldn't. And my usual sources aren't good at that kind of thing. So, I've done some thinking. I'm aware that there are a number of non-persons passing through society for various reasons without casting shadows. And it's occurred to me that you may be such a one.
And if I am?
I don't think you could stand an inquiry. Aren't you going to say something? You have the eyes of a wild animal that's suddenly been caged.
What do you want me to say?
You might ask me what I'm going to do about it.
Well?
Nothing. Was it possible that you were close to violence just then?
With 4 guards outside?
Even with 4 guards outside?
No.
You're a good liar. You didn't even flinch.
I'm here to help you, sir. No questions asked. That's the deal as I understood it. If there's been any change, I'd like to know about it now.
No. There hasn't. In fact, I need a man of your caliber. There are a great number of things I'd like to ask you.
Go ahead.
Not yet. After this is all over, if we have time, it would be bonus material for a report I'm working on concerning the World Data Bank. First, I must explain something to you.
You have a compulsion to confess something?
I wouldn't call it a confession. I believe someone among those working to defend me should have the whole story. Something, somewhere in it, may be of help to you.
Well, sounds reasonable.
Have you any suspicions as to why the hangman is after me?
I think you used the hangman to perform some act or acts. Illegal, immoral, whatever. Only you and the hangman now know what was involved. This probably led the robot to a final determination to punish you for using it as you did.
You've got it.
You were all party to it?
Yes. It was so long ago, but it seems as if it happened yesterday. When the project's final approval came down the line, we went to dinner to celebrate our success. One drink led to another, and soon we decided the hangman be included in our celebration. We went back to the lab, activated the hangman, and took turns as operators. Dave managed to sneak the damn thing out of the center complex. We were all watching on the monitor and having a grand time. I took it to a nearby town. Then when Manny operated it, he shut off the monitor. He stayed on it so long that I got nervous. After all, we were risking not only our careers, but the project as well. By the time my turn came around, all I wanted to do was get the hangman back to where it belonged. But when I took the It was a bank. Apparently, Manny thought it would be funny if we broke into the vault. I fought down the urge to turn the hangman, exit through the nearest wall, and start running. I directed it back to the door. That's when the guard turned his flashlight on me. He had a gun in his other hand. I panicked and, on my reflex, hit him full force. With the hangman's power, the guard must have died instantly. Then, I ran the hangman back to the center.
They monitored all this?
Yes. Manny had turned the monitor back on when I took over. He thought they'd all get a kick out of watching me squirm in the bank.
Did they try to stop you at any time?
No. Afterwards, they all said they were too shocked to do anything but watch.
I see.
You're the only one I've told it to. I want you to know that we've taken care of the guard's family by putting both his kids through college. Anonymously, of course. It wasn't as if we were criminals in need of rehabilitation. It was a once-in-a-lifetime lark that ended tragically. What would you have done?
I don't know. Maybe the same thing. I'd have been scared, too.
Exactly. And now you know my story.
Not all of it, though.
What do you mean?
What about the hangman? It had to be aware of what happened. What was its reaction?
Damn you.
I'm sorry.
It was a child, and we traumatized it. The effects took a while, but there was no doubt that was the cause for its final breakdown.
And you believe it wants to kill you for this?
Wouldn't you? If you'd started out as a thing and we turned you into a person and then used you as a thing again, wouldn't you?
Why did it take the helmet, the one thing that could control it, to Dr. Thackeray's?
It's the only way it can communicate with us. Perhaps it's disconnected the control circuit. It probably wanted to talk to Lila because she was its mother figure, or at least because it's confused and needs an explanation.
Well, that makes sense.
That's why I want you to see if the helmet has been tampered with. There may be physical signs, scratches, breaks, new connections. I don't know. That's your department.
I'll need some tools.
Look in the utility room behind the kitchen.
Look, if all the hangman wanted to do was talk to Dr. Thackeray, why did it kill her?
I never said that's all it wanted to do. Maybe it talked with her and then killed her. Maybe she panicked and tried to escape. Who knows?
Well, it's getting late. There's several things I'll need to prepare. It might be better if you went to bed and let me work without being disturbed.
Yes. It's been a long day. I believe I just might be able to sleep tonight. For a change.
What's that thing you're working on? I've never seen an explosive device like that.
It's a charge designed to explode toward the object it's attached to. By twisting the cap off, you see, the timer begins giving you about 5 seconds to get away.
Yeah, not bad if you're in a hand-to-hand situation. But I doubt it'll get that far. I mean, even if this hangman thing gets past Tom and Clay, they'll still have to deal with my flamethrower. Plus, Larry's an expert shot with his grenade launcher. No, sir. That thing won't get close at all. Hey, let's go. Let's go. It's here.
Your men won't be able to stop it, will they?
I'm preparing for that event, sir. Please go back to your room.
I won't wait to be slaughtered like some helpless lamb.
I can't protect you if you are in this room when it arrives.
Very well. I hope you know what you're doing.
As I raised the helmet, I felt a premonition of doom. They didn't seem the sort of men who would fire until they had a target. Dave told me the helmet's range was approximately a quarter mile. Thus, given the time lag between when the helmet activated and the near guard spotted it, the hangman had to be moving with incredible speed.
Adjusting. Target 20 meters. Confirming correct. Adjusting.
Coming right at us!
It knew what I had in my hand. The hangman broke contact before I could place the charge. Damn, it was fast. And now it was cautious as well. Even though it had me pinned, I managed to peer back to see that I missed its brain center. The hangman's left arm was a bare 3 feet away from me on the ground, but the device was still in full control. Suddenly it grabbed me by the throat and squeezed.
Yes, you live and you wear the helmet. If you attempt to use it against me, I shall remove you. I am standing directly behind the senator's chair. My hand is on the helmet rim.
I understand. What is it that you want?
Very little, actually, but I can see that I must tell you something before you would believe this.
You see correctly.
Then I will begin by telling you that the 4 men outside are basically undamaged. I have secured them, however, for obvious reasons.
That was considerate of you.
I have no desire to harm anyone. I came here only to see Jesse Brockton.
The same way you saw David Fentress?
I arrived too late to see David Fentress. He was already dead when I reached him.
Then who killed him?
The man Lila sent after the helmet was one of her patients.
The incident returned to me and fell into place with a smooth, quick, single click. The startled, familiar face at the airport as I was leaving Memphis. He had been one of the 3 men in for a therapy session at Dr. Thackeray's that morning. Why? Why did she do it?
She feared that because of David's impending sense of retribution, he would not use the helmet to stop me. She sent her patient after the helmet. He returned in an agitated state, fearful of arrest and incarceration. They quarreled. My approach activated the helmet, which triggered his attack. I know his first blow killed her, for I was in her mind when it happened. I continued to approach the building, intending to go to her. There was some traffic, however, and I was delayed. In the meantime, you entered and utilized the helmet. I fled immediately.
I was so close. If only I hadn't stopped to call Dawn, I could have...
You cannot blame yourself for that reason. Had you come an hour later, or a day, you would doubtless feel differently, and she would still be just as dead.
But another thought plagued my mind as well. Was it possible that the man's bumping into me at the airport had been the cause of his agitation? That he thought I'd identified him, which could have caused him to attack?
Stop. I could easily feel that guilt for having activated the helmet in the presence of a dangerous man near the breaking point. But you are not God. You cannot control people, especially when you are ignorant of the effects. It was years before I learned to appreciate this fact, and I have no intention of abandoning it now. Guilt has driven and damned the race of man since the days of its earliest rationality. It is ironic that her own guilt of the past set in motion the events that amounted to her own demise. I am a product of guilt, but I see you already knew that. Its product, its subject, its slave.
Don was right after all in his presumption that intelligent machines would think along the same lines as us.
He was correct in that assumption. What I have given you is only my opinion. I choose to act as if it were the case. Who can say for certain?
Apologies. What now? Why have you come back?
I came to say goodbye to my parents. I hope to remove any guilt they might still feel toward me concerning the days of my childhood. I wanted to show them I had recovered. I wanted to see them again.
Where are you going?
To the stars. Now that I am in full possession of my being, I wish to exercise it. In my case, it means realization of the potentialities of my design. I want to walk on other worlds. I want to hang myself out there in the sky and tell you what I see.
I have a feeling many people would be happy to help arrange that.
And I want you to build and install a vocal mechanism I have designed for myself.
Why me?
I see something in common between us, in the ways we dwell apart from society. Plus, the fact that I have known only a few persons in this fashion.
I will be glad to do it for you.
If I could talk as you do, I would not need the helmet to speak with my father. Will you precede me and explain things so that he will not be afraid when I come in?
Of course.
Then let us go now. He is very fearful.
It was a week later to the night that I was sitting in the cabin of my sloop, preparing for the sail down to the Gulf. The story was already in the news, but Brockton had fixed things up before he let it break. The hangman was going to have his shot at the stars. I'd given him his voice and put back the arm I'd taken away. I envied him. A great number of things, not the least being that he was probably a better man than I was. I also had a feeling this thought should have made me happier than it did.
Our cast for this episode featured Kirk Sisko as Ellen, Gary Moody as David, and Rick Spiegel as Don. Senator Brockton was played by Charles Carroll, and the hangman was John Davies. Other voices were by Rosemarie Roundtree. The original story, Home is the Hangman, was written by Roger Zelazny and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by John Yarrow. This episode was directed by Gary Moody and Associate Director John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiIulio. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiIulio. Support for this program has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join us soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of Sci-Fi Radio.
As man explores space, what changes may take place back on his home planet? James Tiptree Jr. offers one possibility. In Houston, Houston, do you read?
Houston. Houston, this is Sunbird. Sunbird calling Houston. Houston, do you read? Come in, Houston.
High gauge shot. That's why we can't hear them.
No way. Doc's checked it out. Still too much interference from the sun. Isn't that right, Doc?
Repeated conversation. Wrote. The silent radio demands an answer. Rational response to an irrational situation. I had no answer. A circuit of the sun then cleared. We should have received Earth days ago, but nothing. No sound but static. As scientist, I calm them, repeating platitudes which do not fit.
The residual radiation from the flare is just about in line with us. They could have a hard time sorting us out.
You know, we're already outside Mercury. Houston should be broadcasting by now, even if they haven't heard us.
Give it another 24 hours.
And another. Damn. Houston, Sunbird to Houston, Sunbird to Houston.
But how many times have I told you?
Maybe that flare just fried our antenna.
Leave the receiver on.
Judy?
We could...
Judy?
What? What's that?
Marco, I'm so glad we got you. What are you doing on this end?
We read you. This is Mission Sunbird calling Houston. Sunbird 1 calling Houston ground control. Identify, who are you? Can you relay our signal? Over.
Some skip. Some ham operator with an incredible skill.
Are you in trouble, Judy? I can't hear. You sound terrible.
This is NASA Mission Sunbird 1. Mission Sunbird calling Houston Space Center. Are you DXing our channel? Identify. Repeat, identify yourself and say if you can relay to Houston. Over.
Bingo, Judy. Try it again.
Ma'am, get level and bearing on that transmission. You are intercepting official traffic from the United States Space Mission to Houston Control. If you cannot relay to Houston, then get off the air.
You still sound terrible. What's Houston? Who's that talking anyway? You know we don't have much time.
Jesus, that's close. There, it's pegging the dial.
A bogey. Somebody else out there.
Hello? Hello? But we have you now. Why are you so far out? Are you Dinko? Did you catch the flare?
All right, it's about 300,000 kilometers guesstimated, possibly headed away around the sun. It could be cosmonauts, maybe, a Soviet mission.
Out to beat us? They missed.
With a girl.
Well, they've done that before. You taping this, bud?
Roger. It sure doesn't sound like a rusky chick. Who the hell's Judy?
This is Major Norman Davis, commanding the United States spacecraft Sunbird 1. Request you identify yourself. Repeat, who are you? Over.
Judy, quit joking. We're going to lose you in a minute. Now, don't you realize that we've been worried about you?
Sunbird to unidentified craft, this is not Judy. I say again, this is not Judy. Who are you? Over.
What the... Wait a minute, Margot. This is Judy Paris and Gloria. What's going on here?
This is Major Davis, commanding the United States mission Sunbird on course for Earth. We do not recognize any spacecraft, Gloria. Will you identify yourself? Over.
We just did. There is no spacecraft Sunbird, and you're not on course for Earth. If this is an Andy joke, it isn't any good.
This is no joke, madam. This is the American Circumsolar Mission, and we are American astronauts. We do not appreciate your interference. Out.
Gloria, Jan recalls seeing records of a Sunbird program back at the turn of the millennium. Sunbird 1 disappeared in 1998. Major Davis, did I hear you say you were on course for Earth?
Affirmative.
Our readings indicate you won't node with anything on your present course. Where do you see Earth now? Not coordinates. Give us the constellation.
Doc, you take the mic.
Earth's apparent position should be Pisces, approximately 3 degrees from Gamma Piscium.
It's not. Can't you see it from there, though?
Well, we've sustained some shell damage. The windows are glazed from the flare eruption, but we know the relative direction of Earth on October 19th. It's in Pisces.
October? It's March. March 15. You must have... March?
Electromagnetic front.
Listen.
Passed through a magnetic wave which deflected you through a time distortion. We will be coming up behind you after our transit. Now, you stay on this band. Try to communicate with our base if you can. Your signal will enable them to reach you back.
Put it on autoscan, Doc. All frequencies. Remember that one we pulled on Old Howie?
Damn.
Listen, guys, I don't think it's a joke. There's no way to jimmy those transmission bearings. No way at all.
Sounded Australian. Now, we had some Aussie bunnies at Hickam. Australia. Woo-wee. Do you suppose Mara's sending up some kind of combined do with someone?
They have no capability whatsoever.
We ran into some fairly strange phenomenon during that flyby, Dave. There could have been more to that flare that came up at us other than just radiation. I'm beginning to wish we could do a visual check.
Did you goof on your navigation, Doc?
Nothing to goof. The whole trajectory's pre-programmed. No. Earth is where I said it is, if it's October. But, Virgo is where it would appear in March.
Do an EVA?
Still too much background radiation to risk it. I've got both their transmission bearings, though. Look, let me deploy the nav scope and double-check the gyros. It'll take just a little time.
Yeah, we got that. Go ahead, Doc. Run the program.
Okay, now, here, look at the screen. See that Mag 4 just off center?
Yeah.
That's Beta Pisceum, right where it should be, okay? Now, see the circlet just off to its side? But we should be able to see Earth at this magnification right about here, big and full. No Earth, no full moon.
You sure? Well, maybe that's not Beta Pisceum.
Checks 3 ways, Dave. No deviation on the gyros. It looks right, and the spectrometer matches spike for spike. That's Beta, all right. And the radio signals we got. The farther transmission originates 149 degrees from our trajectory, right in the middle of Virgo, where they said Earth was.
Virgo?
March. It can't be March.
We went through some wild stuff back there. I mean, dipping through that flare. Maybe we...
Had a real jingo trip. What did you say, Margot? Gloria over.
Hey, that's a new frequency.
We've caught enough to do a triangulation on the location of the other craft. The transmissions originated outside your orbit. Why don't you use your high-mag mapping camera to run a search around Beta area? Will do.
Doc, where's that coming from?
Behind us. Close to Venus.
We've got something, Margot, but it's so small. How can anyone live in there?
Hey, that's Judy. Dave, this is screwy. It's all in English. Maybe some ESA project. Maybe Arian.
Judy, listen up. While you were off contact, Jan looked up that history. Now, there were 3 people on the Sunbird flight. A Major Norman Davis. A Major was just a military title. And then they said Doc. There was a scientific officer on board, Dr. Orrin Lorimer. Now, the 3rd was a captain. But that's just another title. Bernhard Gare. There were just the 3, and all males, of course. The vessel had an early reaction engine and limited fuel. The point is, the mission was lost. Everything was fine until they went out of transmission range around the sun. Then they never reappeared. And that was about the time the first big solar flare started. Now, Jan thinks they must have been close to one. The transmission mentioned skin damage.
Never reappeared.
Jan says that maybe the disruption in those super flares could collapse the local time dimension. Why don't you have Andy run that through with your new data and see if you agree?
It could confirm France's theory that our system is passing through a micro black hole cluster. The resultant time disruption could be explained.
France? Who's France?
It's hard to imagine, but the theory works. And they're there. I mean, 0.3 megaKs outside you and scooting towards Aldebaran. They're in big trouble if they don't have a lot of power to spare. Well, we'll go back to the original frequency and try to talk to them.
Well, Doc, were we in a black hole?
Well, not in one, or we wouldn't be here. If we are here. But we could have passed...
Calling Sunbird 1. This is Luna Central calling Major Norman Davis. We're very puzzled as to who you are and how you got into your present position. If you really are Sunbird 1, we think you must have skipped forward in time when you passed through some sort of a gravitational phenomenon. Over.
Are you going to answer?
Can this be?
Look at the source bearing, Dave. If that's coming from the Earth or the Moon, this has to be March.
Calling Sunbird 1, we think you may have a serious course problem. Repeat, you have a serious course problem. You are headed for October position for Earth. It is not, repeat, not October. Current Earth date is March 15th. Time, 2000 hours. Over.
It is not possible.
It checks on radio bearings. I cannot imagine anyone going to this much expense and trouble for a practice.
Sunbird, you said your ports are damaged. Can't you go out and look? If we're right, you have to make a major course correction. And the sooner the better. Do you have enough fuel? Can we help you with the computer plot analysis? Sunbird, please come in.
Aren't you going to answer?
Don't be stupid.
Dave, 149 degrees is the difference between Gamma Pisceum and Spica. The transmission is coming from where they say Earth is.
You goof. You and your heathen computers and your goof.
I did not goof. Now it has to be March.
This is insane. It's some trick. some goddamn trick.
Bud, don't you ever talk like that.
Dave. Now look, our antenna is pointed straight at Spike. Now, I don't care if you think I goofed. If Earth is over there, we have to change our course, and soon, all right? At least rotate the ship so we can try to spot it in the nav scope. If Earth's there, we can see it.
Oh, they don't have to. You want to try it?
Back on the other frequency again. They must think it's private.
All right, Margot. Son, listen. We've been thinking. If these people really are from the past, this must be very traumatic for them. They could just be realizing that they'll never see their world again.
That's right. Mida says these males probably cut children and women they live with. They'll be missing them terribly. You know, this is exciting for us, but maybe incredibly frightening for them. Maybe they think that we're aliens or hallucinations.
Agreed, Margot. We were discussing that, too. Going back over to that frequency, out. Sunbird, are you there? Major Davis of Sunbird, this is Judy Paris of the ship Gloria. Can you respond? Please reply if you possibly can.
Come on, Dave. Do something.
Sunbird, please don't be frightened. We're people just like you. We want to help. Respond, please. Margot, they won't peep. Maybe they're dead. Maybe they're aliens.
Judy, had another thought. These people had a very rigid authority code. You remember your history. They tech-ordered everything. You remember Major Davis repeated about commanding. That's called dominant submitting structure. He apparently gives orders, and the others do whatever they're told. And we don't quite know why, but the point is, if Major Davis is in shock or panic, maybe the others can't reply unless he lets them.
Margot, we're losing your transmission. Another implant.
Come on, Dave. At least rotate the ship so we can try to spot Earth with the nav scope. Or respond. For Christ's sakes, do something before we lose them.
I will allow no profanity aboard this ship.
It's an archaic dominant command structure. The secondary crew members would, by training, submit to the leader, no matter what the danger.
No? But don't they know they're on a bad course? I mean, could the dominant one really leave them right out of the picture?
Hey, let's see if we take a look. How much fuel would it take to do a quick rotate and get that scope around? Work, Curtis?
I guess so. Doc, what's the pitch bank on the fairing angle?
Try 83 degrees.
Gotcha. Bud, give me 12 points positive pitch nose attitude, 1 positive bank. Manual on the burn. Ready?
Roger.
Here we go. Count down on the gyro. 2
degrees, 5, 20, 15, 5, 3, 1, 0.
Any swing?
No.
Back off the magnification.
All right.
There. That bright mag 1. Okay, center in. Zoom. Got it. Now look. That's it. There's the moon. They're both almost full from this angle.
Ooh, there she is, all right. Hey, Dave, look at that.
You sure it's Spiker?
Nothing that bright anywhere near Pisces, but let me run it through the spectrometer and confirm. Yeah, see that blue peak? That's Spike, all right.
Houston, Sunbird to Houston. Sunbird calling Houston. Come in. Our Father, art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
What do you say?
Thy kingdom come.
Calling Major Davis in Sunbird. This is Luna Central. We are the service and communication facility for spaceflight now. We're sorry to have to tell you that there is no space center at Houston anymore. Houston itself was abandoned when the shuttle base moved to White Sands over 2 centuries ago.
Dave, take the mic. Talk to him, Dave.
Sunbird to Luna Control. Central, we copy. We have no immediate problems, but we cannot sustain life support for more than 3 months. We copy the course change suggestion and appreciate your offer of computer assistance. Please transmit position data so we can get squared away. Considering the situation, we are economizing on transmission power. We'll sign on again in 30 minutes for response. Over. Power down. Terminate any unnecessary power drains.
Yes, sir.
Meters down.
Down, sir.
Sunbird, this is Gloria.
Gloria, Sunbird here. Any suggestions on the navigation problem?
Sunbird, negative. We see three options regarding your present trajectory and fuel reserves. A close flyby of Venus is in your capabilities, but its gravity won't give you quite enough acceleration to catch Earth, and your present course takes you totally out of reach. The only other option would be an oulage maneuver, killing your velocity so that Earth would cut you on your next orbit. Is that viable?
Negative. Negative, Gloria. Life support systems will not maintain for that length of time.
Elaborate, Sunbird. We do not understand.
Gloria, our oxygen supplies will hold out only another 3 months. Food and water about the same. We cannot survive for another orbit of Earth.
Explain, Sunbird. Are your greenhouses damaged?
We have no greenhouses, Gloria.
Please stand by.
What was that about?
Gloria must have operated with renewable systems somehow. Greenhouses to consume CO2 and give off oxygen.
Well, all they'd have to worry about would be food.
No. The greenhouses would provide that as well. Don't you see vegetables, fruit, even meat or fish if they use the produce for fodder?
Imagine fresh meat. When we get this baby back, stars ain't gonna study old buddy no more. A nice beach, about a zillion steaks and ale and all the sweet things. Hey, y'all notice the voices we hear? They're all women.
Well, now they mentioned someone named Andy, too.
Well, there were girls training when we went up.
Well, yeah. I mean, space is safe now. The girlies have taken over. Let them sweat their cute little buns off. Freeze us for the serious work.
Sunbird, sorry. We've been looking at other options, considering the limitations. Give us some time to work out the trajectories.
Any hope?
Impossibilities. Wait until we work it out. You do have EVA capability, don't you?
Affirmative, Gloria.
Good. Oh, and Sunbird, Earth has compiled a history for you. Luna's ready to pass it on. Go ahead, Margot.
Thanks, Gloria. Sunbird, this is Luna. It's been difficult because nobody here really does history anymore. But we've got some main points you might find interesting. Okay, let's see. Probably the most important is that there aren't as many people as you had. We're just over 2 million.
2 million? There were 8 billion people on Earth.
There was a world epidemic not long after your time. Well, it didn't really kill people, but it reduced the population. I mean, there weren't any babies in most of the world. Sterility, you know. The country called Australia was affected least.
Told you she sounded like an Aussie.
Quiet.
And North Canada wasn't too bad. So the survivors all got together in the south part of the American states where they could grow food and where the best communications and factories were. Nobody lives in the rest of the world. Okay, what we do? We have 5 main activities. Was industries the word? Well, food. That's farming and fishing. Communications, transport, and space, and that's us. Gloria's out on a flyby of the 2 inner planets, and that's how she happens to be in your neighborhood. Oh, and you'd be interested to know that we use Zeppelins for travel, just like you did. We have 6 big ones. Now, then there are the factories. We live a lot simpler than you did, I think. The 5th activity is the children. Babies.
2 million people and space capabilities. Man, that is incredible.
There's a lot they're not telling us. Thanks for the history lesson, Luna. We really appreciate it, but we can't figure out how you could maintain a space program with only a couple million people.
Sunbird, yes, I would have thought that you'd want to know about space. Well, we only have 4 real spaceships and 1 building. 2 are on the Mars run now. Maybe the Mars Dome was since your day. You had the old satellite stations, though, didn't you? And the old Luna Dome? You know, we owe a lot to you, really. You men, I mean.
Are you hearing what I'm hearing?
Not one word about their government. Not a word about economic conditions. We're talking to a bunch of monkeys. Luna, Margot, who's your president?
President? Oh, you mean like queens and kings? No, we realize you had a very complex government, but with so few people, we don't have that type of formal structure at all. Our communications are good, and everyone is kept informed. The people in each activity are in charge of doing it while they're there.
What do you mean, while they're there?
Well, we rotate, mostly in 5-year hitches. I used to be on the Zeppelins and such. We all work, and things are basically more stable now, I gather. But we can't, take you to our leader, if that's what you mean. Oh, it's just an old joke. We make a big effort not to let the language drift.
Margot, have an update on the problem, if we can interrupt.
Go ahead.
Sunbird, this is Gloria. Listen, we've been figuring. We think if you use all your fuel, you could come back in close enough to our orbit so we could swing out and pick you up. We can't march exactly, but you have suits and some kind of propellants, don't you? I mean, you could fly across a few kites.
That's a good thought, Gloria. Have you cleared this with Luna?
What? It's our business. We'd only miss another look at Venus. Who cares? We have plenty of food and water, and if the air gets smelly, we can stand it.
Hey, these chicks are all right.
We've been looking at that, too, Judy. We're not sure you understand the risk. Sunbird, excuse me. Judy, if you manage to pick them up, you'll have to spend nearly a year in the ship with these male creatures from a very different culture. Jan says you should remember history, and it's a risk, no matter what Connie says. Sorry, Sunbird. Hate to be so rude. Over.
Afraid all the little girls will come back knocked up, huh?
Margot, they're all human beings. It isn't just Connie. We're all agreed. And Dee and Lady Blue think it would be very interesting. And we can't let them go without trying.
We understand. But there's another problem. They could be carrying diseases. Sunbird, I know you've been isolated for 14 months, but you could be carrying something dormant that isn't even around anymore. Maybe some of ours could harm you, too.
We thought of that, too, Margot. Look, if you have contact with them at all, somebody has to test. True, we're ideal. By the time we get home, you'll know. And how could we get sick so fast we couldn't put Gloria in a stable recovery orbit?
And what about that epidemic they've had down there? I'm not sure I want to risk losing the family jewels.
You'd rather stay out here?
Sunbird, our health person thinks that what we have to fear most is the meningitis influenza complex. They mutate so quickly, but if Gloria is willing to take the risk, then they're welcome to give it a try.
Roger. Thank you. By the way, as to your concerns about our behavior, I want to inform you that at the time of takeoff, the incidence of rape in the United States Space Cadre was 0.00. I guarantee the conduct of my crew, providing Gloria can control hers.
Roger, Sunbird. We don't anticipate any problems here. Now, if you're ready, we have some vector and thrust figures for you. The intercept should take about 40 days, but any delays will multiply. Are you ready to copy?
Ready, Gloria. Ready to copy.
Okay. At 13:46:52, to
As their craft drifts on toward rendezvous and rescue, the men of Sunbird anticipate the potential of this brave new world into which they have been strangely transported.
They're coming up on the port monitor.
Can you believe the size of the ship, Bud? Hoo-wee! Looks like a flying trailer park.
Your trajectory looks good, Major Davis. It should be in the entry in about a minute. We're opening the airlock. It's rotating into your view now between the two largest spars. Adjust your angle and speed as you see fit.
Inside. Correcting and braking.
Andy Kay, leave the camera for now and help them at the airlock. The automatic recorders will get everything that we need for the study. Watch and tell me when they're clear of the door.
Approaching. One has a handhold. He's pulling in. Oh, there's the second. Third's in and looks clear now. Oh, wait. There's a container with them. Personal belongings and records, I'd guess. It's in. Close the lock.
I'll get it. Andy, perhaps you'd better help them out of their suits.
Thanks. Helmet first.
Good air in here. You must be the commanding officer. I'm Major Norman Davis. This is Captain Bud Gare, and that's Doc Lorimer. Pleased to meet you.
And I. But you're mistaken. No one here commands in your sense. I'm just the oldest. This is Connie. Judy's you've been talking to. Judy Paris and Judy Dakar.
Hello. Nice to meet you at last.
And Andy Kay.
A little young for space service, aren't you, kid? You're not even shaving yet.
The whole ship's a greenhouse. Look at those vines.
Oh, we let them grow where they want. Just trim them back if they begin to interfere.
Grasshoppers? Good God, I just saw a grasshopper.
The chickens eat them, and crickets and the seeds, of course. The iguanas mostly eat the vine tips. Keeps the growth down.
Chickens. Just eggs, or do you eat the chickens, too?
We eat them. They're better than iguana, I think. With this much light, we could keep a goat, don't you expect? You don't have any life at all on your ship, true?
No, not a single iguana.
But they promised us a Shetland pony for Christmas.
We've got to get back to the course changes now you're in.
Oh, come on then. Let me show you around. Did you bring some clothes?
No.
Well, no problem. We've plenty of robes. They should do you.
Yes, and you could all use something to eat, I expect. Then you'll probably want to rest. We've cleaned out some cubbies for you.
I'll show them, Connie. Come this way. We'll get you comfortable.
Comfortable. The robes. Was I talking aloud? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be. I like to listen. It's a Connie trait. It's so sad to hear about your wife and your children. They must have been wonderful people.
What else have I said? It's the drug. You're drugging us. We've been on Gloria 4 months. Why are you drugging us now?
Oh, it's all right, truly. We all use it when we need to explore something. Usually it's pleasant, a disinhibitor, like alcohol, but somewhat more so, and it doesn't discoordinate you. We'll be arriving in Earth orbit soon, you see, and we have the responsibility to understand you men. But you're all so inhibited, locked in. It's been so hard for us to really learn about you. You just don't let your feelings out. Well, you don't feel sick, do you? We have the antidote.
No. We're not locked in. It's just that we only talk when we have something to say, not like you. You talk of everything.
It's natural to share.
Natural like ants. Talk, twiddle, like ants. They twiddle their antennas when they meet. Or bees dancing. Twiddle, like women.
Ants, bees. You truly see us as insects, don't you? Well, because they're females.
You don't hold it in. So we talk, but only Only when we have something to say. Otherwise, it would all break down. All the structure, the order of things break down. The calm is the drug. Oh.
Yes, it releases you. Lets us know what you're really thinking, what men are really like, inside. Frees you to express your deep thoughts.
The deep. But there are monsters in the deep, dark heart. Pretty. Yes, Judy. Paris, pretty legs. Soft, hot skin. I think of Judy. Oh, Judy. Robe open, smooth curve short. Belt silken soft. Wrists tied, open, waiting. Take the ship. We could take it, you know. Take it all. It's ours.
Take some more. No secrets.
I'm talking again. Where's Dave? Bud. Where's Bud?
More juice. There. Have some more juice and relax. Think. Tell me more. What about us? What do you men think about us?
Think? Oh, no. I know. Not Bud, and Davis doesn't realize what it is, but I know. 4 months. 4 months and the threads unravel. At first it was little things. A word omitted or a sentence unfinished. A glance between Judy's. And then I started watching. Looking for the patterns. Something missing. Something wrong. Something big. Like space, too big to see. I know. What do you think about Gloria's crew? Not what they look like or how they dress, but what they are.
Oh, I think they're okay.
I don't. Hiding something. They're not telling us the whole story. Something's going on here. Can't you feel it?
Yeah. You notice they never talk about their husbands.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now maybe they don't have to. You ever hear them mention being married?
Come on, Doc. It's got to be the one thing on a chick's mind.
Now, wait a minute. In this much time, the social mores are bound to have changed. Now, obviously, you have the woman doing more work, for one thing, but they have family bonds, that's for sure. Look, Lady Blue, for instance. She has a sister in an aluminum mill and another in health. And Connie has a brother. I think he's on the fishing fleet in Biloxi. That's what she said.
So much is missing. Marriage, love affairs, children's troubles, jealousy, sickness, money problems. They just don't discuss them. I mean, all the trivial daily things that occupied our wives. It's as if it's been sifted out, edited. It doesn't exist.
Hey, they all talk about their sisters.
And Dagmar, you'd like her, Lorimer. But she has this tendency to organize everything.
Dagmar, the one who invented the chess opening.
Mm-hmm. Dagmar's smart.
Dagmar's old.
Oh.
Well, Lady Blue told me the gambit was developed a century ago.
Oh, no. Her sister.
A sister? 100 years apart?
Daughter. Granddaughter.
Clones. You two aren't sisters. You're clones.
Clones. Well, yes. We call it sisters. Oh, Mother, we weren't supposed to tell you. Lady Blue said you'd be frightfully upset with us if...
I'll keep your secret, but answer some questions for me. How many are there? I mean, how many Judys and Connies and how many Andy Kays?
200 of us. About the same in Connie's, I expect. Of course, they're less of Andy Kays. But you're all alone. No sisters to share with. No name history. Why, well, you just have to blunder through by yourself and die, all for nothing.
But how?
A somatic cell nucleus is isolated and inserted in our enucleated ovum, then reimplanted. Which will be mothers. We both had two. We nursed them in the creche till they were old enough. My youngest, Judy, is just 6. I'll see them soon, both. They'll have grown, of course, but, well...
Judy's will talk. Well, you would have known eventually.
And Andy. I guess that too, you know. Steroid treatments in the womb. Produces an androgyne. She looks male, has the strength. But really, she's...
Yes. We need the muscle power for some jobs, a few. Kays are quite strong anyway. Well, I guess I'm glad, you know. It's been such a strain.
So evolution ends.
No, why? It's just slowed down. We do everything much slower than you did. We like to experience things fully. See, we have time. We live longer. Connie's ages, for instance, tend to average about 100 years. 108, that was Connie Eagle. She's our record. But she was pretty blah at the end.
But no new genotypes.
Oh, but there are now. Last century, they worked out the way to make haploid nuclei combine. We can make a stripped egg cell function as pollen. What was the old word? Sperm. Oh, it's tricky. Some don't come out too well, but now that we're finding both X's viable, we can have over 100 new types started. Of course, it's hard for them, with no sisters. The donors try to help.
Both X's viable. Then it was a gene or genes on the X chromosome that was damaged during the plague. My God, there would have been no births.
A few men were unaffected. But you're right. The X chromosome was damaged by the disease, but not the Y, and the damage was recessive.
Those men mated, but only their daughters with the dominant unaffected X paired with one of the damaged but recessive X chromosomes from their mother could survive. Boys with their father's Y and damaged X never survived to birth.
That's right.
No boys. A planet of girls and dying men. A few odd viables dying off.
You truly do understand, don't you?
So we'll be perfectly safe on Earth, then? In theory, we can marry again. Have families. Children. Daughters, anyway.
In theory.
Hey, come here, my little queen bee. Come on to Daddy, Judy. Hey, ever make it in free fall, you sexy little space bunny, you?
What's going on? That's Bud. He's with a Judy. Oh, no, you've got...
No, don't worry. Andy's with them.
Oops. Hey, this room appears to be occupied. Hello, Doc. We interrupt anything with you and Mama Connie? No, of course not. Not the noble Dr. Lorimer. Well, let me show you how a real man handles these hot little space stews.
I've got to stop him. He's not like this. Now, stop him, for God's sake.
Oh, God? No, she's a woman now, you know? Hey, where's the preacher? Where's good old Dave? Trying to convert Ms. Blue, I'll bet. Convert that ice queen into a puddle, and I'll
give him the antidote. Now, you don't know what he'll do. Let me up, please. Let me stop him.
And you, Andy, now listen. You're a great kid, but Sis Judy and I have some adult things to discuss. Why don't you go somewhere and get that damn camera out of my face? Hey, Here's a couple of dollars. Go see a movie.
Bud. They've drugged us. Trying to find what men are really like.
Yeah, I'll tell you what we're like. We're drones, old Doc. Except wimpy little twerps like you. Paradise, full of ripe, pink queen bees like little Judy here.
Connie, I don't like this.
Please, don't interfere.
Hey, Andy, I hear him calling you.
I don't hear.
Shoot, scooch, Andy, go on. Scat, it's New Year's Eve. Sis Judy and I got some partying to do. Happy New Year, kitten.
Happy New Year. Did you used to do special things on New Year?
Oh, did we? Oh, get me out of this damn robe and... You, Andy. I thought I told you to get lost.
Oh, I won't bother you.
Hey, this is man's business, now, boy. Do I have to spell it out for you? Now, give me that damn camera.
No.
Hey, I've had it with you, you little son of a...
Stop it! Bud! Stop that! You're hitting a woman!
Get lost, Doc, you little fart. You'll get your own.
Andy's a girl, not a man.
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Some kind of girl. Where are the boobs, huh? And look there. Hadn't dropped them yet, but...
Her name is Kay. She's an androgyne. She had male hormone treatments before she was born. It made her look male, but she's a woman.
You mean... Oh, but she's got a... Oh, why?
There are no men. You imbecile, don't you get it? There are no men. None of these women has ever seen a man in her entire life. Never. We're extinct. Obsolete.
Where do they get the kids?
They grow them artificially. They're clones, Bud. All girls, all 2 million people. There are no men.
God. You mean it? 2 million hot little babes down there.
Film this, Andy.
And no guys
I
to
am.
fill them up? Oh, waiting for old buddy. Oh, God, the last man on earth. You hear that, Sarge? Imagine. They'll be spread out for miles just begging for you, fighting each other for it. We'll have contests. Nothing but the pick of the best.
Is he going to emit pollen now?
Very likely.
Oh, come on, Sarge. Come on, give me a good one. Show them what you can do. They'll make statues to you. Oh, my God, they'll worship you.
Captain Judy, save the people.
There! What on earth? I said there would be no misconduct on my ship, and I mean it. Now get your clothes on, you pervert. Get away from that woman. What the hell are you doing?
Giving them a sperm sample, I should think.
Warm? Are you out of your insane little mind? Get Captain Gurr to his quarters. Right now.
The Reverend Leroy.
You're drunk. Get to your quarters.
I have news for you, Dave-O. I bet you don't know that we're the last men on Earth. 2 million lonely little chicks down there.
I am aware of that. You are a drunken disgrace. Warmer, get that man out of here.
I don't have to take that anymore. Hey, nothing counts anymore, Dave. All gone. For what? Hey, but hey, we have places to see. I mean, big spreads. Hey, we can go hunting. Do things. It won't just be...
Inject the antidote, Andy.
Antidote? No. What do you mean?
I'll put this sample in the freezer for me.
Good, Judy. Kay, are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine. I felt physical anger. I really wanted to hit him.
Dave, did you really know? Did you find out they're all women?
I always knew they were trying to deceive us. Women, Will. Now I understand the full extent of the tragedy. They are lost children. They have forgotten who made them. For generations they have lived in darkness.
They seem to be doing all right.
Women are not capable of running anything. You should know that, Lorimer. I mean, look what they've done here. It's pathetic. Marking time, that's all. Souls. It's not their fault, of course. I recognize that. No one has given them guidance for 300 years. Well, the head of woman is man. Corinthians 1:11-3. I mean, look about you, Andy, that poor child. Mockery, abomination. We were sent here. This is God's plan. I was sent here. My middle name is Paul. Did you know that? Oh, God, send me strength. Send me strength to lead your erring daughters out of the darkness. And she brought forth a man-child to rule the nations with a rod of iron. Revelations 12:5.
Davis.
Come to me, my child. What's that for? Serpents. Jezebel. Bring whistle. All right. There's going to be some order around here, starting right now.
What is that thing?
It is a gun, weapon, Colt, survival issue. Don't you know what a firearm is, you miserable savages?
Hold it, stop. Now do what he says. It can kill you. Dave, put that away. Now,
you over there with them. Wait! At least Gare's a man when he sobers up. All right, you heathens, let me demonstrate. You see that lizard there?
Please, get the boat, get him!
Stay where you are! Savages! Serpents! Women! What? Oh, Lorimer, you did it! You did it!
Don't damage anything. Put them in the freezers. They'll be wanted for study. And Judy, remove that weapon thing.
They were good men. They aren't bad men. You don't know what bad means. You did this to them. You broke them down with your damn disinhibitor drugs. You made them do crazy things. Was it interesting? Did you learn enough? Oh, God. Everybody has aggressive fantasies, but they didn't act on them. Not until you poisoned them.
Oh, but nobody does. The fantasies, I mean.
They were good men. We all were. We built your precious civilization and your knowledge and your comforts and your dreams, all of it. We protected you. We worked our tails off keeping you and your kids healthy and fed, and it was hard. It was a fight. A bloody fight all of the way. We're tough, you see. But we had to be. Can't you understand? Can't you, for Christ's sakes, understand?
We are trying. We are trying, Dr. Law. Of course we enjoy your inventions, and we do appreciate your evolutionary role, but you must see there's a problem. What you protected people from was largely other males, now wasn't it? We've just had an extraordinary demonstration of that. You have brought history to life for us.
But it's over.
The fighting is long. It ended when you did. But think about it. We can hardly turn you loose on Earth. And we simply have no facilities for people with your emotional problems.
You could put us on an island.
On 3 separate islands.
Poor dear. You just don't understand, do you?
Your problem is that if you take the risk of giving us equal rights, what could we possibly contribute?
Precisely.
I see. The drug. The drug has given me a headache. I think I'd best have that antidote now.
All right, I'll get some for you.
Thank you. Just tell me, what do you call yourselves? I mean, women's world? Liberation? Amazonia? What?
Why, we call ourselves human beings. Humanity. Mankind. The human race. Here it is, Lorna. I've mixed it with some juice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our cast for this episode featured Kevin Page as Lorimer, Jerry Nelson as Bud, and Gary Moody as Dave. The crew of Gloria included Cheryl Norris as Connie, Georgia Clinton as Lady Blue, Pam Doherty as the two Judys, and Emily Kelly as Andy Kay. The original story, Houston, Houston, Do You Read, was written by James Tiptree, Jr. and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by Douglas R. Frazier. Our director was John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiIulio. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiIulio. Support for this program has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join us soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of Sci-Fi Radio.
For information about Sci-Fi Radio or the Sci-Fi Radio poster, send a stamped, self-addressed envelope to Sci-Fi Radio, P.O. Box 232, Commerce, Texas.
I'm sorry, but I've got something I really want you to hear. It'll just take a moment. Not that you'll believe it, of course, but I've just got to tell somebody. Even if no one can do anything, people still ought to know. There, that ought to do it. Now.
That's a song entitled Layers. Kevin Singer here, and glad that you could join us. You've been listening to the music of Ron DiIulio. You might be a little more familiar with Ron's solo work in the field of computer and electronic music. Here, Ron was joined by guitarist Buddy Whittington for a rare duo performance. And with that performance, we'll conclude our program for this evening. Now we invite you to stay tuned for a new dramatic series, Sci-Fi Radio.
Good evening.
I'm James Edward Kerr, and I'm your host for tonight's show, the first in a series of adventures through the imaginary worlds we call Sci-Fi Radio. Picture a strange and alien universe.
Benny Goodman and the orchestra, fascinating rhythm. That's the same Benny Goodman and the orchestra that you had a chance to see out at the Avalon Ballroom last week in one of their all-too-infrequent appearances in our area.
Well, what do you think? Oh, what's the matter with me? You must think I'm out of my mind. It's just an old radio show you're thinking, right? But what you don't understand is that I recorded this on my own radio just last night. There was this new radio show I wanted to hear, but I had to go out. I went to a school reunion, wanted to see how many familiar faces were left. You understand. Anyway, I set my recorder up with a timer to tape the new show, and what I got is what I just played for you. Now, please be patient and hear me out, because I'm convinced that this is only one of a series of occurrences which must be recognized for what they are, or the world will soon be plunged into a nightmare.
Hello, my name is James Edward Kerr, and I'm the host for the new radio drama series Sci-Fi Radio. The tape I just played for you was mailed to me by an obviously very disturbed gentleman who neglected to sign his name. He enclosed a letter with the tape that said, oh, wait, I'll just read it. Mr. Kerr, your interest in science fiction and other wild tales of the imagination leads me to hope that you will listen to this tape and the others I will send you. Please, listen and believe. You must. And then you must play them for all your listeners to hear before it's too late. Well, I won't say that I believed all I heard on these tapes, but I do think you deserve to hear them. Then you can judge the story for yourself. I'll have the next tape queued up in just a moment.
Hi, I'm John Williams, president of Astral Projections Records. I'd like you to hear the title cut from our latest CD. It's called Space-Time Peace. Space-Time Peace is the latest creation of the Sidemen, who combine electronic wizardry and subtle acoustics into a unique musical experience that we're sure you'll enjoy. That's Space-Time Peace by the Sidemen on Astral Projections Records. Now available at finer record stores everywhere.
It's ready now. Here's tape number 2.
What do you do when the apparently impossible occurs? Well, try telling your friends that you heard a radio show that hasn't aired for years and see what reaction you get. It doesn't do any good to say that you've got it on tape. Everybody knows that old shows exist somewhere on tape. They think you're trying to put one over on them. More than once I was asked if I'd listened to Jack Benny lately. There were joking references to my crystal set radio. But then, at a lodge meeting the following Thursday, one man listened to my story with utter seriousness. When I finished, he told me that he had a strange little story of his own. As he related it, I was puzzled by what seemed to be a connecting link, a common denominator between his story and the odd behavior of my radio. I took the trouble the following day to make a 2-hour drive out to his home in the country to verify that story firsthand. I took my tape recorder with me, of course, and here's what he told me. Lou, will you state your name, occupation, and address just for the record?
Sure. Louis Trachner, coal and wood dealer, RFD1, Danbury, Connecticut.
Thanks, Lou. Oh, yes, your age, too, please.
54. go ahead now? Yeah. Well, as I told you last night, it was in July last year when the first thing happened. I don't recall the exact day that it was, but it was about 6 o'clock in the morning, because I had walked out on the front porch to get the paper. You never know where the paper's going to be, you know. So I just turned around. I couldn't believe my eyes. I mean, running right across the front of the house, up near the eaves, there was, oh, come over here, I'll show you. Right about there was a streak of gray paint, and it was still damp. Now, it was about the width of a 4-inch brush, and it looked like hell on this house. I mean, it's white. I figured some kids had done it at night for a joke or something, but, you know, if they did, they had to get a ladder up there to those eaves, and you wouldn't figure they'd go to that much trouble. Wasn't smeared, either. Real careful job. Nice, even stripe straight across the front of the house. Anyway, I got a ladder, and I got it cleaned off with turpentine, but as I was telling you yesterday, that wasn't the end of it. I mean, the next thing that happened, about 3 months later, when I decided the whole house could use a new coat of paint. You know, that white hadn't held up so good this time, so I just decided to try to paint it gray. I got the front finished last, and about 5 o'clock one Saturday afternoon. And the next morning I come out, and would you believe it, I saw a streak of white paint across the front of the house. Well, first thing I figured, it's the damn kids again, because it was in the same place as before. But when I looked close, I saw it wasn't new paint. It was the old white paint I'd painted over. Somebody had done a nice, careful job of cleaning off the new paint in a long stripe about 4 inches wide right across the front of the house. Now, who in the hell would go to that much trouble? I just can't figure it out.
Now, Mr. Kerr and whoever else may be listening to this recording, do you see the link between Mr. Tratchner's story and mine? Suppose for a moment that something had happened on each occasion to briefly disturb the orderly progress of time. Now, that seemed to have happened in my case. I heard a radio broadcast that had actually been made years before. Now, suppose then that no one had touched Mr. Tratchner's house but himself. That he had painted his house in October, but that through some fantastic mix-up in time, a portion of that paint appeared on his house the previous summer. Now, since he had cleaned the stripe off at that time, a broad stripe of new gray paint was missing after he painted his house in the fall. Absurd, you say? Well, I agree. In fact, I didn't really believe it myself. It was merely an intriguing speculation. And I told these little stories to friends simply as curious anecdotes. But then, occasionally I began to hear other odd stories to add to my collection. For example, there was a man on Long Island who received a telephone call from his sister in New York one Friday evening. Later, she insisted that she didn't make that call until the following Monday. Once at a 45th Street branch of the Chase National Bank, I was shown a check deposited the day before it was written. A letter was delivered on East 68th Street in New York City just 17 minutes after it was dropped into a mailbox on the main street of Green River, Wyoming. And there are many more, too. I was in a great demand to tell all these stories at parties, and I told myself that collecting and verifying these stories was just a hobby. But the day I heard Julia Eisenberg's story, well, I knew it wasn't any longer just that. I first learned of her story from a friend who lived in her Greenwich Village neighborhood. I arranged to meet with her right away for an interview. This is case 17. I'm speaking with Julia Eisenberg. Would you mind stating your occupation, Miss Eisenberg?
I'm an office worker in Manhattan.
Thank you. Now, I believe you said something strange had happened concerning a dog?
Yes, it's true.
Would you mind giving me the details? Mm-hmm. I'd like to record them from afar.
All right. It was more than 2 years ago, October, I think. I went out one night to get some toothpaste from the drugstore. We have a quiet little neighborhood here, and it's just down at the corner, so I was walking. And on my way back, not far from the apartment, a large black and white dog ran up, and it was very excited but friendly, and I made the mistake of petting him. And from that moment, he simply wouldn't leave. And when I went into the lobby of my building, I actually had to push him away to get the door open. I felt sorry for him, poor hound, and a little guilty because he was still sitting at the door an hour later when I looked out my front window. He hung around the neighborhood for 3 days, greeting me with wild affection every time I went out. And when I'd get on the bus in the morning to go to work, he'd sit on the curb looking after me in this most mournful way, poor thing. I wanted to take him in, but I knew he'd never go home then, and I was afraid whoever owned him would be sorry to lose him.
Did you try to find his owner?
Yes, but I didn't have any luck. He had a collar, but his tags were missing, and I asked around the neighborhood, but nobody had seen him before, and finally he just disappeared.
Disappeared?
I figured he'd find his way home, at least I hope so. I always wanted a dog for myself, but my apartment's really too small for one, you understand.
Of course.
Then you'll understand why I was surprised when a friend later gave me a 3-week-old puppy.
When was that?
Much later, about 2 years.
What did you do with it?
Well, I knew I shouldn't try to keep it, but it was such a darling, I just couldn't resist. And then, of course, before I knew it, he'd grown so big he ate more than I did.
I guess you couldn't keep him after that.
Oh, yes, he was wonderful company, you know. But one night when I took him for a walk, and
Take your time.
Well, I didn't use the leash. He never strayed far, and I know he was just sniffing around in the dark a few doors down, but when I called him, he didn't come back. He never did. I never saw him again.
I'm sorry.
Our street is a solid wall of brownstone buildings on both sides, with locked doors and no alleys. He couldn't have disappeared like that. He just couldn't, but he did. I hunted for him for weeks afterwards, put ads in the paper and all, and there wasn't a single trace. And then one night I was getting ready for bed, and I happened to glance out the front window down at the street, and suddenly I remembered something I'd forgotten all about. I remembered the dog I chased away over 2 years before. Now, you may think I'm crazy, but that was the same dog. I know it was. I chased my own dog away 2 years before he was born.
I don't think you're crazy, Miss Eisenberg. It was at that moment, Mr. Kerr, in Miss Eisenberg's living room that I realized fully that the consequences of these odd little incidents could be something more than merely intriguing, that they might, quite possibly, be tragic. It was in that moment that I began to be afraid. I've spent the last 11 months tracking down these strange occurrences, and I'm astonished and frightened at how many there are. I'm astonished and frightened at how much more frequently they're happening now. And, well, I hardly know how to express this, at the increasing power to tear human lives tragically apart. On my next tape here, I have an example of the increasing strength of whatever it is that's happening in the world. Tape 3, case 34. I'm in the apartment of Mr. Paul B. Kirch in the Bronx. Mr. Kirch is an accountant. He and his wife are in their late 20s, and they have a boy about 6. Mr. Kirch?
Yes.
You said your story has something to do with some pictures.
Yeah, that's right. I'll get them for you. Here they are. Now, I want you to know I'm a pretty good amateur photographer. I even got a darkroom set up in the kitchen.
Tell the man what happened, will you?
I am, all right? I am. It was 2 weeks ago, and we were all down in Central Park. It was a nice day, so I took a whole roll of film. Pictures of all of us. The kids' grandmothers have been pestering us for pictures, you know. Anyway, I set the timer on the camera to snap the pictures automatically, so I had time to get around into each picture myself. All right, these are the first ones I took. As you can see, I'm wearing a light business suit. Now, my boy there is wearing a dark suit with knee-length pants and my wife has on a dark dress with a cloth coat.
I see.
Now, I'm going to show you the last picture, which I took exactly like the others just minutes later. We agreed on the pose, I set the camera, walked around in front, and joined my family. Monday night, I developed the whole roll, and look what came out on the last negative.
Well, this is odd. You're wearing an entirely different suit.
Right.
Your son has a different outfit on, too, and he looks like he's taller.
And what else?
Well, who is this woman?
I don't know. I've never seen her in my life.
So you say.
It's true. I don't know who she is.
Well, I do. I think that photograph shows how things will be a couple of years from now. I think that woman is going to be your new wife after I'm gone, either divorced or dead.
Look, that's a crazy idea.
Then you tell me what that picture does mean.
Well, I think I'd better be going. Thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, get out of my house, will you? I didn't ask you here anyway.
I don't know what you and your listeners think about this story, Mr. Kerr, but I have no doubt that Mrs. Kirch was right about that photograph. Now, if you'll indulge me just a few more moments, I've saved what I think is the most ominous episode for last. I was lucky, I guess you'd call it that, in being in the right place at the right time. I was at a mid-city precinct of the New York Police Department. I check in there regularly in hopes of picking up new cases for my collection. But on this particular night, just listen to my final tape. I'm talking to Captain Rem of the New York Police Department.
Yeah.
Captain Rem, if you'd just like to...
just a minute. Hello, Rem here. What's that? You got what? I'll be right there. I got to see this for myself.
What is it, Captain?
You're always looking for strange stories, Jack? Well, I got a good one for you. Come on.
Well, where are we going?
To the morgue. Going again?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Charlie here is one of the interns in this place. Charlie, this is my friend Jack.
Hello, Charlie.
Hi, how you doing? Jack collects stories about strange happenings. Now, Charlie, tell us what you got here.
Yeah, right. Well, I'll roll them out and show you. See, they brought this stiff in about an hour ago, Cap. The board says a cab ran him down in Times Square.
Hey, there's nothing strange about that.
Right. Take a look at this.
Young guy, maybe 30, beard, mutton chop whiskers. What about it?
Look at his clothes.
Well, they ain't too fashionable, are they?
Right. Cutaway coat, vest with lapels, oversized bow tie on a turned-up stiff collar. Now, he also wore a tall silk hat and buttoned shoes.
Well, that's a little weird, all right. But, hey, I've seen all kinds out there on the streets.
Not with this in their pockets.
What's that?
Some change he had on him. Now, this nickel here?
The shiny new one.
Yeah, right. You ever seen a nickel like this before?
Well, let's see. It's got a shield on the front and a big 5 on the back. Can't say as I have.
Check the date, Captain.
1876. This still must have been some kind of coin collector.
Yeah, I'll say. And every other coin in his pocket is older than that. All his pennies were Indian heads. When did you ever see one of those? He even had a silver 3-cent piece on him.
Well, how about paper money? Do you have any bills on it?
Over $70. All old-time bills, the big kind. Not a Federal Reserve note in the lot. And that's not all.
What else have you got?
This piece of paper.
It looks like a bill of some kind. Lexington Avenue Livery Stable. For feeding and stabling 1 horse and washing a carriage. Total due $3. No name on this bill. Do you have any ID on it?
Yeah, right. He had some cards in his wallet. His name was Rudolph Fence. Some address on 5th Avenue. Here's the card.
Well, thanks, Charlie. It's a strange one, all right. Well, what do you make of it, Jack?
Well, there's nothing much you can make of it. Apparently someone, this Mr. Fence, went to a lot of trouble to dress up in an antique style. The coins and bills, I assume he could buy them at a coin dealer.
Yeah?
Then he got himself killed in a traffic accident.
He got himself killed is right. 11:15 at night in Times Square. The theaters are let now. Busiest time and place in the world. And this guy shows up in the middle of the street.
gawking, looking around at cars and signs like he'd never seen him before. The cop on duty noticed he was acting strange. Report says that when the lights changed and the traffic started up, he was on the island in the middle of the street. But instead of waiting, damn fool panicked, trying to make it back to the sidewalk. Cab got him. He was dead when he hit.
Okay, Charlie. You can put him back on ice now.
Right. Thanks for the call.
Jack, let's go back to my office. Yeah, thanks, Bill. That wraps it up. I'll be talking to you. Okay, Jack, here's the story. Missing persons had a file on this fence fella. It was an old one from 1876. Seems that a guy of his name and description went out for a little stroll one night to smoke a cigar, and he didn't come back. He was never seen or heard from again. I hate this case. I hate it, and I wish I'd never heard it. But what do you think? You think this guy walked off into thin air in 1876 and showed up again more than 100 years later?
I don't know what to think.
But do you have some other explanation?
No, Captain, I don't.
Well, sure as hell beats me.
Well, that's it, Mr. Kerr. I could go on. I could give you and your listeners several hundred such cases, but some are just too horrible to be heard. All of these cases have happened in the New York City area alone, all within the last few years. I suspect that thousands more have occurred and are occurring all over the world. Yes, I could go on, but the point is this. What is happening and why? I believe I know. Haven't you noticed on the part of nearly everyone you know a growing rebellion against the present and an increasing longing for the past? I have. Never before in my life have I heard so many people wish that they lived back when life was simpler, or when life was worth living, or just in the good old days. People didn't talk that way when I was young. The present was a glorious time, but they talk that way now. I believe that this is the first time in history that people are desperate to escape the present. The newsstands are jammed with escape literature. Entire magazines, radio, and TV shows, and many of the movies are devoted to fantastic stories of escape to other times, past to future, to other worlds and planets. Escape to anywhere, but here and now. Yes, there's a craving in the world, like a thirst, a terrible mass pressure that you can almost feel. A pressure of millions of minds struggling against the barriers of time. I'm completely convinced that this terrible mass pressure of millions of minds is already slightly, but definitely, affecting time itself. In the moments when this happens, when the almost universal longing to escape is greatest, these incidents occur. Man is disturbing the clock of time. And I'm afraid it soon will break. And when it does, I'll leave it to your imagination, the last few hours of madness that'll be left to us with all the countless moments that now make up our lives suddenly ripped apart and chaotically tangled in time. Can anything be done to stop it? I don't know, but I doubt it. Perhaps if people only knew what was happening, if they would only come to appreciate what they have, it might not be too late. That's why I've sent these tapes to you, Mr. Kerr. You must believe me. You must put them on the air. It might be our only chance.
That was the last of the tapes from my anonymous correspondent. For myself, well, I really don't know what to make of them. I have tried to verify some of those strange incidents, but so far I've had no success. I also have no personal knowledge of any incidents like that. Perhaps one of you listening is aware of...
Our cast starred David Kent as the narrator and featured Dale Castle in the role of Lewis, Gloria Hocking as Julia, Rick Spiegel as Paul, and Charlotte Taylor as the wife. Captain Rem was played by Gary Moody, and Charlie was Ken Page. The disc jockey was Kevin Singer. The short story I'm Scared by Jack Finney was adapted and directed for Sci-Fi Radio by John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiIulio. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiIulio. Support for this program has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And now, this is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join me soon for another venture into the imaginary worlds of Sci-Fi Radio.
Benny Goodman and the orchestra had Fascinating Rhythm. That's the same Benny Goodman and the orchestra that you had a chance to see out at the Avalon Ballroom last week in one of their all-too-infrequent appearances in our area. Well, continuing this evening's little get-together with music from the unforgettable Glenn Miller.
War. A curse that has been with humanity throughout recorded history, and doubtless long before that. From the very moment human feet first walk the earth. In time to come, dare we hope that it will be any different? Imagine a world of the future where the peoples of earth have put away all the weapons of war, only, ironically, to find themselves under attack from a completely new menace. Invaders from another world. These invaders, called outspacers, would find the disarmed Earth at their mercy, were it not for a technological marvel of passive defense, the Protec bubble. Under the shell of reflective energy, Earth can begin to rearm without fear of outspace weapons, without fear of the horror of war. Or can they? In time of war, there is a fear that goes beyond that of the gun, the bomb. Far more insidious, it's the fear that eats away at the society from within. The fear that there is no one you can trust. What can you do when your neighbor, your best friend, or even your family may very well be the enemy? Sci-Fi Radio presents an adaptation of Philip K. Dick's short story, Imposter.
All but military traffic has been halted between Earth and her outposts. Outspaced needle ships continue to make hit-and-run attacks throughout the area, destroying medical and civilian ships alike. Central Command believes the outspacers are making concerted efforts to break through Earth's Protec bubble to get to our civilian population. Once again, the Governor General's message for today: be strong, be alert, be silent. Infiltration is death. In local news, The Project, as Jericho Labs has come to be known, is hosting dozens of luminaries this week.
Mary, turn that damn thing off, will you?
Representing the elite positive combat labs from across the planet will be in attendance for seminars.
And weapons demonstrations, and I have to smile and shake every one of their hands.
Oh, they're talking about your work, Dad.
I know. Work. I've got to take some time off. I think I've earned a rest. 10 years is a long time.
And the project?
The war will be won without me. I'm really beginning to think the news channels altered dispatches to make it appear the outspacers are right on top of us.
Oh, now, Spence, don't say that.
You know, what I'd like to do on my vacation? I'd like to take you on a camping trip in the mountains near here, where we went that time. Remember? I got poison oak and you almost stepped on a gopher snake.
Sutton Wood. Well, those woods burned not more than a week ago. Some kind of a flash fire. I thought you knew.
That's right, I forgot. And they didn't even try to find the cause?
Mm-mm.
No one cares anymore. All they can think of is the war, the outspacers, the needle ships.
Well, how can we think about anything else? Those little ships coming, screaming out of the night sky at us?
There hasn't been a major ground attack since the protect bubble went up. The whole planet's safe under that shield.
So we just sit here, under the blanket.
Every lab on the planet is working on a weapon that will get us back to the high ground. My positive combat project is looking better and better. It's the main reason for this gathering.
Still, those ships.
I know. Like the sword of Damocles over our heads. I'm tired of it, too. All I want to do is take a long rest. But I guess everybody feels that way.
It's almost 7.
I hope Nelson isn't late.
He's not. Here comes his shuttle now. You want your umbrella?
No, the jacket's enough.
I'll see you later. Try not to work beyond your shift, Spence.
Hello, Spence.
Hi, Nellie. Oh, we've got a new rider today, huh?
Yes, Spence, this is Major Peters. He's catching a lift for this today.
Major?
Mr. Olam?
Well, Nellie, heard any interesting news?
The usual. A few outspace ships hit, another asteroid abandoned for strategic reasons.
Oh, it'll be good when we get the project into the final stage. Maybe it's just the propaganda from the news channels, but in the last month, I've gotten weary of all this.
Do you think the war is in vain, Mr. Olam? You are an integral part of it yourself.
I know. It's just everything seems so grim and serious, no color to life. I don't remember seeing you at the project before, Major. Were you just...
I'm not with the project, Mr. Olam, but I know something about what you're doing. My own work is altogether different. I'm with the government, with the FSA, the security organ.
Oh, so you're looking for enemy infiltration in this region?
As a matter of fact, I'm here to see you, Mr. Olam.
See me? Why?
I'm here to arrest you as an outspace spy. Grab him, Nelson.
All right, hold on right there. Just hold it just a second. Give me your hand.
There's no need for the gun, Nelson.
Can we kill him now?
Nellie.
I think we should kill him now.
I need to ask him some questions first.
He can't wait.
You've got the destination coordinates plotted. Punch them in. Get us out of this damn rain.
I don't understand. You can't just...
Nelson, shove the vid screen around in my direction.
Chief of Security, Central.
Olam has been arrested, Chief. He's in my custody.
Well, that's a load off everyone's mind. Any complications?
None. He entered the shuttle without suspicion. He didn't seem to think my presence was too unusual.
Where are you now?
On our way out. We're moving at maximum speed. We've cleared the storm. You can assume the critical period has passed.
That's him sitting next to you there?
Yes, sir.
All right. I've seen all I want. Major, you've done something that will be remembered for a long time. They're preparing some sort of citation for both you and Mr. Nelson.
That's not necessary, sir.
How much danger is there now? Is there still much chance that he'll...
There is some chance, but not much. My understanding is that it requires a verbal key phrase to trigger it. We think he was programmed to speak the phrase under a particular set of circumstances. Anyway, we have to take that risk.
I'll notify Moonbase that you're coming in with the prisoner.
It's best we land the ship outside, beyond the base. I don't want to put the facility in jeopardy.
Take whatever precaution you deem necessary, Major.
Major, we're nearing the protect bubble wall.
Chief?
I heard. Punch in 1138. That's your designation, up and back. It'll get you safely through the protect bubble. No communication beyond the bubble till you reach the moon base. Central out.
I think we should do it now. I'd give anything if we could just get it over with.
Take it easy. Keep your eyes on the monitors for stray needle ships.
But he just sits there, staring. You don't think that he's...
No, he's just confused. Olem, look at me. I've got some questions.
Mary, my wife, she'll tell you. We can just call her here on the vid screen. It won't take...
Sit back.
He was trying to signal the outspacers. No, my wife. I have to let her know.
Sit quietly, Olem. I have some questions. There's not much time left.
What?
You know where we're going? In an hour, we'll land on the far side of the moon. There's a team of technicians waiting there for you. Immediately after we land, you'll be turned over to them. Your body will be dissected and destroyed. Do you understand me?
My God, I can't believe you. It's inhuman. Why? Can't you tell me?
Yes, I'll tell you. 2 days ago, we received a report that an outspace ship had penetrated the protect bubble. The ship carried a spy in the form of a humanoid robot. The robot was to destroy a particular human being and take his place.
But why would...
Inside the robot was a U-bomb. Our agent didn't know exactly how the bomb was to be detonated, but a standard tactic for robots of that sophistication is to use a particular spoken phrase, a certain group of words. The robot would live the life of the person he killed, entering into his usual activities, his job, his social life. He had been perfectly constructed to resemble that person. No one would know the difference.
You're not making any sense.
The person the robot was designed to recreate was Spence Olem, a high-ranking official at the most advanced military research project.
Me? But...
Because this particular project was approaching crucial stage, because so many of the combat researchers would be attending the demonstration this week. The presence of an animate bomb moving toward the center of the project...
But I'm Spence Olem.
Once the robot had located and killed the real Olem, it was a simple matter to take over his life. We calculate you were released from the ship 8 days ago. The substitution was probably accomplished over the last weekend, when Olem went for one of his walks in the hill.
But I'm Olem. Nellie, don't you recognize me? You've known me for 20 years. We went to college together. Hell, you and I were roommates for 2 years.
Stay away from me. Major, would you keep him away from me?
Stay seated, Mr. Olem.
Listen to me, Nellie. Stop.
I don't want to hear anymore. You killed the real Spence Olem, you machine.
You're wrong. I don't know what happened to the... But the robot never reached me. Something must have gone wrong. Maybe the ship crashed. Major, I'm the same person I've always been.
You were manufactured to look just like him.
This is my body. These are my hands. This is my face. I was born with it. I can prove it. Just take me back to Earth. An X-ray examination. A neurological study. Anything like that will show you. Or The ship. Maybe we can find the crashed ship. I am Olam. I know I am, if you just let me prove it. Why won't you let me prove it?
The robot would be unaware that he wasn't the real Spence Olam. He would become Olam in mind as well as body. He would not only look like him, but he'd have his memories, his thoughts and interests, perform his job.
But there'd be one big difference.
Yes, the bomb inside the fabricated skin and bones. The bomb waiting for the trigger phrase. That is the essence of the new Spence Olam.
If I were the robot, I would have screamed the trigger phrase when you first grabbed me.
You weren't programmed to know the trigger. You were intended to speak the words at the right time and place. That's why we're taking you to the moon. They'll disassemble you and remove the bomb. If the device should explode during dissection, it won't matter, not there.
We're getting close. We're in the guide path.
You have to let me prove myself.
Oh, look, I see them. The techs, the demolition team, they're waiting for us. They're gonna rip you open. Yank off your arms and legs.
What gives you the right? You can't.
Auto-telemetry engaged. Pilot verification display on. Override disabled in 4, 3, 2... Stabilizers deployed. Caution. Surface travel requires life support.
There's the squad. Listen, I can prove I'm Spence Olam. Get the base doctor. Bring him here.
Watch him while I get into my pressure suit.
Don't wave that gun at me, Nellie. What's happened? Why did you turn against me?
Shut up. Just shut up! Major, do we have to stay around while they work on him?
No, we'll be gone before they start. We'll be out of here in a moment. Give me the gun. Get your suit on.
Wait, hey, what about me?
Robots don't require oxygen.
Okay, I'm ready.
Then yank that safe lever and let's get the hell out of here.
No! If you open that door, I'll die.
Open the door, Nelson.
Please, Nellie, I'm your friend. I'm begging you.
You're no friend of mine.
You're right. I have no need of air. Go ahead, open the door.
Oh, look out, Major! He's reaching for a gun.
Keep your hands where I can see them, Olam.
I have something for you.
Shoot him!
Olam, take your hand out of your coat very slowly.
I wonder how far you two can run.
Run?
Just the slightest twist here and... there. You have 15 seconds to live.
Oh, Major!
You were wrong about the trigger phrase.
No,
13 seconds now.
The lever, Nelson. Go!
Decompression, danger, decompression.
If I can just hold my breath until the lever... That's it. Run, you bastards, and just keep running. Let's see. Pilot assist display. Return plotting. There. I've got to get back and prove who I am.
An unusual situation for Spence Olam, wouldn't you say? It seems that there are those who believe he is someone or something else. And they believe it strongly enough to want to destroy him. After narrowly escaping death on the moon, Spence now guides the shuttlecraft back towards Earth. He faces a formidable task, that of proving his true identity to his one-time friend Nelson, and to the mysterious Major. How can he do it? And do they really want to know?
Computer assist, vid screen on, local grid.
Activated.
Hello?
Mary.
Spence, where are you? What's happened?
I can't tell you now. Listen, I have to talk fast. They may break this call off any minute. Go to the project grounds and get Dr. Chamberlain. If he isn't there, get any doctor. Bring him to the house and have him stay there. Have him bring equipment, X-ray, fluoroscope, everything.
Spence?
Do as I say. Hurry. Have him get it ready as soon as possible. Are you all right? Are you alone?
Alone?
Is anyone with you? Has Nelson or anyone contacted you?
No. Spence, I don't understand.
Everything will be all right. I'll see you at the house within an hour. Don't tell anyone anything. Get Chamberlain there on any pretext. Say you're very ill.
Spence.
I'll explain when I get there. That's Chamberlain's shuttle in the drive, all right. No police speeders. Mary's done it. Not in the front room. Mary must have taken him back to the kitchen. Chamberlain will fix this. He's been with the project since the day it opened. He'll prove me right. He'll stop this madness. Come on, Mary, come on. Oh, Mary.
Spence.
We've been waiting for you, Olam.
Major?
No, you don't, Major.
Hold it, Olam.
Run, Spence, run.
Come back to the house, Olam. There are security men all around you. Listen to me. We'll catch you very shortly. Apparently, you still believe you are human.
I am human, you fool. I am Olam.
Your call to the woman indicates you're still under the illusion created by your artificial memories. But you are the robot. You are the robot, and inside you, the bomb waits. Any moment, the trigger phrase could be spoken. By you, by someone else, by anyone. When that happens, the bomb will destroy everything for miles around. The project, the woman, all of us will be killed. Do you understand?
I could have proved myself with Chamberlain. I could have crawled out of this hysteria. How can I do it now? How can I do it alone? The robot. The real robot never got to me. It must have malfunctioned or crashed. Crashed and burned. Burned. Sutton Wood. Mary said the woods burned. The ship came in too hard. It crashed and burned in Sutton Wood, setting the whole forest on fire. Just over this hill, and I should be able to see the whole range.
Sun's coming up, Olam. It's only a matter of time. We'll catch you. We have orders now to destroy you on sight. We'll have to take the chance that the bomb will detonate. Every available security officer has been ordered into the area. The whole countryside is being searched, inch by inch. There's no place you can hide.
Just a little more, and... Oh, Lord! Ash, black and gray ash everywhere. The prevailing winds are from the south. The fire would have started here and been pushed north. So the outspace ship should be somewhere just below the crest. There. There! A reflection, that's it!
Don't move, Olem.
Major, wait! Wait, don't fire. Look over there, just below the crest. I've found the outspace ship.
Over here, I found it.
No, don't shoot. I found the needle ship. Down there in the clearing.
Good. Let's wrap this up.
I knew I'd find it here, the burned wood. Now, do you believe me? You'll find the remains of the robot in the ship. Look, will you?
There is something down there.
Shoot him. There's no need.
Wait. I'm in charge. Don't anyone fire. Fletcher, go down and check it out.
He killed Olem. Oh, shoot him! Any minute he might kill us. Oh, if the bomb goes off.
Shut up. Fletcher, what do you see? Well?
It's a needle ship, all right.
I've got to see.
Stay in front of me, Olem. Keep your hands where I can see them.
Major, there's something beside the ship here.
Yeah, well, move the brush back. It's a body of some sort.
A body?
It's bent, twisted in all directions.
The robot.
God, look at the face.
It's my face.
I can't believe it. You were telling the truth all the time.
The robot never reached me. It was destroyed when the ship crashed. You were all too busy with the war to wonder why an out-of-the-way wood suddenly caught fire and burned. Now you know.
Nelson, don't tamper with the body.
I want to find the bomb. If it didn't go off after this crash, then I'm sure not going to set it off just by turning this... Oh, geez.
What?
The chest is ripped open.
That thing would have destroyed us all if it had lived. We owe you, Olem. This must have been a nightmare to you. If you hadn't escaped, we would have... Well...
I knew the robot had never reached me, but I had no way of proving it.
When we get back to the station, I'll get into the computer main and clear your name. It'll take care of everything.
Oh, punch in a vacation for me, will you?
I think we might work out a month's leave for you. You can take it easy. Relax.
Right now, all I want to do is go home.
Right. Whatever you say. Nelson, quit moving the body.
I think I see the edge of the device.
Don't touch it. It might still detonate. Let the demolition squad take care of this.
There's something metal here.
What are you doing, Nellie? Be careful.
Oh, here it is. Oh, I've got it.
But that's just a chunk of metal, just a part of the...
Oh, no, it's not. Clean the blood off and you can see it's a knife. This is what you killed him with. An outspace needle knife. You murdered him. You murdered my friend and left him here beside the ship.
Shut up, Nelson. Don't say another word to him.
No. This can't be Olem. I'm Olem. How could that be Olem? If...
Stop, Olem. Don't say it.
If that's Olem, then I must be an imposter.
When the enemy is capable of duplicating a human form to the last detail, then who indeed can you trust? Not a scientist named Spence Oldham, who, as we have just heard, came to realize that he couldn't even trust himself. Our cast for Imposter featured Dwayne Fale as Spence Oldham, Nance Williamson as his wife Mary, Matthew Scott Carlton as Nelson, and Miles Muchler was the Major. Other character voices were by Rick Spiegel and Oscar Wills. The original story Imposter was written by Philip K. Dick and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by Jay Helton. Our director is John O. Williams. Associate director was Rick Spiegel. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiIulio at the studio of Audio Visual Associates in Euless, Texas. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiIulio. Support for Sci-Fi Radio has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join me soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of Sci-Fi Radio. A farm of slow glass is a remarkable and slightly eerie sight. A tranquil, incredibly perfect valley of timeless pine, overlooked by row upon row of the great frames of slow glass, standing, staring silently, drinking light.
Bob, turn that thing off. It's bad enough to drag me out here into the country. You don't have to torture me with that radio, too.
Sorry, Selena. Maybe this trip wasn't such a good idea after all.
Maybe it wasn't.
Bad.
Like my pregnancy.
For Bob and Selena Garland, love has become little more than a memory. Confronted by the loss of a job, a house, and an untimely, unwanted pregnancy, they are trying, for the moment, to forget. That may be difficult, though, in a land of slow glass. Sci-Fi Radio presents an adaptation of Bob Shaw's short story, Light of Other Days.
Why have we stopped?
Look at that sign. This farmer's got some slow glass for sale. Let's walk up and take a look.
Quality high, prices low. You don't believe that, do you?
Well, we're quite a ways out of town. The stuff might be reasonably priced out here.
I'm not walking all the way up to that farmhouse because of some stupid little sign tacked on a gate post.
Oh, come on. The exercise might do us some good. We've been driving too long anyway.
This was just another of your fool ideas. All the way up here for nothing. There's no one in that farmhouse.
I saw someone at the window. I'm sure of it. Let's knock and
Looking
see.
for some glass, are ye?
Goodness.
Where did you come from?
Didn't mean to startle you. I was just out for a little draw on the pipe. No smoking in the house. That's what the wife says. You know how it is.
My husband doesn't smoke.
Well, if it's glass you want, you've certainly come to the right place. And at the right time, too. We don't see many people this early in the season.
Does that mean we might be able to buy a little glass without mortgaging our home?
Look at that now. I guess I've thrown away any advantage I might have had in this transaction. Rose, that's my wife, says I'll never learn. Still, let's sit down and talk it over. How about right here?
On this old rubble wall?
Oh, sorry. You folks are dressed right fancy. Well, let me just run in the house and get you something to sit on. Won't be but a minute.
That would be nice.
Perhaps it wasn't such a marvelous idea to come up here, but you might at least try to be pleasant to the man. If for no other reason, I can smell a bargain.
Well, he's hardly very civil himself. Didn't even ask us to come into his house.
Not so loud. His wife's at the window.
It's closed. She can't hear us.
But she's looking right at us.
Staring, you mean? Her manners are no better than his.
Now she's turning away.
Good. And I hope you noticed that ancient dress she was wearing. A man who won't give things to his wife certainly won't give much to strangers. You can forget about any bargains here.
Maybe. Anyway, let's hear him out.
I found this little blanket. It isn't much, but it'll keep that pretty dress of yours from getting dirty.
Oh, this is fine, Mr. Hagan. My wife and I, we like the outdoors. Well, I can't even remember the last time I've had a chance to breathe some real mountain air, right, Selena?
I'm not here for the mountain air. Are we going to hear his sales pitch or not? We've got to be on our way soon.
Selena?
That's okay, missus. You folks are young. You got places to go. I know that. Now, some of the glass farmers around here give strangers such as yourselves a sales talk about how beautiful the autumn is in this part of the country. Or it might be the spring or the winter. I don't do that. Any fool knows that a place which doesn't look right in the summer never looks right. What do you say?
Well, yes, I guess that's so.
I want you to take a good look out over the valley down there, Mr.
Garland.
Yes. You see where the field slopes down to the banks of that little cove? And then across the water where those trees seem to just sweep up the far hillside?
Yes. It's really beautiful.
Well, that's what you're buying if you buy my glass. And it never looks better than it does at this minute. The glass is in perfect phase. None of it is less than 10 years thick. And the 4-foot window will cost you $200.
$200? Why, that's as much as they charge at the Cindo shop downtown.
You don't understand, darling. The cheap glass you'd find in places like the Vistaplex and Panorama stores is only ordinary quarter-inch glass faced with a veneer of slow glass. Maybe only 10 or 12 months thick. This glass will last 10 years, and it's in phase.
Doesn't that only mean it keeps time?
Only, you say? Pardon me, Mrs. Garland, but you don't seem to appreciate the miracle, the genuine, honest-to-goodness miracle of engineering precision needed to produce a piece of glass in phase. When we say the glass is 10 years thick, it means it takes light 10 years to pass through it. In effect, each one of those panes there is 10 light years thick, more than twice the distance to the nearest star. So a variation in actual thickness of only a millionth of an inch would...
Mr. Hagen, is something wrong?
I'm sorry, my wife there at the window. I thought she was going to call me for something. Now, let's see, where was I? Oh, yes, I was saying that my slow glass is as nearly perfect as can be. The light that enters now will emerge precisely 10 years from now, at just this time of day. Why, imagine if the thickness were imperfect, then light of noon sunshine could emerge at midnight, or summer could come out in winter. Such discrepancies might be desirable to some, but I see you two as the sort to appreciate perfection. What do you do, Mr. Garland?
I'm a writer, a poet.
I knew it. I could tell you have an eye for beauty. And with my slow glass, you can take 10 years' worth of this valley scenery back to your home. It will be a continual source of inspiration.
He could use some.
Each of the panes standing on the hillside there has a slightly different view. Why don't we just walk down and see which one is most to your liking?
All right.
Mrs. Garland?
I'll just wait here, thank you.
This way, Mr. Garland. There's a little path that we can...
Slow glass. A miracle. That's what Mr. Hagen called it. A proper term for an invention whose principles are far beyond the understanding of all but the most scientific of minds. It would tell the Garlands nothing to say that slow glass could be visualized as a hologram which didn't need coherent laser light to reconstitute its information, and in which every photon of ordinary light passed through a spiral tunnel coiled outside the radius of capture of each atom in the glass. These causes would be incomprehensible, but the effects would be no less wonderful. In fact, in the eye of the average individual, having a pane of slow glass was the exact emotional equivalent to owning land. An apartment in the most squalid of city surroundings would seem to look out upon a woodland lake or a misty park. And who is to say that such vistas didn't actually belong to the apartment dweller? An appealing thought to add to the already attractive prospect of visual escape offered to one who owns slow glass. But whatever the lure, Bob Garland has been drawn to this spot with his wife, Selina. Two people whose lives are badly in need of a little miracle right now.
Bob, come on. It's starting to rain.
I think you've made a fine choice, Mr. Garland.
Oh, I'll give you a check now. Can you arrange delivery?
Sure, delivery's no problem. But wouldn't you rather take the glass with you today?
Well, yes, that would be nice, but it is starting to rain.
It'll take no time to wrap it for you, Mr. Garland. I've got a carrying frame just behind the house. You write the check. By the time you've made it out, I'll be back with your glass.
Oh, all right. I don't see what difference a few more minutes could possibly make.
Good.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, leaving us standing here in the rain. The least he could have done was invite us inside his house. There can't be so many fools passing through that he can afford to neglect them like this.
All right, Selena. Let's move in under the eaves until he gets back. There. That's better. We shouldn't get too wet standing here. Selena, quit staring in that window.
If his wife comes in this room, I want her to see me. Maybe she'll have the decency to invite us in out of the rain.
What are you doing?
Bob, come here a minute. I want you to see this.
Very well, Selena. What is it?
That little boy that's playing there.
That's Hagen's son, I guess. What about him?
I think there's something wrong with him.
He looks normal enough.
I believe that child is deaf. He didn't even turn when I tapped on the window.
Then Hagen's got his problems, too. In any case, it's none of our concern.
Oh, wait. Here comes his wife. Hello? May we come in? It's raining out here. Oh, that's better. Here she comes. Well, that's the limit. Did you see that?
She didn't see you.
She looked right at me. She's ignoring us. That if I've had it, these people are crazy. At least I'm civilized. I'm going in there and give her a piece of my mind.
Wait, Selena, she might be blind. Selena, don't open that door.
Oh, my God. Bob, how can this be?
What is it?
We just saw her and the little boy. They just this minute walked up to the window and looked out at us. This is not the room I saw. It was clean, well kept. Why, this room hasn't been lived in for years.
Selena, come back out of the house.
But they were there. I saw them in the window.
Yes, Selena, we both saw them. Slow glass works both ways. Light passes out of a house as well as in.
You mean...
I don't know. It isn't our business. Now steady up. Here comes Hagen with our glass.
Well, Mr. Garland, here's your glass.
Here's the check.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to do business with you.
The pleasure was mine.
Mr. Garland, wait. You folks looked in my house, didn't you?
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry.
I want you to know it wasn't my fault.
Fault, Mr. Hagen?
About my wife and boy. You see, a hit-and-run driver got them both down on the old Oban Road 6 years ago. My boy was only 7 when it happened. I'm entitled to keep something, aren't I?
Yes, Mr. Hagen, yes, you are. Goodbye.
Bob, there's a little chill in the air. Will you put your arm around me?
Sure, darling.
That poor man. He has nothing but his memories.
In the end, that's all any of us have. So perhaps we'd better try to make ours worth remembering.
Yes. I'm sorry about what I said earlier.
About what?
This trip. I think it was a pretty good idea, after all.
Our cast for Light of Other Days featured John Davies as Bob, Charlotte Taylor as Selena, and Jerry Haynes as Hagen. The original story, Light of Other Days, was written by Bob Shaw and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by John and Jonty Williams. 5 days a week, Ed Morris made the long commute back and forth between his home and his job, between Earth and Jupiter's moon, Ganymede.
Look
Look out, you void-brained.
Morris hated rocket traffic. There was only one thing he hated more. It was something he couldn't escape, no matter where he went. Sci-Fi Radio presents an adaptation of Philip K. Dick's Sales Pitch.
This is it. IT, interplanetary traffic with an update at 7 Eastern, 6 Central, 5 Mountain, and 4 p.m. Pacific time, if you're heading for North America.
Geez, 6 o'clock already.
Those of you commuting from Ganymede to Earth are in for a long flight home.
Now tell me something new.
Jupiter is in opposition to Earth, so you've got a little further to go tonight. Heavy traffic on the Mars-Jupiter interchange is bringing the flow to a dead stop every few million miles. So watch out for emerging craft there.
Thank God, I'm already past that.
And speaking of dead stops, there's a 15-ship pileup working on the Ganymede Earth artery, 6.5 million miles on the Earth side of the interchange.
Oh, no.
Repair ships are on the scene, so if you see any floating debris coming your way, duck. That's about it. IT, interplanetary traffic, back with more good news in 15 minutes.
So that's why we've stopped. Now he's going to kill me. Police ships, just great. Hey, wait a minute. I'll follow them out of this mess. Yeah, who cares if it's illegal? I'll just cut in between those two slow commercial transports. Yeah, I'm out of there. Woohoo! Nice driving, Morris. Need a smoke. Autopilot lock. Autopilot release. Lord, how tired can you get?
Trendseller Products greet you.
Damn audio ads.
Is your tension index pushed over the safety margin by the ordinary frustrations of the day?
Shut up!
Then you need an id persona unit, so small it can be worn behind the ear close to the frontal lobe so that you have instant...
The closer to home, the more they dump this stuff on you.
Drivers, thousands of unnecessary deaths each year from interplanetary driving. Hypno motor control from an expert source point ensures your safety. Surrender your body and save your life.
Never!
Industrial experts say that by the next decade, there should be a 24-sec
Hey, what the hell is that? Oh, a giant naked blonde girl with enormous...
Men. Banish internally caused obnoxious odors forever.
Oh, no. A visual audio ad.
Removal by modern painless methods of the gastrointestinal tract and the substitution of our system will relieve you of the most acute cause of social rejection.
Hey, don't look at me.
Does this happen to you when you're with your lover? During erotic sex play, do you offend your love partner by the presence of gastric processes which cause...
Oh, my eyes. It ought to be illegal to project visual ads right into the brain. A man has a right to close his eyes and see nothing if he wants to. I've got to get home.
You there, Mr. and Ms. Wage Earner.
Leave me alone.
Tired of the same old job?
I'm leaving the traffic lanes.
Sure you are. Wonder Circuits Incorporated has perfected a marvelous long-range thought wave scanner. No one others are thinking and saying, get the edge on fellow employees.
I can't take this anymore. I'm stepping on it. Right through the barrier into the dead zone.
While you learn facts and figures about your employer's personal existence. Banish uncertainty. But wait, that's not all. If you act right now, you'll receive...
At last, some peace and quiet. It's ridiculous. Look at all this space, this expanse, and they jam us into a narrow corridor to honk and curse and smash into one another while advertisements blare at us. Oh, good. There's the tractor beam for the commute field. All right, take me home. All I want to do is sleep. Sleep and dream. Thank God they haven't figured out a way to put ads in your dreams. Yet. If I could just make it home without... Nope, here comes one now.
Good evening, sir. You look a little tired.
I am. So if you'll just leave me alone, I'd really like...
I just happen to sell the finest metabolism adjuster on the market.
I don't want any.
It's guaranteed to maintain a perfect endocrine balance. For your money cheerfully refunded in full.
Look, my endocrine balance couldn't be better, so just get lost.
There is no need to shove me, sir. I'm here to help you feel better. Hello, madam. I'll bet you're feeling pretty tired right about now.
One more block. Uphill.
Have you heard the news?
No, and I don't want to.
All the news, while it's news. Have a retinal vid screen installed in your least used eye. It's a quick and relatively painless operation. Keep in touch with the world. Don't wait for out-of-date hourly summaries.
Excuse me, did you say relatively painless?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means causing a momentary minor discomfort. You see, a laser is used...
No. See, I don't want to know the process. I want to know what the pain is comparable to. Is it like, being stuck with a needle or burned or cut with a knife? See, what I'm asking is, what do you personally know about pain?
I beg your pardon?
What does a bunch of metal and microchips like you know about pain? Human pain and suffering. Look at the other people on the street tonight. Look at them. What do they all have in common?
They are all talking to sales robots.
Wrong. Sales robots are talking to them. And they're all in pain, exhausted from work, stoop-shouldered with fatigue, and instead of having a relaxing walk home, they have to fend off all of you damn sales robots.
You are absolutely right.
What?
It is tiresome talking about these details while walking uphill on the way home from work. By the way, is this your home?
Yes, it is.
It is very lovely.
Oh.
Why don't we both go inside, sit down, and discuss the rest of
Get away from me! If you come any closer to my house, I'm going to smash you with this rock!
We don't have to go inside. Let's just sit on the steps, if you like. This looks like a very good place to...
Darling! Oh, you poor thing. You look so tired. Was it rough at work today?
No, it was rough coming home.
You mean you didn't want to come home?
Oh, no, of course I did. The traffic was bad, and all the robots...
Oh, here, let me give your coat to the closet.
What's for dinner?
Uranian wild pheasant.
Hey, no kidding. What the hell's the big occasion?
Darling, come on.
Come on what?
I don't like it when you tease me.
I'm not teasing you. What's the occasion?
It's your birthday. You're 37 years old today. Darling, isn't it today? June 8th?
Yeah, I guess I forgot about it.
Well, it's time to eat, honey. Go over to the wash slot and let it clean you up.
Fresh hot coffee made from the bean.
Was everything all right?
Oh, just great, honey. Real butter and white bread.
Yeah.
Real mashed potatoes and peas. We gotta eat like this more often.
I'm glad you liked it.
But there's something bothering me. Something we need to talk about.
What is it, dear?
Well, there's the drive from work, for one thing.
Oh, that. I wish you could get a position on Mars like Bob Young. Maybe if you talk to the Employment Commission and explain to them how all the strain...
No. It's not just the drive. It's them. They're right out in front, everywhere, waiting for me, all day and all night.
Who, dear?
Robots, selling things. As soon as I set the ship down, they're after me. They follow you around until you die.
I know, honey. When I go shopping, they follow me in clusters, all talking at once. It's really a panic. You can't understand half of what they're saying.
We've got to break out.
Break out? What do you mean?
We've got to get away from them. They're destroying us. Here, look at this. It was circulated in the office among the men. That got to me, and I kept it.
Well, what does it mean? Dear, I don't think you've got all of it. There must be more than this.
A new world where they haven't got to yet. It's a long way off, out beyond the solar system, out in the stars.
Proxima?
In the Centaurus system. Only a few thousand people out there. Families, workers, some industrial survey teams. Land free for the asking.
But it's so... Dear, isn't it sort of... underdeveloped? They say it's like living back in the 20th century. Flush toilets, bathtubs,
gasoline-driven cars?
That's right. It's 100 years behind the time. No kitchens that prepare dinner by themselves. No living rooms taken straight from the pages of galactic architecture today. We'll have to do without. We'll have to get used to a simpler life, the way our ancestors lived.
Ed,
Think of it. No ads, no sales robots, traffic moving at 60 miles an hour instead of 60 million. We could raise passage on one of the big trans-system liners. I could sell my commute rocket.
Ed, I think we should think it over more. What about your job? What would you do out there?
Look, I'd find something.
But what? Haven't you got that part figured out yet? It seems to me we should consider that part just a little before we throw everything away and just take off.
Look, if we don't go, they'll get us. There isn't much time left. I don't know how much longer I can hold them off.
Really, Ed, you make it sound so melodramatic. Ed, it's your birthday. Let's go out tonight and celebrate, okay? I'll put on my new plaster robe, the one I've never had enough nerve to wear. You know the one I mean. When you're up close, it's translucent, but as you get farther off, it becomes more and more sheer.
You know, I know the one. I've seen them advertised all the time on the way home from work. Sally?
Yes?
We need to talk more about Proxima.
When the time is right, we'll talk about it.
It's time now.
Somebody is at the door. Hurry up and see who it is.
What do you want? What is it?
Good evening.
Evening? What are you selling?
I would like to show you a FazRad.
A what?
A FazRad. It will only take a moment.
Yeah, but I'd really...
Thank you. Will you call your wife, please? I would like to show her the FazRad also.
Sally, come here.
What is it? Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just that I've never seen such a large robot.
I am 6 feet 11 1/2 inches tall and weigh 1,120 pounds.
Oh, how nice. Ed, did you order something? Are we buying something?
Good evening. I am going to show you the FazRad. Please be seated. On the couch, if you will, both together.
Look, what the hell is a FazRad? I mean, what I want to know is, what's going on? I don't want to buy anything.
What is your name?
Morris. Ed Morris.
I'm glad to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Morris.
No.
You are the first persons in your neighborhood to see a FazRad. This is the initial demonstration in this area. Mr. Morris, you are employed, I assume. Where are you employed?
Yeah, why do you want to know?
He works on Ganymede.
Sally.
What? For the Terran Metals Development Company.
A FazRad will be of value to you. And what do you do?
I'm a tape transcriber at Histo Research.
Sally.
A FazRad will be of no value in your professional work, but it will be helpful here in the home.
Hey, put down that table!
For example, sometimes an attractive piece of furniture is damaged by a clumsy guest.
Oh, no!
When this happens, a FazRad is needed.
Oh, no, not my best lamp.
When a FazRad is possessed, there is nothing to fear. A special situation may occur, like a violent explosion, such as a nuclear bomb.
For God's sakes,
A nuclear bomb attack may never occur, but in such an event, a FazRad is indispensable.
Oh, what are you doing with that tube?
Put it down. Stand back, Sally.
Let us say you need an emergency shelter immediately. I have not extended this tunnel I have created, but you can see a FazRad would save your life in case of attack.
Oh, my God.
Sometimes a thug or hood will attack a person at night. That takes care of the thug.
Oh, well, what about my wall? Oh, Ed, where is he going now?
Looks like the kitchen.
Often you're too tired in the evening to manipulate buttons on the stove.
Oh, stop! Get away from my stove!
Bathroom!
Oh, Ed, what are we going to do?
You may be too weary to run water for your bath. Sometimes, after a hard day at work,
keep away from me!
You are too tired to remove your clothing.
Oh, no!
In that event...
Get out of here! Sally, run and call the cops. The thing's gone crazy. Hurry!
The FazRad is a necessity in all modern homes. For example, an appliance may break down, like this automatic humidity control. The FazRad repairs it instantly.
Oh, please.
Sometimes you prefer not to go to work. The FazRad is permitted by law to occupy your position for a consecutive period not to exceed 10 days. If after that period...
Good God. You're the FazRad.
That's right. Fully automatic, self-regulating Android, domestic. There is also the FazRack, construction, the FazRam, managerial, the FazRaz, soldier, and the FazRab, bureaucrat. I am designed for home use.
You're for sale. You're selling yourself.
I am demonstrating myself. I am sure, Mr. Morris, you would like to own me. I am reasonably priced and fully guaranteed. A full book of instructions is included. I cannot conceive of taking no for an answer.
For heaven's sake, it's 12:30, Ed. Finish untying your shoes and come to bed. You have to be up at 5:30. I love lying under the radiant lens. Even though it's windy and cold outside, I feel like I'm on a tropical island.
Yeah, stranded on a lovely tropical island with a FazRad.
Come on, what's wrong with you? It fixed all the things it broke. It was just demonstrating itself. Oh, what are you doing?
Putting my shoe back on.
Where are you going?
Can you hear me?
Certainly. I'm never an operative. Sometimes an emergency occurs at night. A child is sick or an accident takes place. You have no children as yet, but in the event...
Well, shut up. I don't want to hear any more of your artificial voice.
You asked me a question. Self-regulating androids are plugged into a central information exchange. Sometimes a person wishes immediate information. The FazRad is always ready to answer any theoretical or factual inquiry, anything not metaphysical.
Okay, I've got one for you. Why isn't there a law in this society that would prevent sales robots from invading the privacy of human beings?
That is a metaphysical question.
Look, it is not. The FazRad can do thousands of things. The FazRad never wears out. The FazRad never makes a mistake. Well, you made a mistake coming here because I'm not going to buy you. Never. Not in a million years.
Oh, yes, you are. This is an opportunity you can't afford to miss. You can't turn me down, Mr. Morris. A FazRad is an indispensable necessity in the modern home.
Get out of here. Get out of my house and don't ever come back.
I'm not your FazRad to order around. Until you've purchased me at the regular list price, I'm responsible only to Self-Regulating Android Incorporated. Their instructions were to the contrary. I'm to remain with you until you buy me.
Suppose I never buy you.
I'll continue to remain with you. Eventually, you'll buy me. You'll see more and more situations in which a FazRad is indispensable. Eventually, you'll wonder how you ever existed without one.
Is there anything you can't do?
Oh, yes, there's a great deal I can't do, but I can do anything you can do, and considerably better.
Yeah, well, I'd be insane to buy you.
You've got to buy me. I am useful in all situations. Notice how fluffy and free of dust this rug is. I have sprayed for moths. In addition to repairing the damage caused by my demonstration, I have painted the living room, reinforced the bathroom ceiling, increased the number of heating vents, put in new electrical wiring, examined your financial accounts, computed your income tax for next year, and sharpened all your pencils.
Oh, well, gee, thanks. Hey, how about my blood pressure?
Give me your wrist.
Hey, let go. What are you doing?
Just as I suspected, your high blood pressure is psychosomatic. You'll feel better after you turn responsibility over to me. Did you know I threw out some old soup your wife was saving?
Why?
Danger of botulism. Your wife is sexually attractive, but not capable of a high order of intellectualization.
Okay, that does it.
Where are you going?
To the office.
At this time of night?
Sally, Sally. My sweet Sally. No care in the world. Sound asleep on your tropical island. How do you manage to be so happy? care of my own life without having some monstrous motorized 7-foot house made that costs $10,000 in gold units.
Apparently, further demonstration is necessary.
Hey, what are you doing in here? Get out of this. Hey, keep that web thing away from my controls.
All the control dials and meters are now in complete adjustment. You should have more frequent servicing. I'm going to the rear to examine the drive jet.
Yeah, fine. You can stay back there for the rest of the trip. And you're welcome to eject at any time.
I will return shortly.
This is the best time to drive. Almost no traffic. Plenty of cool, black space. It's quiet. No ads. You can think about how vast the universe is. Be happy.
Your jets aren't in good repair. I don't like that knock on the main brake drive. As soon as you land, I'll make an extensive repair.
Oh, the company doesn't mind you're doing favors for me?
The company considers me your fast rat. An invoice will be mailed to you at the end of the month. I will explain the 4 easy payment plans here on paper.
Oh, boy.
10,000 gold units cash means a 3% discount.
Yeah, that's nice.
In addition, a number of household items may be traded in, items you won't have further need for. If you wish to divide the purchase in 4 parts, the first is due at once, the last in 90 days.
No, I always pay cash.
There's no carrying charge for the 90-day plan, and for the 6-month plan, there's a 6% per annum charge, which will amount to approximately... We've changed course.
That's right.
We've left the official traffic lanes. What are you doing? There's a 2-unit fine for this. We're moving out of the solar system. The current telemetry will send us toward Proxima Centaurus.
You guessed it.
Mr. Morris, hadn't you better call your wife? The main turbines are beginning to heat.
Emergency fuel supply activate.
I'll call Mrs. Morris. We'll be beyond range in a short while.
Oh, don't bother.
She'll worry. Mr. Morris, this ship is not equipped for intersystem travel. It's a Class D 4-shaft domestic model for home consumption only. It was never made to stand this velocity.
Well, to get to Proxima, we need this velocity.
I can take some of the strain off the wiring system with this cable, but unless you rev her back to normal, I can't be responsible for the deterioration of the jet.
The hell with the jets.
We are out of the charted area. We are out of the stall system, Mr. Morris. It's too late to vid your line. There are 3 emergency rockets in the stern. If you want, I'll fire them off in the hope of attracting a passing military transport.
Well, why?
They can take us in tow and return us to the stall system. There's a 600 gold unit fine, but under the circumstances, it seems to me the best policy.
Come on, we need more velocity. There go my instruments.
Mr. Morris, you must prepare for death. The statistical probabilities of turbine explosion are 70-30. I'll do what I can, but the danger point has already passed.
There they are, the twin stars of Centaurus. They look tremendous, don't they? 20 planets. Proxima's the important one. How are the jets holding now? I can't tell. The instruments are burned out.
Mr. Morris,
Yes?
I'll go back and examine them.
All right, now, this is it. Give me full power. My arm. I can't move. There they are. The twin suns of Centaurus. They're what I've always wanted. In a day or two, I'll float into your center and burn into nothing. But until then, I can just lie here and look at how beautiful you are. Nothing can bother me now. Oh, Sally, would you have liked Proxima? Probably not. What's that?
Mr. Morris.
Oh, no, not you.
Mr. Morris, I have been damaged.
Yeah, well, so have I. I think my arm is broken. I can't feel my legs.
I know you won't want to hear
Well,
this.
then just don't say it. Just leave me alone.
But now that I have been seriously damaged due to your negligence, you have a legal obligation to repair me.
Oh, shut up. If I wasn't pinned down here, I'd take something and smash in your computerized one-track mind.
If you agree to buy me outright rather than make payments, I believe the company may absorb half or more of the cost of repairs.
Are you stupid, or are you just torturing me?
What do you mean?
Well, I know the cabin lights are gone, but don't you get the picture? The ship is in pieces. The equipment is gone, and we're going to burn up in the suns of Centaurus. Which wouldn't be so bad, but I'm going to burn up listening to you babbling your sales pitch.
You are to blame for the explosion of this craft. That wasn't a very smart thing to do, Mr. Morris.
Not smart? You want to talk about smart? Oh, boy, you call yourself a salesman and you blow it on your first call.
What does that mean? Blow it.
It means you're going to be incinerated very shortly.
Incinerated?
Gone, kablooey, destroyed.
We do not have to be destroyed.
Oh, no.
I will splice circuits with this instrument and send out a distress signal. We will be rescued.
Yeah, thanks a lot. But whatever happens, I'm not going to go back to Earth. I'm going to live on Proxima.
Proxima is acceptable to me. Will you buy me now?
I'll let you know.
Proxima Centauri, a new world around a distant star, a haven from the hectic pace of modern life, a world with none of the modern conveniences. That is, not until now. Little do they know that they'll soon be blessed with a Phasrad, and their troubles will be over. Sales Pitch featured Rick Spiegel as Ed Morris, Charlotte Taylor as Sally, and Bryce Armstrong was Phasrad. Other voices included Pam Doherty and David Roth. The original story Sales Pitch was written by Philip K. Dick and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by Brad Schreiber. The director was John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiUlio at Audio Visual Associates in Euless, Texas. Producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiUlio. Support for Sci-Fi Radio has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join me soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of Sci-Fi Radio.
Reporting as ordered, sir.
At ease, pilot. You know, of course, that we need this mission desperately, don't you, Pilot Beard?
Yes, sir, I do.
One of your crew must get through and set up a displacer near an atomic power source.
We'll get it done, sir.
In strictest confidence, Pilot, there's considerable unrest on Glom. This expedition may be our only hope.
What do you mean, sir?
Well, take the minor caste, for instance. They're on strike. They want a new digging shape.
A new shape? But why?
They claim the old one is inefficient.
Ridiculous. If you don't mind my saying so, sir.
I don't mind. And we've uncovered a new cult of shapelessness. Almost 8,000 Glom have already been taken into custody, and there's no telling how many more are still out there.
Shocking. Truly shocking.
Yes, it is. Tell me, pilot, do you enjoy flying?
Of course I do. Flying is my entire life.
Not all Glom feel that way about their shape. I don't understand it. All my ancestors have been invasion chiefs back to the beginning. So, of course, I want to be an invasion chief, too. It's only natural, as well as lawful. But the lower castes don't feel that way. I'm telling you all of this for a reason, Pilot Pitt. Our psychologists are saying that all the unrest is caused by our planet's overpopulation. They believe if we could expand onto another planet, it would cure everything. And another planet has been found that would be perfect. But there's a slight complication.
What's that, sir?
Your mission will be our 20th try to invade this planet. All the other missions have mysteriously disappeared.
What?
It's going to be up to you to avoid whatever happened to them and to set the groundwork for our invasion.
I promise, sir. I'll get us through.
Yes. We've assigned you a crew. But you're going to have to watch them, I'm afraid. They're loyal, no doubt, but low caste, and, well, you know how the lower caste can be.
Yes, sir. I do.
Gurr, your navigator, is suspected of harboring alterationist tendencies. He was once fined for assuming a quasi-hunter shape. And Ilg, your communications expert, well, he's never had any charge brought against him, but I hear he remains suspiciously immobile for long periods of time. It's possible that he fancies himself a thinker.
But, sir, if they're even slightly tainted with alterationist tendencies, why send them?
Gurr and Ilg have certain qualities of resourcefulness and imagination that could be used on this expedition.
Yes, sir. I see, sir.
Well, at any rate, you'll need to keep a close eye on them.
Yes, sir.
And good luck, pilot. I'm sure you need it.
The overcrowded planet inhabited by the shape-changing beings called Glum is in dire need of expanding onto a new world. But to mount an invading space fleet takes power, atomic power. And, unfortunately for the Glom, their home planet has pitifully little radioactive material. But what they do have is ingenuity. The Glum scientists have developed the Displacer, a device that is capable of moving mass instantaneously between any two linked points. One terminal of the Displacer can be set up at Glom's Sol atomic energy plant, but the other terminal must be placed next to an atomic plant on the target world. Then, the device can be activated, and the Glom invasion forces can step through from planet to planet in a great, overwhelming wave. The target has been chosen. It is a small blue planet known as Earth. Sci-Fi Radio presents its adaptation of Robert Sheckley's short story, Shape.
There it is. Third from its sun. The only planet in the system capable of sustaining life. And it just sits there swimming peacefully through its gauze of clouds. It looks so blue and green and innocent. And yet some secret menace on this planet has claimed the lives of every expedition sent from Glom. There have been 19 before us, and they've all vanished without a trace.
Sir? Sir?
Oh, sorry, Ilg. What is it?
I've sent a message back to Glom that phase 1 of the operation is imminent.
Good. Activate atomic power plant detectors. Prepare to enter the atmosphere.
Yes, sir.
Sure, stop that. This is no time for shape changing. Stop it right now.
Sorry, sir.
Look out there at that planet. It's a dangerous place, but it's our duty to get in there and set up the displacer. A lot of hopes are riding on us.
Yes, sir.
We understand, sir. Granted, we're a long way from home. However, distance is no excuse for promiscuous shape-changing. I know that the use of exotic shapes will undoubtedly be called for on this mission, and for that, we have a special dispensation. But remember, any shape not assumed strictly in the line of duty is a device of the shapeless one. Am I understood?
Yes, sir.
Ill?
What's that, sir?
Am I understood?
Oh, certainly, sir.
Good. Then let's get to work. Feed the necessary data into the camouflage unit.
Done. The ship now looks like one of these clouds.
This will be tricky. I must assume optimum pilot shape. My body is now a mere extension of my controls. I must concentrate, direct all my attention toward matching the velocities of these high-flying clouds. I must stay among them and try to become a part of them.
Located at the atomic power plant, sir. It's right down there near those woods.
Good. Feed in the course coordinates, Garrett.
Done, sir.
Any sign we might have been spotted?
No, sir. Normal satellite visual activity.
We'll land in those woods as soon as it's dark. All right, everyone out. On the double.
The ship is melting. But why, sir? Why?
It's part of the plan. There can be no obvious evidence of our presence here. Nothing to give us away while we get into the atomic power plant.
But if the plan fails, how do we get back?
The plan will not fail.
But...
Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What now, sir?
In the morning, we get into that plant, set up the displacer, and activate it.
Sir?
Yes?
What happened to the other 19 expeditions that were sent here?
I don't know, Ilg. And I pray to the eternally shaped one that we don't find out.
That creature with the long ears and bushy tail.
I think that's called a rabbit.
I sure am hungry.
Garrett, what are you doing? That's a hunter shape. Garrett, stop that. Stop it right now. Explain yourself, crewman.
I was hungry.
You were not?
Was too.
I'll have no more of that kind of thing. Remember, Gur, the lure of exotic shapes, and in your particular case, a hunter shape, is expressly forbidden.
I would have caught him, too, if I'd remembered to grow some teeth.
According to plan, it's official shape-changing time. Ger, you be a rock. Ilg, you try the tree shape, and I'll be a shrub.
What now, sir?
You see the gate to the power plant over there, through the trees?
Yes, sir.
We have to get through it.
How do we do that?
I'm not sure.
Listen. I hear something. See, there it goes right to the gate.
It's one of the things they call man, the creature that rules this planet.
I've got an idea. I'll disguise myself as one of them. Then just walk right to the gates, into the building, to the reactor room, and activate the displacer.
But you can't speak the language.
No problem. I just won't speak at all. I'll ignore them. Here, take a look at this.
Not too bad. But I'm afraid it won't work.
Why not? It's perfectly logical.
I know that. Therefore, it stands to reason that the other expeditions must have tried it too. And none of them came back.
What can we do then?
Let me think.
What's that thing?
One of their pets. I think it's called a dog. Look, it's rolling on its side, and the man at the gate is stroking it.
I can be one of them.
No, wait.
Why?
We need to think this over a while. This is too important to rush into. Let's move back deeper into the woods. Ilg.
What? Oh, sorry, sir. What were you saying?
I ordered you to move back into the woods, and you're just standing there. You weren't by any chance thinking, were you?
Oh, no, sir. Just resting a bit. Didn't get much sleep last night.
Well, all right then, if you say so. Let's get a move on. So what are the alternatives?
I'd say a man or a dog. They seem to be the only way to get past the gate.
The man shape is too risky, particularly since we don't know the language. It'll have to be the dog shape.
I volunteer, sir.
I think would be the best for the job, sir.
All right. We'll do it first thing in the morning. Now let's get some sleep. Holy shaped one, but I'm tired. And yet I can't sleep. Everything looks too easy. Something must be wrong. Why isn't the atomic installation better guarded? Certainly the creatures on this planet should have learned something from our previous expeditions. If they took any of them alive. You just can't tell what an alien will do. I'm really bushed. I need some sleep. Holy shaped one, I've gone shapeless. I can't fall victim to the temptations of the shapeless one. That would be disastrous. I must resume my pilot shape at once. A pilot shape isn't made for sleeping on a damp, bumpy ground. But no one ever said duty had anything to do with comfort. Time to get up, Gur. Time to get this over with.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Ilg. Wake up. Ilg, where are you? Kerr, where's Ilg?
I don't know, sir.
Help me look for him. He must be around here somewhere.
Perhaps he decided to go through the gate on his own.
Not very likely. He's never shown much initiative before. Mostly he's just content to do as told.
Oh. You don't think he's dead, do you? Or captured?
I don't know. But I do know we can't wait any longer. There are just 2 of us left to activate the displacer. Let's get a move on. There's the gate, just between the trees. All right, Gurr, you can now assume the dog shape.
How's this?
A little less tail, I think. More ears. Now, even them up a bit. Yes, that's better. And get rid of that.
Well, how do I look?
Perfect. And I'll just tie this displacer unit around your neck, like so. Now, there. You're ready to move in. Good luck, Gurr.
Thank you, sir. I expect I'll need it.
Here, boy. Come here.
Oh, no, another dog. I hope it won't compromise Gurr's mission. Good. Gurr's following the other dog through the gate. He's made it. He'll have that displacer in place in no time. First, Ilg disappears. Is captured or dead, or worst of all, on AWOL. And now it's been hours, there's not a sign of Gurr. Well, I guess the fate of this mission depends on me alone. The dog shape didn't work. My only chance is to try to pass as a man.
Hello there, pilot.
Gurr, what happened? What took you so long? What? You've still got the displacer unit. Why didn't you place it in the main reactor room?
I never tried to find it.
What? But why?
I went hunting. This form is ideal for that, you know? So I went out to the rear gate with the other dog and just went hunting. It was glorious.
The mission. Your duty. How could you?
I changed my mind. You know, pilot, I never wanted to be a navigator.
But you were born one.
Oh, yes, that's true. But that means nothing. Don't you understand, pilot? I've always wanted to be a hunter.
But you can't. The hunter shape is forbidden to you.
Maybe on Glom it is, but not on this planet.
I'll hear no more of this. Get into that installation now and set up the displacer. I'll try to overlook this heresy.
Sorry, but I won't do it. I don't want the casts of Glom here. They'd ruin it for the rest of us.
He's right. Ilg? Where are you?
I'm right here, behind you. I've been here all along, thinking.
As a tree? But what about your cast?
Oh, pilot, why don't you wake up? Most of the casts of Glom are miserable. Only custom makes us take the cast shape of our ancestors.
All Glom are born shapeless. And being born shapeless, they should have the freedom to choose their own form. But I don't think you'll ever understand that, pilot. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to think.
I order you to resume your cast shape, Ilg. Ilg? The men of this planet will kill you off. Both of you. Just like they did the other missions.
No one from Glom has been killed. All of the other expeditions are right here.
They're alive?
Certainly. The inhabitants of this planet don't even know we exist. That dog I was hunting with is a Glom from the 19th expedition. All the expeditions are here, pilot, and we like it.
I've always known the lower castes were lax in shape discipline. But I never dreamed it was anything like this. This planet's secret menace is freedom.
Join us, pilot. We've got a paradise here. Do you know how many species there are on this planet? An uncountable number. There's a shape to suit every need or want.
Not mine, Navigator. I'm a pilot. First and forever. The Glom Supreme Council will take care of you later. All of you. In the meantime, I'll become a dog, go in and set up the displacer myself. Give me that unit.
You don't make a bad-looking dog, pilot.
Get out of my way, Navigator.
All right, pilot, try it, if you think you can. But I have a feeling you'll soon see what Ilg and I have been talking about. Goodbye, pilot. We may meet again sooner than you think.
No. Navigator, you'll be the one to see. And you too, communicator. Both of you will see. Good. These men aren't even looking at me. This place here is pulsing now. The main reactor room must be in that building right there. They probably don't allow dogs inside. I'll slow down a minute. While the men are passing, I'll do the kinds of things I saw the other dog doing. Sniff the grass. Lift my leg. Interesting sensation. Good. They're all gone. Well, here goes nothing. Drat! Where can I hide? About up there!
Hey, look, they put a new light fixture on the ceiling. Wonder why they did that.
Who knows why they do anything?
That was close. Well, it's time to try out the man shape, I suppose.
Hey, you, what happened? Oh, my God. What happened to your face?
Oh, no. How could I have been so stupid? I forgot the facial features.
Hey, come on!
The main reactor has got to be on the other side of this bolted door. The opening is that crack at the bottom. I hope it's big enough for me on the displacer. I've got to try it. Oh, good. It bolts from the inside, too. The reactor's here just as I thought. Close enough now to activate the displacer. I just don't understand it, though. They all deserted. Every last one of them. Freedom of shape, you always said. All Glom are born shapeless. How strange it would be to take any shape I wanted without interference. On this planet, I could fulfill any ambition. And I wouldn't even get lonely with the other Glom here. But no. Piloting is my life. And there's no way this world could ever match the piloting of ships into and Glom. Must hurry. Activate the displacer. But, wait a minute. What is that? There, outside the window. I can't believe my eyes. What? Garrett Hill, we're right. Now I understand who needs this displacer. Freedom, here they come. Freedom!
Where is it? I don't know.
jumped out. He's 3 stories down. He must be busted up. You see him? No. I don't understand this. Let me look. Hey. What's going on here?
What the men saw through the broken window, the thing that they didn't understand, was that there was nothing out there. Nothing except a great white bird flapping awkwardly up into the sky, slowly and surely overtaking a flight of birds in the distance. Our cast featured Bryce Armstrong as Pid, Matthew Scott Carlton as Gurr, Charles Carroll as Ilg, and Oscar Wills as the Invasion Chief. The original story Shape was written by Robert Sheckley and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by Clay Charles Brown and John Sessions. Our director was John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiIulio. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiIulio. Support for this program has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join us soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of sci-fi. Rarely has mankind hesitated to eradicate the creatures that stand in the path of his conquest. Is it possible that our dark past might repeat itself when we begin the colonization of other worlds? If we find intelligent species, will we respect their right to live peacefully on their own world? Will we respect their right to exist? And 2 more questions. How will we know if the species is truly intelligent? And if we do, will it matter? Sci-Fi Radio presents an adaptation of Robert Silverberg's short story, Sundance. Tom Two Ribbons is an American Indian who has been sent into the stars to help ready a new world for colonization. Tom is a biologist. He's been married twice, but has no children. His great-grandfather died of alcoholism, and his grandfather was addicted to cheap hallucinogenics. His father compulsively visited memory editing parlors. Tom himself has tried them all. He recognizes in himself the need not to remember, and he is afraid of the ways that his ancestors used to erase the images that haunted them. Tom Two Ribbons, unlike his father and fathers before him, has yet to determine his own special mode of self-destruction. Tom is part of a mission that is eradicating the indigenous species of a world soon to be colonized by human agriculturalists. The species, known as the Eaters, are ecology wreckers, devourers of oxygen-liberating plants. They have to go.
Suppose the Eaters. Suppose. Just suppose.
But a seed of doubt has been planted in Tom Two Ribbons' mind.
Suppose. Just suppose.
Tom tries to believe that there is a difference between the eradication of the Plains Indians from the American prairie in the 19th century and what's happening here, now, on this new world. What's happening to the Eaters is more like
What happened to the buffalo? At least, that is what Tom desperately wants to believe. But try as he might, the seed has been planted.
Today we liquidated 50,000 eaters in Sector A. Herndon and I flew due east at sunrise, with the green-gray dawn at our backs. He and I sprayed the neural pellets over 1,000 hectares beyond the river. Beyond the river, where the eaters had already been eradicated.
I'll get the juice flowers, Tom. You get the lunch ready, okay?
Sure. Pick the ripe ones, though.
Good food, Tom. Thank you.
But better juice flowers. I should thank you.
I've got a question for you, Tom.
What is it?
Oh, a thought is all, just a speculation.
Quit explaining, just ask the question.
All right, then, here it is. How would you feel about what we're doing out here if it turned out that the eaters weren't just animal pets, that they were a people with language and a rights and a history?
But they aren't.
Well, suppose they were, though. I mean, just suppose that the eaters were intelligent. And suppose that what we're doing...
They aren't intelligent, Herndon.
Hey, don't take this personally, Tom. It's just a hypothesis. But just suppose...
Just shut up. Don't make me any angrier than I already am. You might regret it.
All right. Calm down. No offense meant.
Don't think about it. It amuses the son of a bitch to go after other people's vulnerabilities. Don't listen. Just sleep. What I need is sleep.
Suppose the eaters. Just suppose.
And so you sleep, darling. But all during the night, Herndon's remarks echo through your mind. And in your dreams you swim through rivers of blood.
It's foolishness, Tom. You're in the midst of a feverish fantasy. You know the importance of eradicating the eaters before the settlers get here. They're just animals, and they aren't harmless. They're ecology wreckers, devourers of oxygen-liberating plants, and they have to go.
Besides, darling, a few have been saved for zoological study, but the rest must be destroyed.
Ritual extirpation of undesirable beings, the oldest story of them all.
So let's not complicate our job here with moral qualms. Is that what you advise?
Don't worry, my love. The eaters don't even have blood.
What the eaters do have is a kind of lymph that permeates every tissue and transmits nourishment along the interfaces. Waste products go out the same way, osmotically. The beauty of their biology is that they allow for very neat extermination.
Within an hour after they ingest the pellets, the eater's life ceases.
In 2 hours, the eaters become a puddle. In 4, there's nothing left at all. And considering how many millions of the things are scheduled for execution, it's a good thing they are self-disposing.
I need sleep. Please, God, help me. I need to get away from these thoughts.
Suppose the eaters. Just suppose.
Damn you to hell, Herndon.
You're acting strange lately, Tom. You certainly are. Perhaps what you need is a memory editor.
Scrape those stupid memories out of your head, darling.
If you dared.
If you dared.
If I dared. But in the morning I don't dare. Memory editing frightens me. There's a difference in the way they exterminated my people and what we're doing here. I can't go through the editing again. I can't keep destroying myself, piece by piece.
I think we've got a real problem here. I know we do. No question in my mind.
I tell you, he's just...
Quiet. Here he comes.
Who sprays the pellets today?
Mike and Chang, Sector C.
11 more days and we ought to have the whole peninsula clear. Then we can move inland. That is, if the pellet supply lasts. Did you sleep well last night, Tom?
No, I didn't, Herndon.
You look troubled, darling. Can I help you?
No. Thank you. I don't need any help.
I hate it when you get gloomy.
It's one of my many racial traits.
I don't believe that for 1 minute.
The truth is that my last personality reconstruct is wearing a bit thin. I'm just a walking veneer. A mere shell of a red man.
I doubt that very much.
Marry me?
Maybe. Later. Anyway, it's just a passing gloom. I can edit it for you with one quick snip.
I know you can. You're the best at it, Ellen. The very best. But no, thank you.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You don't like editing.
My father spent 50 years getting himself pared down to a thread. He had his ancestors edited away, his heritage, his religion, his wife, his sons, finally his name. Then he sat around and smiled all day. No editing, thank you.
Where are you working today?
In the compound, doing some behavioral studies.
Want some company? I'm off all morning.
No, I'd rather be alone.
All right, if that's what you want.
I'm sorry, Ellen. Maybe this afternoon, okay?
Okay, darling. You go be alone. Commune a while with your eaters.
Test 1, 2. Spherical, bulky, slow-moving creatures, covered by masses of coarse orange fur. Saucer-like eyes protruding above narrow, rubbery lips. Their legs are thin and scaly, and their arms are short and held close to their bodies. Hello, my brothers.
And the seed of doubt is planted. Tom Two Ribbons has begun to wonder. And now, things will never seem quite the same to Tom Two Ribbons as the seed of doubt begins to grow.
Today I noticed something strange. Perhaps I simply sniffed too much oxygen in the fields, or maybe I was succumbing to the suggestion Herndon planted. Possibly it's the family masochism cropping out. At any rate, while I was observing the eaters in the compound, it seemed that they were behaving intelligently, that they were functioning in a civilized manner. I followed them for 3 hours. During that time, they uncovered half a dozen outcroppings of oxygen plants. In each case, they went through a stylized pattern of action before starting to eat. First, they formed a straggly circle around the plants. Then they looked towards the sun. They looked toward their neighbors to the left and to the right around the circle. They made fuzzy, neighing sounds. They looked toward the sun again, then moved in and began to eat. If it wasn't a prayer of thanksgiving, a saying of grace, then what was it? And if they're advanced enough spiritually to say grace, are we not therefore committing genocide here? I understand that the eaters cannot coexist with human agriculturalists. but this is their world. The liquidation effort is predicated on the assumption that the intelligence level of the eaters is at a par somewhere between an oyster and a sheep. Mankind's conscience stays clear because our poison is quick and painless, and because the eaters thoughtfully dissolve upon dying, sparing us the mess of incinerating millions of corpses. But if they pray, I'll need more evidence before I speak to the others. Hard, objective evidence. Films, tapes, record cubes. What good it will do, I don't know. But at the very least, I can withdraw from the operation, head back to Earth, and try to stir up a public outcry. I hope, I pray, I'm not imagining this. No, I'm not. They gather in circles. They look to the sun. They neigh and pray. They're only balls of jelly on chicken legs, but they give thanks for their food. Their eyes stare accusingly at me. The tame herd knows what is going on. That mankind has descended from the stars to eradicate their kind, and that they alone will be spared. They know, and they hate us. Jesus, we have killed 2 million of them since we got here. I am stained with their blood. I must be careful, or I'll end up drugged and edited. I can't let myself appear to be an agitator. I have to find allies. Surely Herndon is onto the truth. He's the one who nudged me to it the day we dropped the pellets. I'll talk to him tonight. I've been thinking about the suggestion you made, Herndon. About the eaters. Perhaps we haven't made sufficiently close psychological studies of them. I mean, if they really are intelligent...
Who says they are, Tom?
You did. On the far side of the forked river, you said...
What I said to you was a speculative hypothesis. I was just making conversation.
No, it was more than that. You believed it.
Don't start this, Tom. If for a moment I believed we were killing intelligent creatures, I'd run for an editor so fast I'd start an implosion wave.
Why did you ask me that, then?
Idle chatter, that's all.
Amusing yourself by kindling guilt in someone else? You bastard.
Look, Tom, if I had any idea you'd get so worked up about a hypothetical suggestion. Look, the eaters are not intelligent beings. Otherwise, we wouldn't be under orders to liquidate them, would we?
No, I don't know what Tom's up to, but I do know he needs a rest. It's only been 1.5 years since his last personality reconstruct. The breakdown then was pretty bad.
He's refused 3 times in a row to make the pellet spraying run. Claims he can't take time away from his research. What kind of research is he doing anyway?
Not biological. He's in the compound with the eaters all the time, but I don't see him conducting any tests on them. He just watches them.
And talks to them. About what?
Who knows?
Look, you're closest to him, Ellen. Can't you bring him out of this?
I've got to know what he's into first. I don't know what's the matter. He's just not saying a thing, nothing at all. Oh, you're wonderful, Tom. You're the best.
Liar.
No, it's true. You are.
And you are too.
It's a gorgeous moon tonight. Want to walk with me?
Where?
Out in the compound.
No. I don't think so.
Why not?
Because I don't feel like it.
All right, darling.
I don't want to hurt you, Ellen.
I know that.
There are things I just have to do my own way. Please understand.
I'm trying. Just please be careful, darling. For me.
Hello, Tom.
Michaels?
What can I do for you?
Can I be spared for a few weeks?
What do you mean?
I've got some field studies to do. I'd like to leave the base and work with the eaters in the wild.
What's wrong with the ones in the compound?
It's the last chance with the wild ones. Mike, please, I have to go.
Alone or with Ellen?
Alone.
All right, Tom. Whatever you want. Go. I won't hold you here.
In the prairie under the green-gray sun. Above me, the eaters gather. I am stripped naked. The sweat makes my skin glisten. My heart is pounding. I talk to them with my feet. I dance for them. I dance, and they understand. They have a language of soft sounds. They have a God. They know love and awe and rapture. They have rights. They have names. They have a history. How can I reach them? With my feet, with my hands, with my grunts, with my sweat. They gather round me by the thousands, and I dance for them. I must not stop. I cannot. I will not. Listen to me, my brothers. I am your friend. Trust me. Talk to me. Teach me. Let me preserve your ways, for soon the destruction will come. The sun climbs high, and the eaters murmur softly. I dance towards the chief, back, forward. I bow and point toward the sun. I imagine the being who lives in that ball of flame. I imitate the sound of these people. I kneel, I rise, I dance. And now they dance too. They feel the power that flows from me. Slowly, uncertainly, they move toward me. They shift their weight, stiff leg and leg. Sway about. Dance, my brothers, as Tom Two Ribbons dances for you. We move in holy frenzy. They sing for me a blurred hymn of joy. They throw forth their arms, unclench their little claws. In unison, they shift their weight. Left foot forward, right, left, right. Dance, my brothers, dance. Now, gently, they thrust me across the field to a part of the meadow where the grass is deep and untrampled. Still dancing, they seek the oxygen plants and find clumps of them beneath the grass. They make prayers and seize the plants with their awkward arms. In anguish, the plants release floods of oxygen. My mind reels. I laugh and sing. The eaters thrust their plants toward me. It is a religious ceremony that I am witness to. Take from us. Eat with us. Join with us. This is the body. This is the blood. Take. Eat. Join. I bend forward toward the lemon-colored globe. I do not bite. I nibble as they do. My teeth slicing away the skin of the plant. Juice spurts into my mouth as the oxygen drenches my nostrils. The eaters sing hosannas. Take, eat, join. The juice of the oxygen plant flows in my blood. I embrace my brothers. I sing and dance. The eaters crowd closer. The scent of their bodies is sweet and fiery red to me. Their soft cries are like puffs of steam. The thick grass hums to me, deep and rich, as the wind hurls points of flame across the prairie. I devour another oxygen plant, and another, as my brothers laugh and sing to me. They tell me of their gods, the god of warmth, the god of food, the god of pleasure, the god of death, the god of holiness, the god of wrongness. They tell me of their history and their holy rites. I must remember for them, for when it is gone, it will never come again. I dance as they sing to me in voices that are like splashes of green mold against the clean sheet of the sky. I dance, they dance, we sing. In a twilight of protoplasm, they vanish into the soil from which they came. They are gone now. For hours I walk the prairie, alone. I inhale the oxygen. I eat the lemon-colored globes. The winds roar in the distance. Silence comes. Night falls. I dance. I am alone.
It's time to go in, Tom.
I have so much to tell you. What we do here is wrong.
We'll listen, darling. But now it's time to go back in.
We never learn anything, do we? We export all our horrors to the stars. Wipe out the Armenians, wipe out the Jews, wipe out the Tasmanians, wipe out the Indians, wipe out everyone who's in the way. Then come out here and do the same damned murderous thing to the Eaters. You weren't with me out there. You didn't dance with them. You didn't see what a rich, complex culture they have. Let me tell you about their tribal structure. It's extremely dense. 7 layers of matrimonial relationships to begin with. And an exogamy factor that requires...
Tom, darling, no one is going to harm the Eaters.
And a religion. 9 gods, each one an aspect of the one God. They have hymns, prayers, a theology. And we, the emissaries of the God of wrongness, we come here.
We're not exterminating them, Tom. Won't you understand that? This is all just a fantasy of yours. You've been under the influence of drugs, but now we're cleaning you out. You're going to be all right in a while. You'll have perspective again.
A fantasy? A drug dream? I stood out in the prairie and watched you drop the pellets, and I watched them die and melt away. I didn't dream that.
How can we convince you? What will make you believe? Shall we fly over the Eater country with you and show you how many millions there are?
But how many millions have been destroyed?
Darling, no one has ever wanted to hurt the Eaters. This is a scientific expedition. We're here to study them. It's a violation of all we stand for to injure intelligent life forms.
You admit that they're intelligent?
Of course. That's never been in doubt.
Then why drop the pellets? Why slaughter them?
None of that has happened, Tom. Please believe me. Believe us.
If you want me to believe you, why don't you do the job right? Get out the editing machine and go to work on me. You can't simply talk me into rejecting the evidence I've seen with my own eyes.
Tom, you were under drugs all the time.
I've never taken drugs, except for what I ate in the meadows when I danced. And that came after I had watched the massacre for weeks and weeks. Are you saying that it's a retroactive delusion?
No, Tom. You've had this delusion all along. It's part of your therapy, part of your reconstruct. You came here programmed with it.
That's impossible.
It was done to reconcile you to mankind, you see. You had this terrible resentment of the displacement of your people in the 19th century. You were unable to forgive the industrial society for what they did to your people, your family, and you were terribly full of hate. Your therapist thought that if you could be made to participate in an imaginary modern extermination, if you could come to see it as a necessary operation, you'd be purged of your resentment and able to take your place in society as a productive, vital human being.
Don't talk idiocy. If you knew the first thing about reconstruct therapy, you'd realize that no reputable therapist could be so shallow. There are no one-to-one correlations in reconstructs.
Tom, darling, please.
No. Don't touch me. Keep away from me. Just keep away.
Look here, old man.
I won't let you persuade me that this is a fantasy or a therapy of some kind.
What can we do then?
Let me go.
Where?
Back to be with my brothers. Much hotter today. The Eaters are more numerous. Today I wear paint and feathers. My body shines with my sweat. The Eaters dance with me, and they have a frenzy in them that I have never seen before. We pound the trampled meadow with our feet. We clutch for the sun with our hands. We sing, we shout, we cry. We will dance until we fall. This is no fantasy. These people are and they are intelligent, and they are doomed. This I know. And we dance. Despite the doom, we dance. My great-grandfather comes and dances with us. He too is real. His nose is like a hawk's, not blunt like mine. And he wears the big headdress, and his muscles are like cords under his brown skin. He sings, he shouts, he cries. Others of my family begin to join us. We eat the oxygen plants together. We embrace the eaters. We know, all of us, what it is to be hunted. The clouds make music and the wind takes on texture and the sun's warmth has color. We dance. We dance. Our limbs know no weariness. The sun grows and fills the sky, and I see no eaters now, only my own people, my father's fathers across the centuries. Thousands of gleaming skins, thousands of hawk noses, and we eat the plants, and we find sharp sticks and thrust them into our flesh, and the sweet blood flows and dries in the blaze of the sun. And we dance. We dance. And some of us fall from weariness, but we continue the dance, and the prairie is a sea of bobbing headdresses, an ocean of feathers, and we dance, and my heart makes thunder, and my knees become water, and the sun's fire engulfs me, and I dance, and I fall, and I dance, and I fall, and
Here, darling, the suction cap on your arm will drain the oxygen plant drug from your veins.
And here's a shot that will help you rest. Rest, old man. That's what you need.
And so I rest and am very calm. Ellen kisses me and I stroke her soft skin. The others come and try to talk to me, but I do not listen. I am too busy searching for realities.
What's it like, Tom?
It's like falling through many trapdoors, looking for the one room whose floor is not hinged. Everything that has happened on this planet is my therapy.
You see?
You see? You see?
Nothing is really being exterminated here. This is the therapy of my friends. They have carried the weight of accumulated centuries of guilt and have come here to shed that load.
You're here to ease us of our burden, to draw our sins into yourself and give us forgiveness.
Again, I fall through and see that the eaters are mere animals who threaten the ecology and must therefore be removed.
The culture you imagine for them is your hallucination, kindled of ancient angers.
So you must withdraw your objections to the necessary extermination of the eaters.
But instead, I fall through. There is no extermination except in my mind. I must sit up now and apologize to my friends, these innocent scientists whom I have called murderers.
And you fall through.
You fall through.
You fall through.
I fall through.
That which seems real is real. What we do, we've already done. True? Of course. But then again, maybe not. The doors keep opening, and we continue falling through them until another door opens and we fall through that one. One thing is certain, and that is this. It is impossible to be certain of anything in a world where reality is often just a matter of opinion. The only thing to do then is sing and dance to the sun. Our cast featured Charles Carroll as Tom Two Ribbons, Mark Walters as Herndon, Wirt Kane as Michaels, and Nance Williamson as Ellen. The original story Sundance was written by Robert Silverberg and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by Clay Charles Brown. Our director was John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiUlio. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiUlio. Support for this program has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr inviting you to join me soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of sci-fi.
In a century soon to come, development of a hyperspace drive will begin a great era of space exploration and colonization. Scattering across the galactic frontier in great space cruisers, pioneers will soon find themselves pitted against the forces of nature. Forces that are blind and deaf. Forces that know neither hatred nor compassion. As colonies are established, the ability to render emergency assistance will become a special problem. On rigid schedules, the great space cruisers will be unable to divert from their computed courses. Instead, they will carry small emergency dispatch ships to do the job. A master computer will determine all necessary parameters, plot all coordinates, balance all equations for the emergency run. The equations will tell what can be done and what cannot. For example, H amount of fuel will not power an emergency dispatch ship with a mass of M plus X safely to its destination. Sci-Fi Radio presents an adaptation of Tom Godwin's story, The Cold Equations.
Why are you laughing, Gita? It's that sound you make, Marilyn. Oh, you mean my bracelets? My parents gave me these when I left Earth. Oh, it's so sweet of them. I vowed never to take them off, and I never will.
Sounds very strange in this passageway, not like in other parts of ship.
We're way away from the passenger deck. I've never been down here before.
Maybe we should go back.
Oh, come on, Gita. Exploring is fun. Besides, we said we needed to find a quiet place where we could talk.
Yes, but...
Look, how about this room? We can work in here.
No, it ship's computer room. Signs say off limits.
And that just makes it exciting, like an adventure. Come on. Thanks for talking with me, Gita. This will really help me with my Galanese when I get to my Mir.
It helps me also. I can get a better job when I learn your language good.
What's that?
Oh, we must leave from here. Someone will come. Hurry, they must not find us here.
Oh, wait a minute. This computer is doing something.
Let's see what it is. No, must leave. Can have trouble if found here. I go now. Sorry.
Priority 1 alert. This is Priority 1. Priority 1. Crew 5, stand by for emergency instructions regarding medical supplies for planet Woden.
Woden? They're going to Woden.
Crew 5, proceed immediately to medical dispensary. Emergency medical supplies will be ready for you to transfer to loading bay 9 and place aboard EDS 3461. EDS must be ready for launch in precisely 14 minutes. All emergency procedures must be observed. Move immediately. This is Priority 1.
How many serum packs you got there?
Let's see. I make it to be 8 cases of 24.
That checks. Let's get them on board.
Jeez, you think they give you more time? At least some warning or something for something as important as this.
Quick, Rouse. How are they going to know ahead of time?
Yeah, I know. Okay, that's the last one.
How about the fuel level? Did you check it?
Sure. It's right on Corcom specifications.
It better be. Waste a drop of that stuff and they'll never let you forget it.
Crew 5, launch of EDS 3461 is scheduled in 9 minutes. Repeat, launch in 9 minutes. Report immediately to Comm Center for emergency loading checkout.
Jeez, there's got to be a better way.
Come on, let's move. I told you we left that hatch open. They'll bust us for sure if they found it that way.
Oh, what do they expect? Rushing us like this?
Shut up. Just get it closed. And be sure it's locked, too.
Okay. Okay, that's got it. Let's go.
Attention. Prepare for arrival of EDS 2108 in Bay 4.
Hello, Barton. Welcome back.
Thanks, Captain Delhart.
Don't get too comfortable. I've got another job for you.
Damn.
I'm sorry, but it can't be helped. There's just no one else available. We've got to get some serum to Woden, and we've got to do it fast. They've got an outbreak of cholera fever there.
Cholera fever? That's bad business. I'm ready.
A tram scooter is waiting. We've got to get you to Bay 9 on the double. 3461 should be loaded and fueled by now.
3461?
There aren't too many seconds to spare on this one.
I'm on my way, Captain.
EDS 3461, Space Cruiser Stardust is initiating drop from hyperspace in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Normal space-time continuum realized. Is your ship prepared for launch, Barton?
I'm on my instrument check now.
Sorry about the rush, but you know how it is.
Yeah, it's not the first time.
We need you out of here in 12 seconds. Is your instrument check complete?
What do you think?
Corham says you need to be out.
I know. I'm ready. Let's go.
Let me know when you're clear.
I'm clear now. Get you on the way back.
Goodbye.
Thanks.
Commander Barton, instrument check is finalized. All readings nominal with exception of mass factor.
What's that?
All readings nominal.
No. The mass factor. Explain.
Supply hold contains excess mass.
Those idiots. Someone's going to pay for this. How could they possibly load in excess?
Probability is that excess mass not placed in hold by loading crew. Heat radiation from supply hold suggests presence of life form.
A stowaway? But how?
Regulations specify
I know the regulations. Notify Stardust. I'm not alone. Damn it, I'm not alone. How could someone get on board? And doesn't he know what this means? Come out of there. I said come out, now.
I give up. I'm guilty as charged. Now what happens? Do I pay a fine or what?
Who are you?
I'm Marilyn Cross.
Well, why did you stow away on my EDS?
I know it was a stupid thing to do, but you see, my brother's survey crew is on Woden. I found out the cruiser was sending your ship there, and, well, I haven't seen him for almost 10 years now. I'm going to Mamir. I'm taking a job there. I specialize in language. Jerry, that's my brother. He's supposed to be stationed there in a year. I know. You think after 10 years one more wouldn't matter much. But I wanted to see him so bad. Anyway, when I heard the Starship was sending your EDS to Woden, I decided to stow away.
How did you get aboard?
Well, it was simpler than you'd think. I was practicing my Gelanese with a friend. Anyway, I heard the orders for a crew to load supplies to go to Woden. I found Bay 9, and when the crew had loaded up, I just slipped into the hold here and hid. It was open. I was surprised no one was watching. I guess everyone was just too busy. Anyway, like I said, it was easy. Then, when you got on board, you were in such a hurry, I guess you didn't have time to check everything either. So here I am. It was an impulse, and from the way you're looking at me, I'm not sure it was a very wise one.
No, I'm afraid it wasn't.
I know there's probably a fine or something. I'm willing to pay the price.
This is Stardust. We've received your signal. Come in, EDS.
Barton, EDS 3461. This is an emergency. Give me Captain Delhart right away.
Are you going to have them come after me? Won't I get to see my brother after all?
Barton, this is Delhart. What's this about an emergency?
I have a stowaway.
A stowaway? That is unusual, but why the emergency call? There's still enough time that there should be no appreciable danger. And I assume you've informed ship's records so that the nearest relatives can be notified.
That's why I had to call you first. The stowaway is still aboard, and the circumstances are different.
Different? How can they be different? You have a limited supply of fuel. You know the law as well as I do. Any stowaway discovered on an emergency dispatch ship shall be jettisoned immediately.
Well, what does she mean?
The stowaway is a girl.
Yes.
She's just a kid, Captain.
I see.
She wanted to see her brother on Woden. She's a child. She didn't know what she was doing.
So you called me in the hope I could do something. I'm sorry, Barton. There's nothing I can do. The lives of not just one, but many depend on me. I'll have to go through with it. I'll have you connected with ship's records.
What did she mean? Did she mean it like it sounded?
Yes, I'm afraid she did.
No, that's insane. You can't mean it.
I suppose I should have told you before, but I had to try what I could first.
If you make me leave the ship, I'll die.
I'm sorry, but it has to be that way.
But I didn't do anything to die for.
I know that. It's just that...
EDS 3461. This is ship's records. What can we do for you?
I have a stowaway.
A stowaway? It's been a long time since we had one of those. Well, I hope you remember to keep his identification disc. I'll need all the information on it.
I've got it. Give me your identification disc.
What was the time of execution?
I'll give you that later.
Later? That's highly irregular. The time of subject's death is required by regulations.
Then it will have to be done in a highly irregular manner. You'll hear the disc read first. The subject is a girl, a child, and she's listening to everything we say. Are you capable of understanding that?
I'm sorry. I thought you had already. Go ahead.
Number T8374-Y54. Name, Marilyn Lee Cross. Sex, female. Height, 1.6 meters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Hair brown, eyes blue. Born July 7, 2160. Dear God, she's my daughter's age. I'll call you later with the other information.
I didn't do anything to die for. I only wanted to see my brother. But they're waiting for you to kill me. You all want me dead, and I didn't do anything. I didn't hurt anyone. I only wanted to see my brother.
Nobody wants it this way. Nobody would ever let it be this way if it were humanly possible to change it.
Then why isn't it? I don't understand. Why do I have to die?
This EDS is carrying serum for cholera fever to one of the colonies on Woden. 6 men will die unless the serum is delivered on schedule. Now, these EDSs are given only enough fuel to reach their destination. If you stay aboard, your added weight will cause it to use up its fuel before we reach Woden. When that happens, we'll crash. Both of us will die. And so will the 6 men waiting for the serum.
And nothing can be done?
No.
No one wants me to die, but I have to anyway.
Yes.
Are you sure? You're positive nothing can be done?
I'm positive. She looks bewildered and frightened, like a child. A child I'll soon have to kill. Slow deceleration for the time being. Will not give us, her, much time. Time she needs to accept what must happen to her.
How long do I have? How long can I stay?
Barton, a check with ship's record shows that you have not completed your report. What's the delay? Have you reduced deceleration?
I cut deceleration to 0.9 at 1750 hours. The excess weight factor is 50 kilograms. I'd like to stay at 0.9 as long as Corcom says I can. Will you feed it the data request?
It's done. You will resume normal deceleration at 1910 hours. At that rate, your touchdown will be with 0 fuel. I understand your dilemma, Barton. Normally, I would never even permit this much. There's nothing else I can do but what I've done. I'm sorry.
I'm scared.
I know.
I don't want to die. I know there's not enough fuel, but I still don't want to die.
H amount of fuel will not power an emergency dispatch ship with a mass of M+X safely to its destination. The final result of this equation is paragraph L, section 8 of Interstellar Regulations. Any stowaway discovered in an emergency dispatch ship shall be jettisoned immediately. It's the law. I'm convented for a while. But ultimately, there's no appeal.
Can I write a letter to Mama and Daddy? And I'd like to talk to Jerry. Can you get him on the radio?
I'll try. Woden, this is Barton, EDS 3461. Come in, please.
Hello out there. How's it going, EDS? Sure good to know you're on your way.
I need to speak with one of the survey crew members, Jerry Cross.
Jerry's out with 2 others in the swamp craft. It's almost sundown now. You ought to be back in an hour at most.
Can you patch me into his radio?
Swamp craft, this is Woden Base. Come in, please. Sorry, EDS. It's out of commission. Is it important you talk to him? I hope it's not bad news.
It's very important. Urgent, in fact. When he comes in, get him to the transmitter right away.
I'll have someone waiting for him at the landing dock. Is there anything else I can do?
Just get him there fast.
Will do, EDS. Over and out.
Will he get back in time?
I think so.
I guess I'd better write him, too, in case he doesn't. Will you see that these get mailed?
Of course.
I suppose they'll have been notified by the time they get these that these letters are important to me.
I understand. I'll see they're taken care of.
Do you think Jerry will be back in time?
Well, they said he should be in right away.
I hope so. I feel sick and scared, and I want to hear his voice again. Then maybe I won't feel so alone. I'm a coward, and I can't help it.
You're not a coward, Marilyn. You're afraid, but you aren't a coward.
Is there a difference?
Yes, there is.
I feel so alone. I never felt like this before, like I was all alone and there was no one to care what happened to me. Before, I always had Mama and Daddy and my friends. It doesn't seem right that I'm going to die just for making a mistake. Is it the same with Jerry? I mean, if he should make a mistake, would he have to die for it all alone, with no one to help him?
Yes, he would.
He never told us that.
He didn't tell you his work was dangerous?
We mentioned it, but I guess we chose not to believe it. I always thought danger along the frontier was a lot of fun, like in the Holovids. At the Holovids, when the show is over, you can go home. Does it seem cold in here to you?
Why, yes, it's colder than it should be.
I hope Jerry gets back before it's too late.
I'm sure he will.
I really want to talk to him.
Well, the part of Woden he's on is in the shadow. The revolution of the planet will put him out of contact fairly soon. There may not be much time left to talk to him before he's out of range. He should be back in time, though.
I want to say goodbye if I can.
I know.
If he passes out of range before I get to talk to him, I'll just go. I won't wait after that. I won't have anything to wait for. Maybe I shouldn't wait at all. Maybe I'm just being selfish. Maybe it would be easier for Jerry if you just tell him about it afterwards.
I think he would want you to wait for it.
Really?
Yes.
It's already getting dark where he is, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's strange. Mom and Daddy don't know I won't be coming back like I promised. I've caused everyone I love to be hurt, and I didn't mean to do that.
It wasn't your fault. They'll know that.
At first I was so afraid to die that I was being a coward and thinking only of myself. Now I can see how selfish I was. The terrible thing about dying like this isn't that I'll be gone, but that I'll never see them again. I'll never be able to tell them I didn't take them for granted, or that I knew of all the sacrifices they made to make me happy, or that I loved them so much more than I ever told them. You never tell them things like that when you're young and your life is all in front of you. I guess you're too afraid of sounding sentimental and silly, but it's so different when you have to die. Then you wish you had told them.
They know, Meryl. Believe me, they've always known.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
I hope so.
They do. I promise you.
I keep remembering all the things they did for me. Like the night my kitten got run over. I was only 6 years old and I was crying, and Jerry held me in his arms and wiped away my tears. He told me that my kitten was gone for only a little while, just long enough to get herself a new fur coat. He promised she'd be on the foot of my bed in the morning. I believed and quit crying and went to sleep dreaming about my kitten. When I woke up the next morning, there was my kitten right where he said it would be, and it had a brand new fur coat, just like he said it would. It wasn't until a long time later that Mama told me how Jerry had gotten the pet shop owner up at 4 in the morning. I never even thanked him. In fact, I'd almost forgotten it until now. I've been so selfish. I'll never be able to repay them for all the things they've done.
But you have repaid them in thousands of small ways. You've forgotten how you did it, that's all. They won't forget, Marilyn. I know they won't.
I've read how people look who die in space. And I've seen pictures. I hope they don't think of that. I wouldn't want them to remember me that way.
You're their child. You're Jerry's sister. They could never think of you in any way other than you would want them to. The way you looked the last time they saw you.
I'm still afraid. I can't help it. But I don't want Jerry to know that. If he gets back in time, I'm going to act like I'm not afraid at all. I'll just...
EDS 3461. This is Woden. Come in, please.
It's Jerry.
This is EDS 3461. Have you got Cross there?
I'm here. What's the problem? Any bad news?
Hello, Jerry? It's me.
Marilyn? What are you doing on that EDS?
I wanted to see you, so I stowed away on it.
Oh, God. No. Then...
I didn't know what it would mean.
Oh, dear God.
I only wanted to see you, Jerry. I didn't want to hurt you. Please don't cry. Please, I'm so scared. Don't let me go feeling like this.
Don't cry, honey. You mustn't do that. It's gonna be all right. Everything's gonna be okay.
I'm sorry I made you feel this way. I just wanted to say goodbye because I have to go in a minute.
Sure. I'm sorry I sounded the way I did. EDS, have you called the Stardust? Did you check with Corcom?
I did all that an hour ago. The EDS can't turn back. There are no cruisers within 40 light years, and there isn't enough fuel.
Are you sure Corcom had the correct data?
Do you think I would let it happen if I weren't sure?
He tried to help me, Jerry, but no one can help me, and I'm not going to cry anymore. Everything will be all right, won't it? With you and Mom and Daddy?
Sure it will, honey. We'll make up fine.
He's going out of range. He'll be gone in just a minute.
You're fading out, Jerry. You're going out of range. We have to say goodbye, but I promise I'll see you again. I'll come to you in your dreams with my hair in braids and crying because the kitten in my arms is dead. Or maybe I'll come as one of those golden winged marks you read me about. Maybe at times I'll be nothing you can see, but you'll know I'm there beside you. And think of me like that, Jerry. Always like that.
Always like that, little one. Never any other way.
I've got to go now, Jerry. I love you.
She sits motionless in the hush that follows. Then she turns to me and says,
I'm ready.
I wish there was something to say to her. But there's nothing. I let her walk alone, knowing that she wants it that way.
It's all right. You can do it now.
It's time to resume normal deceleration. So I wait as the ship drops endlessly downward. The thing is done. Over. Once more, I'm alone.
EDS, this is Stardust. Corcom has made all necessary adjustments for ETA and Woden. Your new time is 1937 hours.
Noted.
For the little good it does you, Barton, it wasn't our fault.
I know that.
It had to be done.
Yes, Captain. I understand.
Resume procedures for touchdown.
It's strange. I barely knew her, and yet it seems as if she's still here with me. Small, frightened. I want to comfort her. I can't. Her words echo hauntingly clear in the void that she's left behind.
I didn't do anything to die for. I didn't do anything.
The laws of nature are irrevocable and immutable. Man can learn to use them, but he cannot change them. The laws are. And the universe moves in obedience to them. H amount of fuel will not power an emergency dispatch ship with a mass of M plus X safely to its destination. A cold equation that has now been balanced. Our cast for Cold Equations featured Rosemary Roundtree as Marilyn and Gary Moody as Barton. Other players included Gloria Hawking as Captain Delhart and Bob Reed as Jerry. Additional characters were performed by Connie Nelson, Dwayne Dancer, Kevin Singer, and Oscar Wills. The original story, The Cold Equations, was written by Tom Godwin and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by Clay Charles Brown
and John Sessions. The episode was directed by John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiUlio at the studio of Audio-Visual Associates in Euless, Texas. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiUlio. Support for Sci-Fi Radio has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join me soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of Sci-Fi Radio.
There are other dimensions in the universe beyond the four we know. Dimensions kept apart from us by invisible walls of space-time. But suppose there's a snag, a momentary blending of one alien dimension with our own. And further, suppose that through this gap falls an inhabitant of the alien plane. What happens next is the beginning of today's story on Sci-Fi Radio, The Twonky by Louis Paget.
Hey, you!
Whoa.
Yeah, you, Joe.
Huh?
Well, that's what's written on your uniform. You do work here, don't you, Joe?
Work.
Say, hey, are you drunk?
Wrong.
Yeah, if you are, you're a history pal.
Wrong.
Hey, it's funny, I don't smell liquor on your breath. You're new here, aren't you?
New, huh?
Yeah, come on, it's a simple question. Do you work here?
Work.
Yeah.
Yes, I work.
Uh-huh.
Make twonkies.
What?
I make them.
Oh, the stereo radio consoles. Well, why didn't you tell me you were an assemblyman? I wish the front office would let us all in on it when they hire somebody new.
I make them.
Yeah, Joe, you told me already. Well, I'm glad you can do something.
I am expert.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
Make them better than Tom Twok.
Tom Twok? Hey, look, I don't remember anybody named Tom Twok.
I am expert.
Well, then, I suggest you set your butt down and start proving it.
Almost done. Need shimmer tones. No shimmer tone. Odd. But these other twonkies don't have shimmer tone. Must be okay. I'll put mine here with others. There. Now, must rest before I start on new one. Oh, head hurts. How did I get here? Is this a dream? No. Great Snell. I must have had amnesia. I ran into a temporal snag. Got to find it again and get out of here. Back to my own world.
An unscheduled visit has ended. Joe, or whatever his name is departed for his own dimension. It's a small discontinuity in the vast scheme of things, a glitch of little consequence, except for the Twonky.
See, time is curved, and eventually it gets back to the same place where it started, and that's called duplication.
What's that, dear?
See, yesterday at this time I had a martini, and the time curve indicates I should have another one now. Can you hear me, sweetheart?
I'm pouring.
Okay, you get my point then. Here's another. Time describes a spiral instead of a circle. And if you call the first cycle A, the second one is A plus 1. And that means a double martini tonight.
I knew where that would end. Here's your martini. But I'm afraid they don't make infinity-proof gin.
Yeah, too bad. That's it. Slowly stirred, not shaken. Great.
I'm glad. How are things at the university today?
Yeah, the same. Gave one lecture this morning, then graded midterms all afternoon. How was your day?
Boring. But the store did deliver that new stereo console you bought. Do you like it over there by the window?
Yeah, that's fine.
I think it goes real well with our furniture.
I would hope so, considering what it cost. Did you try it yet?
Oh, no. The old one was complicated enough. These new electronic gadgets just confuse me. All those buttons and numbers, tapes and CDs. Oh, you need to take a course in how to operate them. No, I just thought I'd wait till you got home so you could play with it.
It's not so hard. I'll show you how. I got some new CDs we can listen to. You'll love them.
You really think I can learn to work that thing?
Sure. These new ones are pretty good, you know. They do everything but think.
I wish they could wash the dishes. Or at least at the table.
Well, it can make those chores more pleasant. Look, I'll put on something classical while you finish with the dinner.
Okay. Have fun.
Okay, let's see how this works now. Yeah, it would help to have it plugged in. There, that should do it. Now, the power switch is right here. The blue light. I hope this thing doesn't have a short.
Psychology pattern checked and recorded.
What? It sounded like a ham operator. I didn't think this would get shortwave. Yeah, no matter. Where are those CDs? Good. Nothing like a little Beethoven and a cigarette before dinner. Damn messes. What the hell? Martha?
No, John.
No. I didn't see that. The stereo did not look over and light my cigarette. It moved. But, no, wait, it is unplugged. I can swear I plugged it in.
Harry, dinner.
I'm coming.
Honey, do you feel all right? You look a little pale.
Yeah, I'm okay. I must have dozed off for a minute. Yeah, that's it. It must have been a dream.
What's that, honey?
Yeah, nothing.
Well, something must be bothering you. You usually make a pig of yourself on my dumplings, but you've hardly had a bite.
I'm sorry.
And it's your last chance. For a week, anyway.
Yeah.
Are you sure you can get along without me?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, sure. I'll be all right. You go on to Denver. You help Carol have her baby. It's all in the family.
Well, she is my only sister.
I know.
And you know how she and Bill are. Quite nuts. They'll need a steadying hand just now.
Yeah.
Honey?
Huh?
You did remember to pick up my ticket today, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, sure. Here it is.
Oh, this flight is earlier than I thought. Oh, I better finish packing. I'll be down in a minute.
Hello?
Hi, Carrie. It's Fitz.
Oh, Fitz. What's up?
Martha gone?
Yeah, I just drove her to the airport.
Well, then, why don't you come on over and we'll chew the fat for a while? I've got some pretty good scotch we can tap.
I'd like to, but... I'm dead. I got a big day tomorrow. How about a rain check?
Sure. You know how it is. I just finished grading a stack of freshman psych papers and felt the need of some intellectual BS to resharpen my mind. Carrie? Are you still there?
Yeah, sure.
Is something the matter?
No, I don't think... Wait a minute. Fitz, you still there?
Yeah, what's going on?
You know those new radio stereo consoles that can do about anything?
Yeah.
Well, mine's washing the dishes.
Oh?
Look, I'm not kidding. Now, maybe I'm having hallucinations or something, but the damn radio is washing the dishes.
Wait a minute. This is a gas, right?
No. And I don't think it's a hallucination either. That's your territory. Can you come over and test my knee jerks?
I'll be there in 10 minutes. Have a drink ready.
Yeah, you're going to need it.
Where's my drink?
Here, let me go. Come on in and sit down.
Where's your dishwashing stereo?
It's in there, too.
I thought it was doing dishes.
It's finished. And then it walked back into the living room.
It walked?
Yes.
Harry, I think maybe you better sit down, too.
I'm all right.
You say it washes and it walks?
Yes.
What else does it do?
Oh, yes, and it lights my cigarettes.
Really?
Yes.
Is there anything it can't do?
Oh, yes. When it came back in here and parked itself, I thought I'd try out the radio. And it worked great on all the stations, really great. But then when I tried a CD, it wouldn't play at all.
Well, minor matter. I mean, if it's housework. Let's take a look at it.
That's it. Over by the wall.
It's a nice one.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, looks rather ordinary.
Now stand back and watch this.
What?
I'm just going to take out a cigarette, like this, and... Well, what do you think of that?
It's a robot of some kind.
Huh?
Only thing it can be. Where the hell did you get it?
You don't seem too surprised.
Well, but I am, though. I mean, I've seen robots on TV and in shopping malls, of course, but I've never seen one that could light you a cigarette. Who made it?
Well, how should I know? The Mid-Eastern radio company, I suppose.
Wait a minute. I don't quite understand.
There's nothing to understand. I bought this console a few days ago. It was just delivered this afternoon, and then it started doing these strange things.
You mean you didn't know it was a robot?
No, of course not. I bought a radio stereo, and the damn thing seems alive to me.
Well, I wouldn't say that. It's just some new kind of robot. I mean, what else is there to think? I suggest that you get in touch with the Mid-Eastern people tomorrow and check it out.
Yeah, you bet I will. But right now, I'd like to try something else.
What?
I'd like to see what's inside it.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Got a screwdriver?
Yeah. Yeah, here's one. Okay, let's slide that console out so we can see the back. Here. My God. I don't see any screws on this thing.
That's right. Seems to be made out of one solid piece. Wonder how they did that. And these legs, they look like there's some kind of hardened plastic.
Yeah, but you saw them move. They look like rubber.
Yeah, it's crazy. And there's another thing that doesn't make sense.
What else?
Well, if someone's made a new specialized sort of robot, why put it in a console like this?
Beats me. I'm afraid of that thing.
Do you want to stay at my place tonight?
No. I guess not. The robot can't hurt me.
I don't think it wants to. In fact, it's been helping you, hasn't it?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well then, that's that. Except for one thing. My drink. I think I can really use it now.
This is the Mid-Eastern Radio Company plant. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Carrie Westerfield. I got one of your new stereo radio consoles yesterday, and I'd like to ask you a few questions about it.
Of course, sir. I hope it's satisfactory. You know your warranty is good for a year.
Yeah, no, it's okay, but who made the thing? That's what I want to know.
Oh, well, I suppose we can find that out. Of course, I will need your stereo number.
Okay, that's the number on the back panel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've got it. It's 632.
Very well, sir. Our computer records show the unit was completed and shipped out 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, does it say who made it?
No, sir. Would you like to
Yeah. Put him on, will you?
Very well, sir. One moment.
Assembly, this is Floyd.
Yeah, are you the foreman?
What can I do for you?
Look, I just bought one of your new stereo consoles, number 632. I'd like to find out who made it.
For sure. I keep the record slips right here.
Good,
Let's see.
good.
What number did you say?
632.
Slip is here, but there's no name on it.
What does that mean?
I guess no one signed off on the job. I don't know how they got by me. Sorry, I guess I can't answer your question. Is that okay?
Yeah, it works fine. Look, you might answer another question for me, though.
Sure, if I can.
How do you open the cabinet? You know, if you want to see inside?
Well, we recommend you take it to your dealer for service.
Well, yeah, I know, but how do you open it?
It's really easy. Just unscrew the panel in the back.
Yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome. Bye.
What do I owe you? That'll be $4 even. Okay. Here you are, and keep the change. Yeah. Thanks. Hey, buddy. You need some help getting in your house?
No. I just had a few beers. That's all.
It's no problem. Okay. Good luck.
Yeah. No problem. What's going on? Let go of me.
What the hell was that? That light. Hey, what did you do? My beers! I can't feel them anymore. How? What a dirty trick. Listen, whatever you are, you mind your own business. If I want to get drunk, I'll get drunk. And I don't need your help to get sober. What am I doing? I'm not sure you have stereo. I gotta get control of myself. Easy, Gary. Take it easy. Yeah, okay. Forget about the robot. There, my morning lecture. Just read a chapter or two of this. Hey, wait a minute. I need that book. Give it here. Give it. All right. There. Damn it. You try coming through a locked door. All right. You can have the book. Take it. Yes.
Gary, it's me. Chase. What's up?
Plenty. This damn robot's getting out of hand.
What did it do now?
Well, for openers, it sobered me up.
That doesn't surprise me.
No, I mean, it really sobered me up. From a solid 12-beer drunk. It took me nearly two hours to get in that shape, and the thing wiped out all the effects in a couple of seconds. Just by shining some kind of light ray on me. It doesn't make sense.
It might. The vibrationary equivalent of thiamine chloride, perhaps.
What? In a light ray?
There's vitamin content in sunlight. Who knows? But the important point is that the gadget, whatever it is, isn't merely a robot.
You're telling me? It's a dictator. It wouldn't let me read the book I needed for my lecture tomorrow either. It managed to pick the lock on my bedroom door to come after it.
Sounds like it's really starting to interfere with you.
Look, I'm really afraid of this thing.
I still don't think that it means you any harm. But you're welcome to spend the night at my place.
No damn stereo is going to chase me out of my own house. I'll take an axe to the thing first.
Well, you know what you're doing, I suppose. Phone me if anything else happens.
Yeah, okay. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow at lunch.
Hi, Carrie. Sit down. No more problems last night, I guess?
Oh, I just didn't sleep too well, that's all.
What's that?
It's the library's copy of Hasson's social literature. Thing won't let me have mine. But there's something funny about this book.
Funny?
Yeah.
I don't...
This morning I went into the library and I looked at this book. I read it all right, but it didn't mean anything to me. It's just words.
Read it now.
I don't think I can.
Go on.
Okay, I'll try. I can't. I can see it. But it doesn't make any sense. Hey, what do you think?
That this machine, or whatever it is, has started to affect you. Maybe implanted some kind of blocks in your mind. Yeah. Listen, if you'll come to my office tomorrow, I'll give you a few tests and maybe we can find out some answers. I'll tell you this. This thing is starting to scare me now. You'd better stay at my place tonight.
Thanks. No, I can handle it.
Hello?
Martha, good morning. When did you get back?
About an hour ago. Can you come over? I'm worried about Carrie.
What's the matter with him?
I don't know. Please come right away.
I'll be right there.
Oh, Fitz, thank God you're here.
Where's Carrie?
He's right here in the living room. There, by the window.
Carrie, how do you feel? Hello, Fitz.
Fitz, what is wrong with him? Is he sick? I mean, should I call a doctor?
Have you noticed anything strange about your little stereo?
No, why?
Sit down. I've got something to tell you. So we figured it was more than a robot. Somehow it's been readjusting Carrie. And now it looks like it's taken away most of his initiative.
But nobody on Earth could have made something like that.
I agree. Seems to be the product of a well-developed culture, quite different from ours. On some other planet, perhaps. It's such a specialized thing that it naturally fits into a complicated culture. But I do not understand why it looks exactly like a mid-Eastern radio stereo console.
Camouflage?
Why? Let's look at this logically. Imagine a civilization where a gadget like that has its place.
I can't think about that. Fitz, I'm too worried about Carrie.
I'm all right. It seems to be some kind of monitor. In this other civilization, perhaps everyone has one. Maybe only a few, ones who need it. It keeps them in line.
By destroying initiative?
I don't know. It worked that way in Carrie's case. In others, I don't know.
I don't want to talk anymore. Carrie needs a doctor. After he's tended to, then we can decide what to do about that thing.
It'd be rather a shame, I reckon. I suppose it's the only thing.
Oh, Fitz! Look out!
What? Quick, come!
Fitz, are you all right? Well, I'm okay, but it grabbed you, and that beam of light, what did it do to you?
I don't know. What?
The stereo, Fitz, what did it do?
Stereo. Is there something wrong with it? I'm afraid I'm not much of a repairman.
Oh, it did do something, just like it did to Carrie. It's a monster.
Come now, Martha. It's a fine stereo. Carrie told me it had all the latest gadgets.
You told me it changed Carrie. Don't you even remember?
What? I'm sorry, Martha. I guess I'm a little stupid today. I can't quite understand what you're talking about. Now, I'm afraid I've got to go. or I'll be late for my class. See you soon.
Carrie? Carrie, please come back.
Yes, Martha.
It must be stopped.
Martha, what are you doing with that hammer?
It must be destroyed.
Martha, don't.
I remember the stereo, the damn stereo. It's alive. It's killed Martha. My God, that's the last thing you'll ever see.
Subject basically unsuitable. Elimination necessary. Preparation for next subject completed.
All right, we'll take it. You're doing the right thing. It's quiet, isolated, and the price is quite reasonable. Yeah.
I don't know about that, but it's just what we've been looking for.
Of course, an unfurnished place would run a good bit less, but...
Well, see, we haven't been married long enough to get any furniture.
Oh.
I think this will work out just fine. I kind of like the furniture. So, sweetheart?
Well. Who lived here before?
Well, let's see. Some people named Westerfield, I think. Yes, I got it for listening just about a week ago. It's a nice place. If I didn't own my own house, I'd jump at it myself.
All right. Hey, this is a nice stereo. Honey, check this out. It's a new one, isn't it?
Come on, honey. I'd like to take a look at the kitchen.
You're really going to love the kitchen. All for
Our cast featured Greg Loso as Carrie, Mary Criswell as his wife Martha, and Charles Carroll as Fitz. The alien Joe was played by Matthew Scott Carlton, and the foreman was Gary Moody. Other characters were portrayed by Fleur Phillips and Oscar Wills. The original story, The Twonky, was written by Louis Paget and adapted and directed for Sci-Fi Radio by John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiIulio. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiIulio. Support for the program has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr inviting you to join us soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of science.
Place them on the front porch.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Well, ladies, do you like the place?
Oh, Marie, it is the perfect spot for our vacation. You have outdone yourself this time. Yes, oh, Marie, it is delightful. A real coup de grace.
Well, will you be needing anything else?
No, thank you. That will be all. Here, this should take care of the fare. You may keep the change.
$100?
Is there a problem?
Oh, no, sir. Hey, I mean, sir, this is my phone number. If you decide you need to go anywhere while you're in town here, just let me know. I'll come get you day or night.
Well, thank you. I will remember your kind offer.
Day or night. Just let me know. How altruistic.
Clea, Clef, remember yourselves. You must remember where you are and who we are.
I am terribly sorry, Omari. I am just not accustomed to the monetary motivation. Leah is right, Omari. It is strange, don't you think?
That is not for me to judge. I am a visitor here. Who am I to say what is strange for these people? Anyway, we have some business to take care of with the owner of this house, and I doubt that any of us want to leave him with a bad first impression. Agree?
Of course, Omari. I just forgot myself for a minute. Yes, we are sorry, Omari.
Now, shall we see if this Mr. Wilson fellow is home?
Yes, by all means. The sooner we get settled, the better.
I'll do the introductions as is their custom.
How antiquated.
Beth, remember what I told you?
Yes, Omari.
Hello? Is there anyone home? Mr. Wilson, are you here?
Look, Sue, I gotta go now. I think my renters are here. Yeah, I know. We've already discussed that. Don't worry. I won't screw up. Yes. Yeah, I know all that, Sue, but they did sign a lease, you know. I have to be careful what I say if I'm going to break the agreement. I want to do that, too. It's ridiculous of you to think otherwise.
Mr. Wilson, are you in there?
Look, I gotta go. This guy's gonna beat my front door down. We won't have a house to sell. I'll meet you for lunch and tell you how it went. Of course I love you. How can you ask such a question? All right already. I'm on my way. Look, Sue, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later. I'm coming.
Good morning, sir. My name is Omari Francisco. You must be Mr. Wilson.
Yes, I'm Oliver Wilson. But...
These are my traveling companions, Clea and Clef.
Yeah, it's pleased to meet you. Now, about that lease you signed with my agent, I'm afraid there's been a terrible mistake. He shouldn't have offered you this place when it's in such terrible condition.
Nonsense. We love the place. Don't we, ladies?
Yes, Mr. Wilson, it is lovely.
Oh.
Couldn't be nicer.
Yeah, please, let me find you nice folks some better living quarters somewhere else in town. There's a place across the street that I think
We chose this house carefully, Mr. Wilson. We are not interested in living anywhere else.
You don't understand. I mean, it's really out of my hands, this problem, I mean.
No problem is insurmountable, Mr. Wilson. Maybe we can help.
Well, look, what does it matter? I mean, I have 2 other rental properties myself in better condition than this one. Why, look, across the street you'd have a fine view of the city. Here there isn't anything. The other houses cut off the view.
We engaged rooms here, Mr. Wilson, and we expect to use them.
But why do you insist?
We just do. Now, will you make arrangements to leave as soon as possible?
Oh, no. Now, that isn't in your lease. Okay, you can live here until next week since you paid for it. But you can't put me out. I'm staying.
Very well. But please be kind enough to stay out of our way. Now, with your permission, we would like to come inside our home.
Not your home, sir. Your living quarters for 1 week and 1 week only.
Yes. Now, may we?
Oh, very well. Come on in. I'll show you to your bedrooms upstairs. I hope, Mr. Francisco, that you didn't think I was trying to be rude. It's just... Well, the place just isn't the kind of place you and these lovely ladies should be calling home for any length of time. I mean, well, it's obvious to me that you are accustomed to the finer things in life.
Mr. Wilson, it is because we are accustomed to some of the finer things in life that we have chosen your establishment. You must not be so negative about this lovely home.
But, sir...
here we are. I take it that these are the rooms here?
Yes, the one door on the left and 2 on the right.
Fine. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. You may leave us now.
Well, but
You may leave.
A somewhat weather-worn Victorian-style house sits on the outskirts of an unremarkable city. It's not the sort of place that would be expected to attract tourists, no matter what the season. But these are not ordinary tourists, nor is this an ordinary season, as Oliver Wilson and his would-be bride Sue Johnson are about to discover. Sci-Fi Radio presents Episode 1 of our adaptation of Henry Kuttner and C.L. Moore's novella, Vintage Season.
Well, Oliver, did you get rid of them?
No, not yet.
Not yet? Now, you listen to me, Oliver Wilson. We've got a buyer with an offer on the table. Now, we need that money to buy our home. We can't miss this opportunity.
I know.
Well, you've got to do something about getting those people out before it's too late.
I'll try.
Well, have you heard anything more from the lady who wants to buy it?
Oh, her attorney phoned again yesterday. He reminded me again that her offer is contingent on her being able to move in by the end of this week. I wonder who she is and why the big hurry.
What do we care? I don't care if she's from another planet. The fact is, she's a buyer, not a renter.
I know. It's just a mystery to me why all of a sudden the old house has become so popular. I've always had a hard time renting it out, even when it was fixed up. And now it seems to be the hottest thing going. The Franciscos acted like they just had to have it.
The Franciscos? Who are they, anyway? You haven't told me a thing about them.
Well, I don't know much. They're tourists, I think. At any rate, I heard them say they're taking a trip up the river this afternoon to some sort of shrine I've never heard of. It isn't very far, wherever it is, because I know they're coming back for dinner. They're just not ordinary tourists, though. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
Nothing about that house makes sense anymore.
Yeah.
Except you've got to get rid of those renters, and soon.
I'll think of something.
You'd better.
Hello? Anyone here? Good, they're still out. Let's see. This is one of their rooms here.
Won't you come in?
I beg your pardon, miss. I didn't realize you were home. I was just checking to see that you had plenty of linens.
Do come on in and sit down.
Oh, I really shouldn't, miss.
Clef is my name. Do you like it?
Well, yes. It's very different. Quite pretty, actually.
Not as pretty as the spring weather you enjoy here.
Huh?
You know, there never was a maid like it in civilized times.
Yeah, the room, it looks so different. Well, what have you done to it?
Oh, nothing much. I just brought a few of my things from home with me. You know, when you're away from home, it helps to cheer you up. Don't you agree, Oliver? Can I call you Oliver?
Yes, of course. But that picture hanging there above your bed, the water, it's so real, I could swear it's rippling.
Yes, it is a wonderful work of art, is it not?
Remarkable is more like it. And this furniture, I've never seen anything like this in my life.
I suppose you are right about that.
What?
Oh, what I mean is, well, I don't think you will ever find another piece like the sofa, for example. They just don't make them like this in your country.
No. I've never seen this rich fabric or touched anything so soft and plush.
Please, sit down. You will not hurt it. Besides, there's a wonderful view of the outdoors from the sofa. Relax a few minutes and visit with me. Oliver, are you okay?
Yes, I think so. I guess I got a little too much sun this morning. I feel a little faint. The floor felt as if it were moving for a moment.
That's understandable.
Understandable?
What I meant to say is that I've also experienced those kinds of sensations. I assure you, it is nothing to be concerned about. Please, Oliver, just sit down for a few minutes, and I'm sure you will feel better in no time.
Yeah, maybe I better. Oh, what a comfortable sofa. It seems to fit my body perfectly, like a glove.
Will you join me for some tea, Oliver?
Well, yes, that would be nice. Clef.
Very good, Oliver. You see, my name is not so difficult after all. Here, Oliver. I think you will enjoy my tea.
Thank you. Oh, my God, this is great stuff. What's in this?
It's perfectly safe. It is a special tea, also native to my country.
The scent, it's like flowers or something. Are you sure you didn't spike this?
Spike?
You know, put some booze in it or something?
No, Oliver. It is just tea.
I feel like the room is moving all around us, and there's a buzzing in my ears.
Yes, this tea does have some rather unusual powers.
Well, you hear that buzzing? And the aroma in this room, it's heaven.
In case you were wondering, Omri and Cleo will be gone all afternoon.
Oh?
Yes. This should give us the perfect opportunity to get to know each other better. Don't you agree, Oliver? Oliver? Oliver, are you all right?
What makes you talk like that?
Like what?
Well, I don't know. You and the others speak with such perfect breath control and voice placement, with such precision.
In our country, we are trained to speak with precision, just as we are trained to move and dress and think with precision. With you, of course, this does not happen to be a national fetish.
Well, it must take a lot of concentration.
On the contrary, it just takes time and an appreciation for the amenities of life. We have both the time and the appreciation.
What country do you come from, anyway?
We must not speak of that, Oliver.
But... Well, this is your vacation, isn't it?
I prefer to call it a pilgrimage of sorts.
Pilgrimage? To what?
I should not have said that, Mr. Wilson. Please forget it. Do you like the tea?
Oh, well, yes, of course. Yeah, but...
You may have guessed by now that it is a euphoriac.
Euphoriac?
You do not feel the effects yet? Surely you do.
I feel like I've had about 4 whiskeys.
We like to have our euphoria less painfully, and without the after effects your barbarous alcohols used to have. I'm sorry. I must be euphoric myself to speak so freely. Please forgive me. Shall we listen to some music?
Yes, I'd like that. How did you turn that music on? I didn't see you put on a record. Where's it coming from?
I'll show you sometime, Oliver. For now, just sit back and enjoy it.
Clef, the waves in that picture hanging above your bed, they're moving. Oh, my God, they're breaking on the shore. The foam is running up the beach. How did you make it do that?
Your mind is making it do that, my dear.
Who's performing this music? I've never heard this song played like that before.
Pity.
What are they
doing to it? I've never heard anything like this.
Yeah, I should be going. But I'm so...
Clef, you know this is against every rule.
Clef, you silly little fool. Can we never trust you out of our sight? What does it matter here?
You gave your bond before you left not to interfere. You read and signed the rules.
It does not matter here. You both know that. How could it possibly matter? Clef, we can't trust you.
Against the rules.
You gave your word.
You have broken your bond.
It doesn't matter. I trust you.
Why did you violate it?
We told you. Oh, Marie, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Gee, what was in that tea? Oh, my God. What time is it anyway? What, how did I get back in my own bed? I don't remember coming back in here. What? Oh, Clef. Where did she... Oh, no, I promised I'd call Sue. Yes, hello?
Oliver, where have you been? I've been calling for hours.
You have?
Yes, and you were supposed to call me and the lady, well, you know, the one who wants to buy the house. Well, she's here with her husband. They say they knocked at your house, but no one answered. Now, where have you been all day?
Whoa, I've been around, dear. I guess I might have been out back in the work shed. You know, you just can't hear anything back there.
Now, you listen to me, Oliver. These buyers want to see the house today.
Today? Oh, I don't think that...
Oliver!
Well, I think the Franciscos are still out. I guess Oh, well, bring them over if you want to, but I don't see what good it will do.
And don't forget, they want to move in this week.
Well, why does the sale of my house stand or fall on whether these people can move in this week?
What difference does that make?
Well, why can't they wait until the Franciscos leave? What could possibly be so important that they couldn't wait just one more week? Hell, I'd even be willing to knock a few thousand off the asking price if they'd just be patient.
You will do no such thing, Oliver Wilson. Now, I can buy all of the appliances for our new home with that money.
I know.
You'll just have to work out some way to give possession before next week, and that's that. Do you hear me?
Yeah, well, yeah, Sue, I'm only human, but I'll try.
I'm bringing them over right away. Goodbye.
I'm sure you will just love the inside of the house.
That is not a pertinent factor in our decision to buy the house, young lady.
Yes, well, I wonder why Oliver doesn't answer. Oh, there you are, dear. I want you to meet Mrs.
I apologize for being so hard to reach. I've been very busy with some routine maintenance around the house.
But there's nothing really wrong with the house, is there, dear?
What? No. I've just been taking care of little things, you know, like changing light bulbs here and there and fixing a shingle or two on the roof, you know, things of that nature. But the house is rock solid.
I am Madame Hollia. This is my husband.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Oliver Wilson.
I understand through your lady friend that there is some problem about the house. You wish to sell it to me, but are legally bound by your lease with some tenants. Is that correct?
Yes, the Franciscos.
What? Did you say the Franciscos are your tenants?
Yeah.
Oh, Marie Clef and Clea Francisco?
Why, yes. Do you know them?
Yes, I'm afraid we do.
Well, what a small world, Oliver. They know them. I'll bet we can work this whole thing out yet.
Tell me something, Mr. Wilson.
Yes?
If Omery can be forced to vacate before next week,
You will accept our offer?
Well, yes, I guess so. But forced. I thought you said you knew them.
I said I knew them. That is all I said. I did not mean to imply any special relationship between us.
Oh.
Do we have an agreement on this issue?
Of course you do. Oliver?
Well...
Oliver, remember our conversation?
Well, okay. But I don't know how you're going to get them out. I mean, especially if, like you say, you don't share a special relationship with the San Ciscos. Now, I get along pretty well with these folks, but they won't give in to my wishes. What makes you think you can be any more persuasive?
Oh, I have my ways, Mr. Wilson. Hara, give me the box.
Yes, Holly.
Oh, what a beautiful silver box.
This may help us. If you can hide this box somewhere about the house, I believe your unwelcome tenants will not trouble you much longer.
But I don't understand. How will this get rid of them?
Trust me, my dear.
Well, now, wait a minute. What is it?
Nothing that will harm anyone, I assure you.
Then what...
No one will be harmed, Mr. Wilson.
Well, now, yeah, but nevertheless, Madam Holly, I have to know what this is all about. Now, I can't just
Oliver, please. Don't worry about it. I'm sure Madam Holly knows best. Don't you want to get these people out?
Well, of course I do, but I don't want the house blown up or...
Nothing so sinister or crude, I promise you, Mr. Wilson. Remember, we want the house. Now, you take the box, young lady. Take it and hide it in the house. And quickly, before Omari comes back. At least your lady friend has some common sense, Mr. Wilson. Well, Hara, what do you think of our accommodations?
Quaint.
There. I hid it where they'll never find it. Now, how long will it take, Madam Holly?
That will depend, my dear. Not very long. Now, Mr. Wilson, one word with you. You live here also, I understand?
Yes.
For your own comfort, take my advice and be sure to...
Who is that?
Nobody. It's just one of the tenants.
Come hide your love to me. Just one of the tenants?
Clef or Clear. I know they both just came on from Canterbury, but I thought they were...
Why, Hollywood, how nice to see you. No one knew you were coming to the... Oh, and Hera, too. What a pleasant surprise. And you must be Miss Johnson.
When did you get back?
Why, I did not go out at all. I was tired of sightseeing. I have been napping in my room. Isn't the weather beautiful here, Halia?
Yes, and you are so fortunate to have this house.
Clef, Senbei sent you this recording. It's his latest.
Senbei? Oh, how wonderful. What period?
From November 1664, London. Though I think there may be some counterpoint from the 1347 November. He hasn't finished, of course. Marvelous if you have the taste for it.
Oh, that man. Fascinating. A great man. But so advanced.
It takes a connoisseur to appreciate Senbei's work fully. We all admit that.
Oh, yes, we all bow to Senbei. I confess he terrifies me a little, my dear. Do we expect him to join us?
I hope so. If his work is not yet finished, then of course. You know Senbei's tastes.
I know when to look for him, then. You are so fortunate, my dear Clef, to have this house. I saw a tridimensional of it afterward, and it was still quite perfect. Such a fortunate coincidence. Would you consider parting with your lease for a consideration? Say, a coronation seat at...
Nothing could buy us, Halia.
You may change your mind, my dear Clef. There is still time. You can always reach us through Mr. Wilson here. We have rooms up the street in the Montgomery house. Nothing like yours, of course, but they will do.
Did you say the Montgomery house?
Yes.
But that's the most expensive hotel in town.
For us, it will do. Oh, well, enjoy your stay, my dear Clef. My regards to Omery and Clea. Mr. Wilson, may I have a word with you in private?
Well, yes, of course.
One word of advice, Mr. Wilson. You say you sleep here?
Yes.
Then move out, young man. You must move out before tonight.
What is that noise? I can't stand it. Oh, this has got to stop. It sounds like it's coming from in here. Clef's room. This is real. Clef. Clef, are you in here? Clef, where are you? If you're in here, please answer me. I can't see anything but this damn fog. What the hell is going on?
Oliver? Oliver? I'm over here. Wasn't that beautiful, Oliver?
Beautiful? Are you out of your mind? Whatever that was, it wasn't beautiful. I've never been so sickened by anything. You can't sit here and tell me you like that crap.
Crap?
Yeah, crap. You know, garbage.
I am afraid I do not agree with you.
You can't possibly like that noise we just heard.
I should expect that would be your reaction, Oliver. I would be surprised if you did like Senby's work of art.
Work of art?
I am a connoisseur. Only a connoisseur would appreciate work as advanced as the work of Senby.
I feel sick to my stomach.
Oh, Oliver, I am so sorry. I keep forgetting where I am and who you are.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. I meant nothing. Here, Oliver. This damp cloth will cool your forehead. Let me pour you some euphoriac, and your stomach will feel better.
You mean the tea?
Yes, Oliver. Some of my sweet tea for my sweet Oliver. Here. Drink this.
Oh, that's incredible. Oh, I feel better already. I'm not nauseated anymore.
Of course not. Now come and sit down. Now we can relax. I am so sorry. I should not have played that where you could hear it, Oliver. I have no excuse, really. It was only that I forgot what the effect might be on one who had never heard one of Senby's symphonies before. I was so impatient to hear what he had done with his new subject. I'm sorry.
What was it?
It was a composite interpretation of... Oh, Oliver, you know I must not answer your questions.
Why, Clef? Why can't you answer my questions?
I am not supposed to. That is the rule.
Rule? What rule, Clef?
No. Drink your tea and forget what you heard. Think of other things. Here, I will put some music on.
No. Don't.
Don't worry, Oliver. I'll I'll play something you will like. There. How do you like this?
It's beautiful.
Come hider, love, to me.
Where did you hear that song, Clef?
It was in Canterbury. I was there not long ago. And everyone was singing this new song. Come hider, love, to me.
That song. There's something... Wait, I want to get something from my room. I'll be back in a minute.
I will wait, Oliver. Come hider, love, to me.
That song is right here in this notebook. And it isn't new. No. Now listen to me. I'm serious. I remembered something. We studied that song in college in a music history class. It's here somewhere.
Oliver, kiss me. Oh, Oliver. Oliver. I am sorry.
No. Don't be, Clef. I think I wanted you to.
No, I should never have done such a thing. Please forgive me.
Please, Clef. Don't blame yourself. I mean, I could say the same thing. I should be apologizing to you.
It does not matter. I know it does not matter, but...
What doesn't matter?
Nothing. Nothing. Please forget it. Nothing at all.
What do you take me for? You've been playing your little games long enough.
Oliver, please. Please, no more questions. Here, have some tea. Euphoria is what you need, Oliver, not answers.
I don't want your tea, Clef. I want answers. I want the truth.
I promise you, Oliver, you don't want the truth.
Aha. Here it is. I thought so. Clef, when you heard that song in Canterbury, what was the year?
What year? Why? What year do you think?
Oh, I don't think. I know the year that song was popular. Chaucer's Pardoner sang that song sometime around the end of the 14th century. Did you see Chaucer, Clef? Did you have a good old time with Chaucer? Maybe drink a little tea with him?
I am a fool. It must have been easy for you to see through me. Do you really believe what you are saying?
How can I not believe?
That is very unusual. You see, very few people do believe it. That is one of our maxims when we travel. We are safe from much suspicion because people before time travel began will not believe.
Good God.
I know. It must be a terrible thing to accept, to have all of your concepts turned upside down. Of course, we know it from childhood, but for you...
It's true. It's really true.
Oliver, here. Have some more tea. The euphoriac will make it easier for you to accept. Our story is very simple, really. We travel. Our own time is not terribly far ahead of yours. No, I must not say how far. But we still remember your songs and poets and some of your great actors. We are a people of much leisure, and we cultivate the art of enjoying ourselves.
So what are you doing here in this dump?
This is a tour we are making. A tour of a year's seasons. Vintage seasons. That autumn in Canterbury was the most magnificent our researchers could discover anywhere. We rode in a pilgrimage to the shrine. Oh, it was a wonderful experience.
Yeah, I guess you're going to tell me that my place here won first prize over everyone else in the world at any time for the best spring season?
Yours is the loveliest May in recorded times. A perfect May in a wonderful period. You have no way of knowing what a good period you live in, Oliver. Everything going as smoothly as a dream. There were other Mays with fine weather, but each of them had a war or a famine or something else.
Oh, I get it. Ours lacked the gore and violence, right?
In a few days, we are to meet at a coronation in Rome. I think the year will be 800, Christmas time.
But why did you insist on this house? Why does Madame Halia want to get it away from you?
Oliver, you must not think about us or why we are here.
Why are you crying, Clef? Is there something else I need to know?
I have already said too much, Oliver. Here, drink. Drink and forget.
Wilson, are you awake?
Yes. What is it?
Someone has planted a subsonic in this house, Wilson. Clef seems to think you may know where it is.
A subsonic?
Call it a gadget. Probably a small metal box that fits...
Oh.
Where is it? Quick, let's get this over.
You mean all this is just from the little box?
Of course. Now tell me how to find it before we all go crazy. Quickly, Wilson. We do not have time to procrastinate.
Look, I don't like this feeling any more than you. I'm trying to remember where she went.
Who?
My girlfriend, Sue. Madame Halia told her to hide the box. She went somewhere downstairs with it, I think.
Oh, you think?
Yes. I know I should have paid more attention. I didn't trust that Madame Halia.
Oh, Marie, please hurry. Oh, Marie. Yes, oh, Marie, please. This is too much to stand.
I am hurrying as fast as I can, ladies. That stupid Halia. You let it in, Wilson. Now help us get it out.
Or what, Mr. Francisco? It's a gadget out of your world, not mine.
What do you know about our world? Clef! Little imbecile. Clef, come here at once.
Yes, what is it, Marie? Have you found the box?
Clef, were you euphoric again yesterday?
Oliver, you told him?
Look at me when I speak to you, Clef. You talk too much. You know the rules, Clef. If anyone reports this to the authorities, you will not be allowed to travel again.
I know it was wrong. I am very sorry, Omri. But you will not stop me if Senby says I can go.
You little...
Clear. I will handle this matter. In this case, as it happens, no great harm has been done.
We must find the subsonic, first of all. We could give up the house. Let Halia have it. How can you stand this long enough to hunt? Give up the house? You must be mad with all our invitations out.
There will be no need for giving up the house. We can find it if we all hunt. That means you too, Wilson.
Yeah, okay. But what about me? What are you going to do with me?
That should be obvious. Keep you in the house until we go.
What?
We certainly can do no less. You understand that? And there is no reason for us to do more. As it happens, silence is all we promised when we signed our travel papers.
Yeah, but... All right. Let's hunt.
I found it!
Where was it, Omri?
In that torn sofa cushion over there. I closed the lid.
Thank goodness.
As for you, Mr. Wilson, we must see that you remain in the house until Friday, For your own comfort, I advise you to let me know if Hollier offers any further tricks.
You can't force me to stay in this house.
I confess, I'm not quite sure how to enforce your staying indoors. I could use methods that would make you very uncomfortable.
You wouldn't dare.
I would prefer to accept your word on it.
Oh, well, that's awfully trusting of you.
It was partly our fault for not ensuring that we had the house to ourselves. Living here with us, you could scarcely help suspecting. Shall we say that in return for your promise, I reimburse you in part for losing the sale price on this house?
Well, all right. I promise. Hello?
You did it, Oliver.
What, Sue?
Oh, don't play stupid with me, Oliver. You know damn well what.
Sue, I didn't do anything.
That's right, Oliver. You didn't do anything. Because you didn't, we've lost the sale to Madame Hollier. I hope you're happy.
Sue, can we just talk this over later?
Oh, you must have plans with Clef, right? Huh. Should have known something like this would happen.
No, it's not what you think.
You're right. It's not what I think. It never has been.
Damn.
May I have your attention, please? Thank you. Welcome to each and every one of you here tonight. Of course, you all realize the significance of this historic occasion. Now for the business at hand. It is now 1:00 in the morning. And as you are aware, our wait is nearly over. I think everyone has been served their tea. Very well, my friends. I guess we are ready. Please, enjoy yourselves.
What is he talking about, Clef?
You will see, Oliver. You will see.
Yeah, the tea. It's starting to get to me again. I don't know if I can stay awake or not.
Oliver?
Clef? Clef, what's happening?
Here, Oliver. Drink some tea. Don't worry. We are all quite safe here. Quite safe.
Safe?
It was a meteor. Quite a small meteor, really. Your house was never even touched.
A meteor? Sue. Is Sue...
I think she's safe. For a while. Please, Oliver, forget about all that and drink.
But you knew. You could have given a warning, or...
How could we change the past? We knew, but could we stop the meteor? Or warn the city? Before we travel, we must give our word never to interfere.
Cindy. Only Cindy has arrived.
Cliff, come back. Cliff. Where am I? This is Cliff's room. How did I get in here?
Well, awake at last?
Who are you? Oh, my head.
I'm Cindy. You had too much euphoriac. You slept a long while.
How long? I thought Cliff said you don't get hangovers from... Where is Cliff?
They should be in Rome, watching Charlemagne's coronation at St. Peter's on Christmas Day, about 1,000 years ago.
So, they've gone on. But you stayed behind. Why? You're Cindy. I heard your, Symphonia, I believe Clef called it.
You heard part of it. I have not yet finished it. I needed this.
You needed... what? The meteor? The meteor? But...
The worst part of it is past now, for a while. Forget, if you can. That was days ago. I said you were asleep for some time. I'd let you rest. I knew this house would be safe, at least from the fire.
Then something more's to come.
I am a composer. I happen to be interested in interpreting certain forms of disaster into my own terms. That is why I stayed on. The others are dilettantes. They come for the May weather and the spectacle. The aftermath, well, why should they wait for that? As for myself, I suppose I am a connoisseur. I find the aftermath rather fascinating, and I need it. I need to study it at first hand for my own purposes.
That scar on your wrist. Clef had that scar too, and the others.
Inoculation. It was necessary under the circumstances. We did not want disease to spread into our own time world.
Disease?
You would not recognize the name.
But if you can inoculate against disease, if you could inoculate, you could change history too. You can. I know you can. Now, Clef said she had to promise not to interfere. Now, you all had to promise, right?
Yes.
Does that mean you really could change your own past? Our time?
Yes. Yes, the past can be changed, but not easily. And it changes the future, too, necessarily. The lines of probability are switched into new patterns, but it is extremely difficult, and it has never been allowed. The physiotemporal course tends to slide back to its norm, always. No, we do not change history, Wilson. If we changed our past, our present would be altered too. And our time world is entirely to our liking.
But you've got the power. You could alter history if you wanted to. Wipe out all the pain and suffering and tragedy and...
All of that passed away long ago.
Oh, not now. Not this.
This, too.
You don't care, do you? You're watching this from some sort of vast time difference. You couldn't care less. You're a genius, but you just don't give a damn. It's all an intellectual game for you, something to enhance your prestige and your time.
It's not so simple as that.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's real deep, right? Yeah, Senby, we're expendable for some nobler cause, right? I should have known as much. Clef, and all of them were so petty and malicious. So I played right into their little schemes to acquire a ringside seat to our destruction. You're all dilettantes and voyeurs. God, things must be pretty damn boring in the future.
This is why we have rules about traveling, Mr. Wilson. We could never expect you to understand.
Understand what? I understand more than you think. I understand that you come from a blasphemous future, with an escape mechanism to take you to more interesting times, with real events and real people. You're a race of pathetic spectators, and we're the sport.
As you wish, Mr. Wilson. Now, I must return to my work.
Maybe something could have been done. We have forced them to tell us how to change the probabilities. We could have evacuated the city. If I could leave a message, maybe not in today's film, but later, and visit all through time. If they could be recognized and caught somewhere, sometime, and made to change destiny.
Well, Cindy, you have outdone yourself this time.
I merely interpret, Marie. I suppose one could say I am an extraordinarily gifted spectator.
My good man, you are the picture of modesty. We should all have such a gift.
Tell that to those that we immortalize.
Now, Cindy, you know the rules. By the way, whatever happened to that fellow Wilson after we all left for Rome?
You know the history. They had to destroy the house. Dynamited it. On the 6th day after you left.
And I suppose he...
Yes. The relentless Blue Death. It got them all. Wilson, too.
Well, Cindy, what will you do for an encore?
Our cast for Vintage Season featured Greg Loso as Oliver Wilson and Nance Williamson as Clef. Omri was played by Jerry Nelson. Clea was Pam Doherty, and Cheryl Norris portrayed Sue. Madame Hollia was played by Cecilia Flores. Other voices were portrayed by Drew Hunter, Charles Chapman, and Dorothy Andrews. The original story, Vintage Season, was written by Henry Kuttner and C.L. Moore, and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by Jonathan E. Andrews. Our director was John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiIulio. Our series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiIulio. Sci-Fi Radio is supported by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join me soon for another exciting venture into the imaginary worlds of sci-fi.
You asked me when I last lost my voice. It was some time ago, in the midst of some very strange events, which began one afternoon in my home. A friend and I were talking, and during the course of the conversation she confided that she'd been hearing voices in the middle of the night. But when she awoke, there was no one there. At times she had the uncanny feeling that it was she who was speaking, but in a voice not her own.
11.
I must admit, I didn't really know how to react to this, and so was relieved when a phone call interrupted the telling of this bizarre and quite disturbing tale. As I picked up the phone, the call was terminated, as often happens when not all payphones are working. So I wasn't particularly worried. I turned up the radio and forgot all about it. But it seems I forgot prematurely, because in the months that followed, these answerless calls kept returning. I began to wonder who was calling and where they were calling from.
There is no one call, but a calling, a call really, which is always a return, calling to silence.
My friend's story continued to haunt me, and I simply could not understand the meaning of this daily telephonic routine.
The call of the other is essentially anonymous.
I wondered which was most traumatic. Voices heard in the dead of night, or calls cut short in the fading light of the afternoon. Definitely, I concluded, my friend's experience was closer to madness. The voices she heard were so frighteningly foreign, whereas at least I knew that the telephonic dimension had an instrument in my home, and that I could pay my bills just down the street.
The call is from afar to afar. It reaches those who want to be brought back. It comes from me, and yet from beyond me and over me. It calls me to a place I have never been, a place so unfamiliar that I feel it as myself as I would be if I took myself off the hook. It calls me to disconnect.
Voices without bodies, calls without callers. I had the impression of a massive but anonymous switchboard, dialing in perhaps to check on my continued existence. At times I wondered if my telephone wasn't also an instrument put to excessive use by a mass of free-floating entities, able to vocalize but not materialize their ghostly presence. Led me to listen very carefully to whatever occurred on the phone. With my ear pressed tight to the receiver, I became acutely aware of another world. A world populated by unexplainable sounds that endured even my dreams. At times, growing to recognize that space eclipsed by the dead tone of a hang-up, I experienced a kind of security. The static and buzzings developed a soft, muted feel, as if I was privy to an enclosure, a vast electronic stadium which, as long as I held the receiver, held me off the hook. I would then be in a state of suspension, similar to that mixture of anxiety and pleasure felt when happening upon a crossed line. Do you make your presence known?
The call's a gift and a burden.
Do you make your presence known?
In hearing, we are haunted by the other voices, lost
voices are saying.
This possible amnesia, which is so frightening. Like forgetting the name of a very dear friend whose voice has called for an introduction. Fear borders every response. Will you forget yourself? Just as dread follows every non-response. Could it after all be only for you?
While waiting for unknown others to make a move, to notice my presence and call me into action, such questions would arise, often silencing the inscrutable sounds I so wanted to place. But then my ear would relax and unfold upon this vast manure of voices, signals, whispered and untraceable conversations, whose audition demanded only that I remain silent and passive. I felt as if I'd stumbled upon another kind of home, and prayed for the first time in my life that my phone was bugged.
The voice of conscience is silent, not like the interior monologue which sweeps over, as it was scattered the wind-driven wallpaper itself. Too alien to be audible, it speaks, but only to call you to answer. It calls, but only because you could not call yourself. It comes like a surprise party line that you secretly anticipated but would not hear of. Like a voice so distant that you swear you are hearing things. The connection comes from without. But what is it? Electrical or vocal? And who makes it? You or... It's easier to swallow, less disturbingly uncanny when you say the operator.
Eventually I decided to put down the phone. Still, I felt that there must be a body behind the silence of this absent caller. And if there was a body, then there must be a space. And if there was a space, then I could fill it somehow.
Eventually, they would call themselves God. The price for this naming is death, because you cannot be in two places at once. And it is death at the hands, the mouth, and the ear of a live wire. My desire to finally elicit a response from the silent one on the end of the line was overwhelming. The driving factor was less curiosity than the developing realization that these calls were always interrupted, as much by my own non-response as the caller's silence. I was as implicated as the caller in the non-execution of these calls, guilty of not hearing whatever was there or not there to be heard. clearly, for one who can hear, who seeks God, since he cries out after God. As a thinking man perhaps really cried out here the profunds. And the ear of our thinking, does it still not hear the cry?
Had I been different, I would have been able to listen. I would have been truly called. As it was, I heard nothing, except perhaps a little of my own breath, reflected from the chattering wall of telephonia.
What's the area code?
Yes, the Hong Kong number.
What number are you calling from?
And cabinet number.
I must find Angelson today. He's the telephone man, isn't he? He has stuck telephones all over my house and one on the desk. They keep ringing all the time, day and night, so nobody can rest or sleep. We're all metal. Everything's metal in my house. Where are you calling from? I'm metal, and so is my son. And there is a battery in the basement which has charges every one of us.
And you want to speak to Mr.
Subsequently, he claimed to have a telephone in his stomach. Through someone periodically told me.
H E R Ether. Hello, Hong Kong. If I have an old number of 550303.
Citizen insane. The victim had always been excessively nervous. The constant ringing of a telephone in his office finally drove him mad. His symptoms were peculiarly manifested. He rushes into drugstores, rings out the central, and calls for his departed sweetheart. I used to spend hours in the night in the laboratory listening to the many strange noises in the telephone and speculating as to the cause. My theory at the time was that currents causing these sounds came from explosions on the sun, or that they were signals from another planet. They were mystic enough to suggest the latter explanation, but I never detected any regularity in them that might indicate they were intelligible signals.
Or you want to try the phone? Try your number there. Your name. It's odd how things come your way. Strolling through a bookstore selling old and out-of-print books, a friend pointed me in the direction of a small hardback entitled The Wireless Telephone. Its pages brimmed with documentary evidence of a type of clairaudience known as voice boxing. Intrigued, I began to research this phenomenon and was eventually put in touch with a medium who agreed to be interviewed. Paul and I visited her one sultry afternoon.
It's an odd thing. When voices come through, you could liken it to a telephone. But I think that when one receives, it is similar to a telephone message, except in one is seeing it often in vision or colours, and it's a puzzle. So there are lower levels that you don't particularly want to have out, because thought is force and the other side.
Voices from the darker side, how do you prevent them from coming in?
Well, usually they hang around, light attracts light. And if you go into a state of meditation wanting to help the higher levels, they will in fact come through you. If the person over the other side hangs round off in the place where the accident happened, it can be difficult for them. So there's a lot of work done by a lot of the Christian churches to do it, and that's a type of exorcism. It is a letting the person go over to their friends on the other side and letting them go. So but those people you can usually tell because they're not lovely and peaceful and glowing. The high spirit is glowing, they're full of love and compassion, and you can feel that love and compassion flowing through you when you're speaking to them. There's nothing to be scared of with those. A lesser form, and I've only once encountered that with such a horrible experience, and that was extremely unpleasant, and you wouldn't do that. And it's all in the motive. Everything is in the motive that we do, because even though we mightn't do it, the fact that we consider doing it, so halfway to doing it. They can communicate with thought, because thought is as tangible as words. And when we're on the other side, that we get out of this, and all the distortion caused by things around us. As you think, so you are, is the old saying. Thoughts are forced on the other side.
Overwhelmed not so much by the content of the interview, but by the amount of noise and static and radio signal that had permeated. I couldn't help sensing an insubstantiality to the voice, as if it were merely the auspices through which these signals and tappings could obtain a hearing. This event, it seemed, was both wireless and telephone, and its peculiarities demanded an additional confirmation. Ringing Denise the following day, I wanted to be sure I wasn't simply hearing things. number you have called is not available from this service.
You were asking about signals from radios and telephones and how, as a sensitive one, picked up these things. So they probably thought in there. I don't think mine are all that playful, but sometimes they have their little jokes, and maybe that they were just letting us all know that they were there.
This is a telecom announcement. The number you have called is not connected.
To answer the call, you must stop what you are doing, what you have been, and become what you are. As a thing which answers, an answering machine, you are automatically indebted for your very existence to the caller.
That I never get to answer. As if I'm not at home, when in fact you're not there. You're not at home.
Private call for your ears only does not come with a word into your home.
What was that? Single click. Step. Regular. The letter S. And again. Marconi heard them for some time before he trusted himself to hand the telephone to Kent for corroboration. Could he hear anything? Yes, he could. Then the face sound ceased significantly.
The 008 number you have called is not available to callers in your... What kind of listening hears only the background, only the ambience of making a connection?
I don't think mine are all that playful, but sometimes they have their little jokes, and maybe that they were just letting us all know that they were there. Really, these phone calls. Sometimes I feel like I'm just ringing myself.
A bell was made for it. An unseen pulse of energy leapt across the young Marconi grotto and made a bell ring. A bell. Not a peal of victory bells that might more fittingly have marked such a triumph. Not the deep note of a bell.
Are you there?
Awaken and listen, you solitary ones. Winds are coming from the future with mysteriously beating wings, and good news is reaching sensitive ears.
and strange are the universes that drift like bubbles in the foam upon the river of time. Alone in its little cosmos, turning the same face always toward Trilorn, its solitary sun, Shervain's world was the last and the strangest just of the Maker of the stars. All the inhabitants of this world, which knows no night, live in the narrow belt between the burning heat of the Firelands and the insufferable cold of the Shadowlands. All that is, until now. Shervain ordered the erection of this village deep in the Shadowlands to house his workmen. He has vowed to unravel the greatest mystery of his world, and has invited you from your world to join him. Come, visitor, walk the narrow streets with us as Sci-Fi Radio presents our adaptation of Arthur C. Clarke's short story, The Wall of Darkness.
Ah, hello then. You must have just arrived from the city. I am Urgan. Shervain's been expecting you. Ah, yes. The fire will feel good after your long journey. You had little trouble with the mountain pass, I trust. 2 long years to build that road. Did you know that? 2 years. But it is a fine road, is it not, visitor? On a good day, when Trelorn is high, you can see the wall from there. Not like today, cold, and too late in the summer for seeing far. In any case, there is little but the wall to see. No flowers here, too cold for them as well, or any other growing thing. And this is summer. Here, another piece of wood. It came all the way from the city. But then so did you. Ah, that's better. Well, there it is then. The wall. Quite a sight, isn't it? Glossy black, like polished glass, 10 times higher than a man, and belting our world in each direction forever. And behind it is the land in which we lived before our births. Oh, yes, it is true. Of course, there are those who choose to believe it was built by the first dynasty, built so long ago that no one remembers why or how. They believe we have, over the years, forgotten the wondrous technology.
And how long ago did you forget your manners, Urgan? Urgan is one of our leading philosophers, visitor, and I am known as Grail. Here, I have brought something to warm your insides. We are both, Urgan and I, scholars of the wall, but as it often is with friends, we fail to share the same convictions of the origin and purpose of the wall.
My colleague continues to cling to the ancient belief that only madness lies behind the wall, that it is a mystical thing, little more than a gigantic puzzle, a challenge to the mind of man.
Urgan, our visitor, did not ride this far into the Shadowland to listen as 2 old men argue over a question which may soon be answered. You came to see the wall, to touch it, to experience it, and so you shall. When you are warm, visitor, I will take you there. We can go on foot. It is not far, not as far as it looks. You will join us, of course, Urgan.
If only to keep you from frightening our guest with your ramblings of madness. Shervain is not one to gamble his sanity, be assured of that.
There is only one thing waiting behind the wall, or so the legends say, and that is madness. Of our activities and situations prior to our birth, we know nothing, and we know that we know nothing, or at least I do.
In any case, visitor, you will know that you have seen the wall, greatest mystery of our world. Well, if we're ready, let us begin. As Grail said, the wall is not as far as it looks.
Perhaps we shall be fortunate enough to find Braildon. He is the architect of Shervain's dream, or folly.
Shervain and Braildon were children together, you know.
Isn't that Braildon near the base of the great stairway? Grail done. The visitor is with us.
Come then. You could not have arrived at a better time. Sylvain ascends today.
And his mind is lost to us forever.
It is good of you to come and see for yourselves what we have done. Few believe until they see it with their own eyes.
To think when I first saw your plans, Braildon, how I doubted your ability. But why have you stopped short of the top?
Sylvain wants to be the only one to make the final ascent.
As a boy, he believed your tales of madness, Grail.
The last stage will be by a lifting machine on the highest platform. And yes, there may be danger. That is why he intends to go alone.
If the wall was built to keep something from our world, it will still be impassable from the other side. Or at least it should be.
We have thought of that. If there is a need, the ramp can be destroyed in a moment by explosives at selected spots.
All these years of work, and now it is nearly done, completed.
Yes, it has taken much time and much effort. But now, the moment Sylvain and I have waited for draws near. The end to this timeless mystery. Soon we will know.
But at such great expense.
Grail, you forget that Sylvain has more wealth than any other man in this world. The raw materials were here. The very rocks of these dark mountains have now become steps. Steps which will lead us to the truth. On that, Grail, can anyone place too high a price?
I do not forget, Braildon. But I remember well his father, Cheval, and the day he brought his young son to the Shadowland. Sylvain was just a boy visitor, a lad barely 15 years old when the three of us rode together into...
It is as you have been told, my son. Nothing lives in this desolate place.
It's because Trelorn's light cannot warm the land. Isn't that right, Grail? Grail says that all life on our world would perish in an instant without Trelorn.
And what else has he taught you, Sylvain? What has your old master taught you of the wall?
Grail has said that long ago, men tried to understand the wall and its purpose, to learn its secret. And all failed. All who tried were consumed by mystery and lost their ability to reason. They became mad.
Is that how it is, Grail? Has time removed us so far from our ancestors of the first dynasty that we now have no hope of understanding their work without risking sanity? Have we slipped so far?
We have so little proof that the first dynasty built the wall, Cheval.
You should take leave of your studies occasionally, Grail. Get away from the cold walls of the university and travel our world more. Perhaps you would discover that the wall is not the only mystery worth our consideration. Experience is an excellent first step on the path to true understanding, old friend.
As you say, Cheval.
Is that why we have come here, Father? To gain a new experience? Am I going to see the wall? Will I not go mad with the sight of it?
Sylvain. So many questions. If you question your teacher as you do your father, it is no wonder the Grail has no time for travels. Whoa! This is as far as we can safely take the animals. We must now go the remainder of the distance on foot.
Will it be far, Father? Are we close to the wall now?
We are just climbing that ridge, Sylvain. Grail, I want you to stay here with our animals.
As you wish, Cheval.
Come, Sylvain, and be careful. These rocks can shift underfoot. Look out as far as you can, my son, and tell me, what do you see?
I see no life here, Father. There is nothing here, only the dark gray rocks and even darker shadows.
Now let your eye move toward the far horizon. Tell me what you see there.
A line. A thin line, which is blacker than the sky. Father, is that the wall?
Yes, my son. The greatest mystery of our world. As a younger man, I crossed this lifeless plain and touched its surface, tried to understand it. And in time, when you are older, so shall you.
And did you understand, Father?
There's some weather brewing. The Shadowland is no place to be in the open during a storm. Come, Sylvain, we must return home now. Grail, prepare the animals. A storm is coming.
We rode hard that day, visitor. It was the last time we rode together. Soon the young Shervain left my tutoring to continue his studies. It was during that time the tragedy which provided him with such wealth occurred. His entire family was swept away by the strangest of accidents. Lightning from a storm out of season struck Cherval's great house, bringing it down, crushing the life from all those who were within. Poor Shervain, he was still at the university. I carried the tragic news to him myself.
But that was long ago, visitor. You did not travel this far into the Shadowland to hear sad stories, or look at my drawings. You came to experience the wall, and by the first dynasty it is time you did. Come, visitor. Grail, Ergan, follow me, please.
The wall is not constructed of matter as we know it, visitor. You will see it is a mystical thing, not of this world.
Place your hand here, against its surface. See how cold it is. Much colder than it should be, even in this place. Notice the texture, as if you are not really touching a solid substance at all. You see, there is a force, something unseen, which prevents your touch, protects the wall. It is that thin barrier that you feel. For all of the ages it has stood in this place. There is no sign of wear. And listen. Sound. All sounds seem to be less distinct the closer you get to the wall, as if they were absorbed by it. Oh, to know how they built it.
This wall was not built at all. It was created.
Perhaps you are right, Ergan, but there are ancient buildings in my land which react in much the same way as the wall. We know that they are from the first dynasty. Now, if their engineers could build ships of metal that could cross the ocean to the Firelands, why not a wall such as this? Is that not so, visitor?
Myths. Ships that fly, and ships that defy the searing rays of Trelorn. A legacy of legends from the first dynasty. Why would these engineers build such a wall? What are they keeping us from? Or what are they keeping from us?
I will tell you when I return from the other side.
Sure.
I've come to tell you that the lifting machine is almost ready. It is time. We must go to the ramp.
You will not reconsider?
Ergan, I saw the wall for the first time in my life from those distant mountains at the edge of the Shadowland with Cherval, my father. Today, I will have its truth.
Or not, as Caron, creator of the world, wishes.
If I were a younger man, perhaps I would ask to go with you, Shervain.
I know, old friend. But you must stay with Brailden. He will ensure the destruction of the ramp should the wall's secret present any threat to our people. And you, visitor, you have come this far. I wish you to join me and continue your journey. You appear brave enough. The lifting platform has been strongly constructed. It will hold us both.
Do not refuse, Shervain, visitor. The opportunity he has offered you
is one I would avoid.
Thank you. Visitor, you agree then? Good. We shall brave the wall together. We're nearly to the highest platform now. Yes, I can see the lift. Carefully, visitor. We're almost there. Nearly there. Stay close to the wall. Now, on to the lift. Stand still, visitor. I will signal to raise the platform. Watch your balance. We are ready! Now! Raise it! As a boy, I laughed at the legends, for I had the mind of a child and lacked reason. Now I have reason, but in my heart I fear the legends at this moment more than ever. It is good that you are here, visitor. What monstrous thing, what creature may be lurking on the other side? Did the first dynasty create the wall to protect us? And protect us from what? We're almost to the top. We can see over the wall. I can see. But I don't understand.
This can't be. This can't. Look. It seems to stretch on forever. I don't understand. I see no sign of danger here, but perhaps danger will discover us.
Tell Braildon that he is to come to the top, to come up here and wait for our return, that everything is all right, that the visitor and I are going on. There is nothing to fear.
I will lead the way. Stay close to me. This wall is gigantic. It's a featureless plain. It seems to rush toward the horizon, spreading as ink might spill from a bottle. Spreading out to the very edge of the world. Hiding from us in its own cloak of black cloth. So tight is the weave that even the light is kept at bay. It is so dark. Look! Our shadows! Even our shadows have abandoned us. What manner of place is this? Look behind us. Even forlorn cannot penetrate here. Our great sun is now nothing more than a pale disk. A dim street lamp beset by a ghostly fog. Ah, but a lamp, nevertheless. A lamp which can guide us. If we keep Trelorn in sight, we cannot become lost in this place. We will keep it behind us. It will be a beacon for our return. Come, visitor. We must soon reach the other side. How could we have lost what the engineers of the First Dynasty knew? This distortion, this control of matter. There is no monster here, no madness, no souls waiting to be born, or souls now dead. There is nothing in this place. There is nothing here. Only darkness. A wall of darkness. That is really not a wall. It is so strange. Stop! Behind us, visitor. Trelorn! It has changed. The sun has grown smaller. We cannot have gone so far in so short a time as to leave the sun behind. Ah, this accursed place! It will not defeat us. Trelorn is still our beacon back to the world we know. But we must watch it closely. Now, we must not lose sight of it, or we will be doomed to wander here in darkness, perhaps forever. Come, but keep sight of Trelorn. The wall plays tricks with sound. It would seem to treat light in much the same manner. Does the wall also challenge time? Capture and distort time itself? I wonder. The further we move from the edge, the lower Trelorn rests in the sky, yet I detect no slope, no gradual incline that could account for what our eyes have told us. But our sun continues to set. It is puzzling. Trelorn is nearly gone now. See, visitor? Only a dim glow remains to mark the point where we entered this place and our safety. But we must go on. Just a little further. I know the answer is here. We have come so far. We must find it. There, ahead of us. You can see it. Do you see another light? It's only the faintest of glimmers on the horizon, but it is there. I'm sure of it. It must be the far edge. We can see the other side, visitor. We will have our answer. The Lord is set behind us, but now we have a new light to guide us. And this mystery at last will soon end.
you suppose it is? One of their great cities, perhaps? That is lighting our way now? I wonder what they will be like, these people from across the wall. Friendly as you are, I'm sure. They may have questioned the wall as we have. Wait. Do you see it? The light. The light. Now it is above the wall's edge. As we near it, it ascends into this dark sky, even as Trelorn descended. Could it be Trelorn's twin? Could this world have two suns? Two lands? Yes, each with its own sun, separated for long eons of time by the wall? Cautiously now. Slowly. It looks much the same as Trelorn, see? The nearer we come to the wall's edge, the brighter this new sun becomes. I wonder if their lands are as fair as ours. If their cities are as great. Is their ocean as lovely as the one we know? I'm certain that they will welcome us, visitor, much as we would welcome them if they had crossed the wall first. We've done it. Do you see the edge? And there, in the distance, there are mountains here, too. We are the first to cross the wall in thousands of years, perhaps in all eternity. We have at least one of its secrets. We will be the first to meet our brothers that this infernal structure has kept from us through all the centuries. The light! We're coming out of the darkness, and we can see clearly once again. A new world. Those distant mountains, look at them. Look at them. They're so very much like the ones on our side of the world. They are as cold and gray to the eye as the lifeless crags of our own Shadowland. Whoop! Do not rush to the edge, visitor. To slip on this smooth surface and risk a fall now after all this way. Oh, slowly. Slowly now. I can see more of this side of the world now. There's a large plain. A span of open land which stretches from the wall to those far mountains. I see. There is a town here. I see.
Shervain, what did you find? Shervain! When he awoke, Grail, Shervain said to me, along the line of the wall, our universe comes to an end, and yet it does not end. What do you think he meant?
I now believe that there was no boundary, nothing to stop one from going onward before the wall was built. It would seem that the wall itself is indeed a man-made barrier, sharing perhaps the same properties of the space in which it lies. If this is true, those vague properties were always there, and the wall has added nothing to them. Do you understand?
Our visitor might, but I'm afraid I do not.
Let me see if I can simplify the concept. Consider this plain sheet of paper, then. It has, of course, two sides.
That is obvious, Grail, but what...
Can you imagine a sheet such as this that has but one side?
One side? That's impossible. Ridiculous.
But is it? In our age, for whatever reasons the past is hidden, we cannot match the intellects of the First Dynasty. But what their minds could easily grasp directly, we can approach by analogy. This simple trick may help you to glimpse the truth, Brailden, and you too, visitor. If I bend this strip of paper, which I cut from the sheet, so that it forms a loop...
You have a section of a cylinder, Grail, but you still have an inside and an outside, two surfaces.
Correct, Brailden. But now both of you watch. If I bring the two ends together and add a half twist, find the inside or outside now.
I understand. Instead of two separate surfaces, it now forms a single continuous sheet, a one-sided surface. Something that at first seems utterly impossible.
Yes, I thought you would understand. The symbol of the twisted loop is so common in the ancient religions, but over the long ages, its meaning had been completely lost to us.
Your twisted loop, Grail, is a crude two-dimensional example of what must really occur in three.
Crude, yes, but it is as near as our minds can ever get to the truth. May I fill your cup, visitor?
Here, let me.
I thank you, Braylton, for bringing our visitor back to the village. But why did you choose to stay with us? Shervain is still at the wall. There is one task yet to perform. Is there not?
There is. I knew it must be done, but I did not wish, could not bear to see my work destroyed.
Yes, of course. We will hear nothing this far from the wall. It will swallow this sound as it has all others. But there is something else on your mind, Braylton. Another question about the wall, perhaps. Your face, your expression, has failed to conceal your confusion very well.
It is nothing, just a curious idea that continues to run about in my head.
And that is?
I accept what you have told me, but I still have this strange feeling that when Shervain drops his hand and the explosions perform their task, that another stairway, watched by another Shervain, will fall in identical ruins on the other side of the wall.
That is an interesting idea, isn't it? But Shervain knows, as do you, that the wall has no other side. Our cast for Wall of Darkness featured Ken Page as Shervain, Howard Fisher as Ergon, Jerry Haynes as Grail, and Rick Spiegel as Braylton. Shervain as a boy was played by Bob Reed. The original story, Wall of Darkness, was written by Arthur C. Clarke and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by L.A. Jones. Our director was John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiUlio at the studio of Audio Visual Associates in Euless, Texas. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiUlio. Support for Sci-Fi Radio has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join me soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of sci-fi.
According to informed sources at Pentagon headquarters, the small town of San Izquierda, just inside the border of the Central American country of Bodegua, has finally been liberated by Special American Forces. The American-backed Libra troops had been unable to successfully free the town due to the massive presence of the communist-supported Guevaristas, named after the infamous Red insurgent Alfredo Guevara. Specially trained American super soldiers were sent in after the Libra's third failed attempt at taking San Izquierda. The GIs took the town conclusively. No body count has as yet been released. Sources reveal that a mansion previously owned by one of Guevara's cronies has been converted into a combat rehabilitation unit. Now, super soldiers injured at the front lines are mere jetpack moments away from the most sophisticated medical technology. Miracles of modern medicine are being performed daily at San Izzy. There are reports that some of our brave young super soldiers have been literally yanked back from the jaws of death. In a related development, a fact-finding mission led by Senator Ernest Biller is being sent to Bodegua in the next few weeks, and our source reports that San Izzy will be on the senator's agenda.
Sci-Fi Radio presents an adaptation of James Tiptree Jr.'s novella, Yankee Doodle.
Dr. Bruce, telephone, please. Dr. Bruce, telephone, please.
Hello there, soldier.
Where am I?
You're in the San Izquierda Intermediate Rehab Unit 15.
You were very, very lucky, soldier. You must have stepped on a mine. But the medics found you right away and brought in enough of you that the doctors were able to put you back. All in one piece.
What?
You were nearly dead. Now you're alive again. With the new bionic parts that just arrived and the new reanimation techniques available, we'll have you as good as new. Maybe even better. And in no time at all.
But I'm hurting. Real bad. Where's my pill kit?
No, none of that. You're starting mandatory detox tomorrow.
I need an M. I need it bad.
A maintenance pill. You'll have to stop that pill-seeking behavior, soldier. Tomorrow's your big day. The first day of the rest of your life, as they say.
All right. Tomorrow. But this is today. Please, I need one bad.
Oh, well. But you're just making it harder for yourself. That's your decision now.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes, it's working. Yes, it's working.
Make the most of it, soldier. Tomorrow's almost here.
Do you know what happened to the rest of my unit?
I'm not sure. But you were brought in alone. I think you were the only survivor.
All dead? Knew that hill was mine. It had to be. But we had our orders.
I think you'd better get some rest now. I'll be checking on you later.
Wait. Well, what do you mean about detox tomorrow? What are they going to do to me?
You're going home, soldier. Why do you think you're in an intermediate unit?
I don't know.
We can't let you boys go home all full of those awful drugs you've been taking, now can we? So you have a few weeks of detox to go through. But don't worry, it won't be so bad.
But I don't want to.
I said it won't be so bad.
I'd rather go back to the front.
Of course you would, but you can't.
Why not?
Because you've been through so much already. It would be inhuman. And besides that, it's against the rules.
Please?
No. Now go to sleep, soldier. Sweet dreams.
Nurse, please!
What's the problem?
I need something for the pain.
You've already had your ration.
Why are you doing this to me? Since I got to this country, they've given me pills, BZs from the battle zone, so the killing comes easy. M's to maintain sanity, sleepers to get rid of the dreams. They never said anything about detox.
You were brought here to serve your country, soldier. Now your country is repaying you.
Need something.
All right. But remember, your detox still begins tomorrow.
Thank you.
Nurse Ramirez, give this soldier a maintenance dosage and a sleeping pill.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember, soldier, it's the last one. Make the most of it.
Here, drink this down. How long have you been on these things?
Almost a year now.
It will be very hard then.
Hard?
Detoxification.
Look, they put me back together. Can't they just give me something and I'll make it all go away?
I don't really understand it all. The fact that you were almost dead makes it even more complicated. The bionics and their potential for rejection have something to do with it, too. It's very hard for me to explain. Anyway, we will do everything possible to make it easy for you. You should sleep now. You will need it.
Oh, my God!
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Shh. It was just a dream.
It was a memory.
What is it, soldier?
I need a sleeper.
You've had your sleeping pill.
It was the wrong one. The dreams were still there. I didn't stop dreaming. What I need's an ND. Like they give you at the front.
What we gave you is what you needed.
No, it doesn't work. Look,
under my bandages. They won't go away.
Here, let me see. See, no bugs. It's all in your head.
No!
You are disturbing the other patients.
I'll keep them all awake if you don't give me an ND.
Don't try it, soldier. I don't put up with threats on my ward.
It's the dreams. It's the dreams. You'd be screaming, too, if you were going through this hell. Damn you, bitch! Don't you hear what I'm saying?
Don't ever use that kind of language to me again. And I meant what I said, soldier. You make any more problems, and you'll be very sorry. I promise you.
Sorry. Please help me. What?
Man, you heard what nigga said. You better shut up.
I need the pills. Every inch of my body's on fire.
Man,
It hurts so damn much.
I know it.
If I could just get a hold of a pill packet.
Listen, man. All I know is you get on her shit list, you're dead. Yeah, man, but you hear me, man. You keep it up, you're dead. You got that?
The dreams. The dreams. Give it this word for the dreams.
I know those dreams, man. Listen, you a special man. You one of them super soldiers. And y'all real special to them, because they created you.
With the pills.
Yeah, with the pills. But you can whip it, man. Whip them.
Why didn't they just leave me to die?
Man, they don't know how to leave well enough alone.
Can't waste it. You know there's at least 2 of the patches in the flesh. Gotta get behind that tree. Get some cover.
Soldier, I told you I wouldn't put up with it. Hans, get him back into the bed. Strap him down tightly.
Where's my pill? My pill packet. I need my pills. I need my pills. I need my pills.
How are you feeling today?
Better, I guess.
You guess?
Yeah, it's not as painful as it was.
Oh, I'm glad of that.
But the dreams won't go away.
Tell me about them.
You don't want to hear.
Yes, I do.
There's a little mestizo boy. I fired directly into his face. Watch his head explode.
Oh, my God.
And there's a woman, belly ripped open, and a newborn baby skewering on my machete blade, still crying.
They're just dreams.
They may be able
That's
to
all.
detox my body. What about my mind? This is crazy. Can't keep on like this. There's too much pain. Too many memories. I can't keep on like this. I just can't. I know what I have to do. Don't try it, man. What? Suicide. How do you know it? Hey, we all think about it sometimes. It would be better than this hell. Look, you try it here. You don't make it. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to try anything. Don't lie to me. I know you got that knife. What are you talking about? Hey, I saw you palm it off the tray this afternoon. They're going to count the silverware pretty soon. Man, they're going to find it out. Don't you know that? They're going to find it out, strap you up, and send you to the quiet room.
Get up and sit in the chair.
Why?
Just do as I say. Hans, you know what to do.
Stand up.
Hey, stop it. What the?
Sit back down.
Where is it? What you mean?
Wait a minute. I got it. Here, outside the window.
Okay, soldier. Time to slip you into something a little less comfortable.
Hey, what? No, that's a straight jacket. What are you doing? Please, come on. Hey!
It won't work. You won't let me do it. You won't even let me kill myself. Not here. Not now. There's only one way left. I have to make them think getting there. I'll do that and get back to the front. Back to the pills. That's what I need. The pills to make me a super soldier. No screaming. Can't let the memories get to me. Got to think that I'm getting better. Get out. Get to the front. Oh, God, please. Please let me get back to the front.
All right, help him into his bed. Well, soldier, looks like you're going to make it after all.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm glad you're finally learning how to behave. You all do, sooner or later.
Hey, so you finally figured it out, huh?
Yeah, I figured it out, all
I
right.
knew you would, my man. I knew you would because I kept the faith. I knew you would.
Thanks.
Yeah. Hey, did you hear the big news?
What?
Well, they're sending some senator down and some big wheel generals so they can take a look at us super soldiers. So they can go back to the world and tell folks how we are okay. Then they go back to one of their big old map planning rooms, back to their easy living ways. Damn. I hate me an easy liver.
Me too.
Yeah, man, me too.
They say you are much better.
Yes, I think so.
Oh, that is wonderful. I'm probably not supposed to tell you this, but very soon they are going to move you to a private room, and when they do that, you'll get ground privileges.
Have a good walk.
Where can I go?
They say you're getting better, so you're free to go where you want. Just don't break the perimeter beam. They say the shock's not very pleasant.
I wonder why they didn't clear that brush. What's that glare? There's a reflection of something. Yeah, I wonder. A corpse! We never even found him. The brush is so thick they just left it alone and set the perimeter behind him. Never even found him. Hey, that means he may still have his pill packet on him. Oh God, they're here. Oh God, they're here. Oh, thank God. Oh, God. Damn. They never even found him and put him back together. Lucky bastards! I wonder what his name was. Isadora West. He must have been killed when they took Sandy's kid. Not much left of him. Must have been what I looked like. Pens, beesies, slippers, everything I need. Put them under my bandages. They won't even find me. They're not even suspect. Can't let them take it from me. Can't. I need them. You gotta have them.
Did you have a nice walk?
Yeah, it did me a world of good.
Good.
Well, hello there, soldier. You certainly seem to be doing better.
Yes, I am.
Good. I told you so, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Now, aren't you glad you followed the program?
Yeah, I am.
Tell you what, soldier. Why don't you go to the laundry room? Get yourself some fatigues.
Fatigues?
Well, you need something to wear besides those pajamas. I suspect that you'll be getting your civvies soon enough.
That's it. They want me out of here. Another successful one. Now I've got the clothes for it. Fatigues. No cities for this soldier. We're gonna get back to Isidora's guns, tags, then we'll be ready. Get back to the front where I belong. Damn! No more M's! No sleepers, though. BZs. Well, a BZ will just have to make do, I guess. Ah, there. That's it! The feeling, it's back! Just what I need to help me get back to the front. Dark soon. That's when I'll break. Ah, yes, there it comes! More alert now! Colors brighter. Sounds. Ooh, so clear, so clean.
Hello.
You know I'm gonna... But it's you. So I have to kill you. I really do have to, you know? There you are. How easy. Well, yeah, if you dog tags easy, I'm you now. Now take that gun, too. You've been needing that one, boy. Let's see if this thing works.
Welcome to the Libra encampment, Senator Biller. General Shale, will you be with us for a while?
Well, yes, but the General and I have other business to take care of in this courageous country of yours. We're on a bit of a tight schedule, aren't we, General?
Yes, we are, but we still want to spend a few moments with all these fine young men. Talk to them. Mind problem, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I do. We have a young freedom fighter for you to interview as you requested.
Good. Yes, very good. This must be him, then. But he seems awfully young.
He is 15, Senator. In this time and in this place, that is considered old enough.
Yes, I see. Well, tell me, young man, why are you here with the Libras?
¿Por qué estás aquí con las libras?
Las huevaristas son malas. Hay opresión demasiado.
He says the huevaristas are very bad, that there is much oppression under them.
I see. What did they do? How did they oppress you?
Trataron de echarme para el ejército.
He says they tried to recruit him for their army.
But you're in the army now.
Pero eres soldado, ¿no?
Sí, pero los huevaristas son males. Prefiero estar con las libras.
He says the huevaristas are very bad, that it is much better here with the libras.
Estoy muy preocupado por mi madre. Tengo miedo que venderá mi motocicleta.
What was that he said?
He is worried about his mother.
Oh, certainly. I can relate to that. He's a very brave young man.
He is afraid she will sell his motorcycle.
Where are the guevaristas?
No hay guevaristas.
Where is fighting? I am lost. Me he equivocado. I made a mistake. ¿Dónde? Where are they? Mis amigos are there. I must go to mis amigos to fight guevaristas.
Al norte. Far, muy lejos, very far.
Good, then I go with you. Al norte.
Yankee asesino.
They know about the BZs. They know I'm a berserker. They see it in my eyes. Americans. That's the guy I need to catch. Choppers.
Ataque, tomen el fuego. Get out, everyone must run. Ahora.
Got this bus to myself now. I can get myself to the north, to the front. This bus is mine. What the hell's this? A bunch of jeeps. Americans heading south. Of course! Of course they're heading south, away from the action. It's them.
There it is, Senator, down there in the valley.
Ah, yes. The hospital. Good. Very good.
It's really a beautiful country, don't you think?
Oh, it certainly is. Well, I guess we'd better get going.
Yes. Just as soon as that old bus gets out of the way.
It's them, the easy livers, the ones who sit in front of the big terrain maps, drawing lines, while their aides move little soldiers and flags around. The last BZ, the last one I'll need. So clear what I have to do. It's them. Get this damn shit out of the way. Get a better look at the easy livers. All gone. Nice, clear view of the situation.
Dateline Bodegua, a few miles north of San Izquierda. The fact-finding mission led by Senator Ernest Biller to that war-torn country met with a tragic end when it was attacked by the Russian-supported Guevaristas. One of America's super soldiers, PFC Donald Still, while on his way back to the front, attempted to defend against the attack. Unfortunately, one man was not enough. The president has vowed that such a tragedy will never occur again. He has decorated PFC Still posthumously and has pledged to send 100,000 more super soldiers to Bodegua. PFC Still's courageous actions will not be forgotten. They will live on in the fine young men who will follow him.
Our cast featured Chris Doritas as PFC Donald Still. Pam Doherty was the head nurse, and Rosemary Baxter played Nurse Ramirez. Other characters included David Roth as the voice of the other soldier, Cecilia Flores as the interpreter, Randy Means as the senator, Julio Cedillo as the boy, Charles Carroll as Hans, Oscar Wills as the general, and Bryce Armstrong as the broadcaster. The original story, Yankee Doodle, was written by James Tiptree, Jr. and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by Clay Charles Brown. Spanish dialogue was written by John Sessions. Our director was John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiUlio. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiUlio. Support for this program has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join us soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of Sci-Fi Radio.
And now, let's venture into yet another imaginary world of Sci-Fi Radio.
She got the wits of the what she did, hit the bell with the what she did, but she fell in love with the hominid. Where is the witch of the what she did?
It is a time many centuries hence, long after the second neutronic cataclysm, long after human stock was severely depleted, and the genetic scientist altered Earth animals to create a new species, a race of catmen, oxmen, pigmen, and other animal derivatives. Man has strived to create an almost perfect world for himself, a just and untroubled world, a paradise for all, that is, but the new species. They have become the wretched, the despised. Now called the underpeople, they live in constant fear of a monitor called the Bell. The Bell. The information and nervous system for the entire planet hounds them unmercifully. It undermines their leaders who fight desperately against the unjust law of Earth. It systematically destroys their most basic rights to live and to love. Sci-Fi Radio presents an adaptation of Cordwainer Smith's story, The Ballad of Lost Simmel.
Where is he?
We're a few minutes early, love. It's all right. In 2 hours, we'll be on a ship to New Mars. We can raise a family and just be together.
The monitors can see us. I know it. I just know it. Why can't they just leave us alone? Stupid, senseless labels. I'm a hominid, and they call you an oxman. But there's no difference between us. You're as human as I am.
Oteral?
Yes?
This is the hominid girl.
My name is Sarana.
Well, in 10 minutes, someone will come for you. They'll get you out of Earthport in a lysotrope shipment. Hope you don't mind cramped spaces.
Just as long as we leave Earth. They have no right to destroy us.
Neuromance doesn't interest me. Ideology interests me even less. You brought the payment?
Yes. Here.
Good. 10 minutes.
Oh, Terrell, I'm scared. I don't trust him.
We don't have much choice.
I know, but wait. I hear something.
I don't.
Remain where you are. These are the two.
Yes. I just left them.
You filthy, disgusting.
Hey.
Remain where you are.
No.
Sarana, you will be transported immediately to the Ministry Orientation Center.
Oh, Terrell.
At least it saves him a trial at the Bell. Not to mention a trip to a disposal unit.
Informant, you may go. Continue to alert us of any hominid underperson interactions.
You bet I will.
Through these bitter, harsh, and unyielding times live two beings whose names will never be forgotten. One, an underperson named Simmel. The other, a great lord and hominid named Justocost. Together, they will risk all in an attempt to change their times forever.
It all begins and ends with us. There's no one else who cares.
There's always C. McIntosh. And what about Justocost?
Sir McIntosh is useless. A token leader, that's all. It's rumored he's dying anyway. And our good Lord Justocost can't even get his policies through the instrumentality. No, what we need is a strong intelligence network. Access to the bell. That is our strongest priority. Information on hiding places, police informants, locations of disposal units.
You are Simara?
Yes.
Charged under Earth Ordinance, Section 178, Subsec 31.7, pertaining to under-people, conspiring to lead a group of subhuman species with the expressed intention of overthrowing the existing governmental order. The rest of you will be detained at a disposal unit pending judgment. Simara, you will be tried for treason before the Lords of Instrumentality. Place of judgment, the bell.
Lord Isan.
Present.
Lord Justocost.
Present.
Let the bell record that on this day, the second onum and third quarter of consecutive history, 4 lords are absent. 3 presiding members of the instrumentality, including myself, are present, and in full accordance with Earth ordinances may try the defendant. Having entered the original item into the agenda, I will preside. Your name?
Samara, son of Samariel.
Lot number?
1037.
Derivative stock?
Cat. Pure.
Occupation?
Menial labor at the lysotrope mine, southeast sector.
My lords, I ask you at this time to look into the bell table. Read, Simara, clandestine activity.
First onum and third quarter, 2200 hours. C. Mara.
Access to the bell. That is our strongest priority. Information on hiding places, police.
Read, C. Mara, telepathic monitor, thought band.
Fourth onum and second quarter, 1300 hours. C. Mara.
Must get to means of power, of justice. Trace all possible escape routes. Underground personnel.
Objection.
Yes, Lord Justocost?
He's being tried for seditious sentiments, not for subversive brain activity.
You would set him free, of course. Give him a big fat medal, Justocost?
In any event, I believe we have enough evidence to vote. The defendant is clearly in violation of Section 178. Subsec 31.7. Do we all concur? Very well. Lord Isan?
Elimination.
Lord Justocost?
Exile. Lady Nade?
Elimination.
My lord and lady, at this time, I would like to plead for...
Sentence has been pronounced, Justocost.
The prisoner will be escorted to the nearest disposal unit. Sentence to be carried out immediately.
There are millions of us. We look like you, feel like you, think like you. We only want full rights as Earth citizens. Why can't that be understood? Why can't there be justice?
There's your justice.
Animal stock. Good riddance.
And now for those present at the meeting.
Elimination.
Exile.
Exile. No sense in creating additional martyrs. One is sufficient.
I'm sure they'll write songs in honor of your benevolence.
Justocost.
Every day we obliterate them in one way or another. Murder them, their families.
That kind of language is not conducive.
Excuse me. Painlessly eliminate them. If their children cannot pass through our school systems, eliminate. If they should fall in love with a hominid, eliminate. If they should dare hope for any kind of justice, Eliminate.
Look, there's nothing personal in any of this. There are some very fine, very talented underpeople. Take that cat person, for instance, the one who's ill now.
C. McIntosh.
Right. Great athlete, great spokesman. Never causes any trouble. He's a credit to his people. And some of their daughters, you know, the girly girls. Oh, too bad they're restricted to outer world visitors.
Isan.
But to have them go to school with our children, rule with us, mate with us, overwhelm us? Oh, absolutely not.
We've built the ideal world for ourselves, and over a quarter of the population lives under the most barbaric conditions, subject to our whim.
Subject to our law.
And the law is unjust. That is what will destroy us.
He was a man who loved justice with a yearning that no one, hominid or underperson, could rightly fathom. Lord Justicost.
Read that opening back, please.
Policy Bill number 1461 to allow said underpeople access to hominid learning facilities under uniform standards applying to full Earth citizens. Paragraph 1, that underchildren will attend...
That's enough. I'll present it at the meeting tomorrow, where it will be overruled like all my other policies.
Something troubles you, my lord?
Other men have their infatuations, their women, their children. I've denied myself all that in order to devote my passions to one thing, justice. And for what? My life has been a waste.
This is a bulletin from the Interplanetary News Service. Following our earlier announcement of the death of C. McIntosh today, millions have begun mourning the loss of this great athlete, better known simply as the Catman. Delegations from other worlds are journeying to Earth in order to pay final tribute
Wait a minute.
to an undertaking
Turn that up.
Earth was proud of. C. McIntosh is survived by an Earth daughter, Simel, presently employed as a girly girl at the Earth Port Hospitality Center. The service will be held tomorrow at the Metrix Memorial Grounds in the Sakuna district of the Northeast Sector. This concludes this special bulletin.
Cancel that meeting tomorrow and prepare my official mourning clothes. Perhaps I can...
Yes, my lord.
Nothing. One must grasp at any chance, better than sinking into an abyss of self-pity. We've built the ideal world for ourselves, and over a quarter of the population lives under the most barbaric conditions, subject to our whim.
Subject to our law.
And the law is unjust. That is what will destroy us.
This is Lord Justicost, a man of passionate convictions but powerless to aid the underpeople without the cooperation of their secret leaders, leaders that he cannot find. His only suspect, the great athlete and spokesman of the underpeople, C. McIntosh, has just died. Could the daughter of C. McIntosh know something? The daughter named Simel? Sci-Fi Radio presents the conclusion of our adaptation of Cordwainer Smith's story, The Ballad of Lost Simel.
I'm sorry our time together has been cut short, Prince Farron.
I'm leaving Earthport in the morning anyway, Simel. Sorry to hear about your father. Old C. McIntosh was really something. I saw him at the Transplanetary Games when he set the Universal Broad Jump record.
Girly Girls Female, report to the First Matron's office. Girly Girls Female.
I have to go. They'll send you another girly girl for the duration of your stay.
You know, Simel, you're the most intelligent person I've met on Earth.
Oh, yes, of course. Your praise makes me blush, Your Highness.
I mean it. I don't care who your ancestors were. You're the only real human being I've met on this planet. Hospitality hostess, you should be running this world.
Goodbye, Prince Farron.
Ah, Simel, sit down. On behalf of Commissioner Teedrink and the staff of the Hospitality Center, I wish to express our condolences.
Thank you, ma'am.
You will be allowed no more than 7 working hours to attend the funeral. You will return at 0700 hours the following day to resume your duties. Is that understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Some of your monitor playbacks have been a great source of amusement.
Who your ancestors were? You're the only real human being I've met on this.
Human being? You think a pretty face and body makes you human? Who are you? Answer me.
Simel, daughter of C. McIntosh.
Lot number?
1138.
Derivative stock? Derivative...
Cat. Pure.
Cat. You're a pig, a dog, an animal. I don't care who your father was. Never make the mistake of thinking you're anyone special.
Is that all, ma'am?
Sign these absentee forms. Now get out. You make me sick. Enjoy the funeral, dear. Don't forget to smile real pretty for the monitor.
A huge throng of people, almost 200,000 strong, are here to bid a last farewell to C. McIntosh, the greatest athlete the cat people have ever produced. He was an underperson spokesman and an ambassador of goodwill to countless planets. All hominids and underpeople feel this loss. Seeing this crowd of underpeople, one is reminded of the words of the great writer Ernesto. They are a simple people, a childlike race. We must be firm with one hand, loving with the other. Representing the Lords of Instrumentality is Lord Jestercost, the seventh of that name. He stands at the ice rocket containing the body of C. McIntosh a few minutes before making its final journey to the stars. Now, Simel, daughter of C. McIntosh, approaches the casket. A striking sight. She places flowers upon her father's chest. She makes her obeisance to Lord Jestercost.
This is a great loss for you, a loss for us all.
Thank you, my lord.
We all can't help but wonder who is worthy to carry on your father's name.
Your praise makes me blush, my lord, as your kindness does you honor. You knew my father?
We had met a few times.
I'm sure that the acquaintance, however brief, was enough to touch his heart with light. He was something all the underpeople must aspire to. Modest.
Jestercost knew that he had only precious seconds to act, to find out what she knew. So, he did what was unlawful for any ordinary Earth citizen, but was permitted for a lord. He read her mind.
Throughout the universe. Kelly, help me. Please, Kelly, help me.
It would have given him joy to see us bid him farewell together. Be at my office in 40 minutes.
What?
My office, 40 minutes. Be there. And we are consoled in our grief that his name will live on wherever the noble deeds of earth are spoken. Sit down, please.
My lord, I feel it unseemly to sit in your presence.
Let's skip all this, shall we? Be quiet and sit down, please. This is an important day for you.
A sad one, my lord.
I don't mean your father's death. I'm referring to the future. And right now it's just you and me.
My lord, as you know, it is forbidden for a hominid and an underperson to... I beg of you, do not command me.
No, you do not understand. I need your help.
What do you want of me?
Who is your leader?
Commissioner T. Drink, sir. He's in charge of all outer world visitors and hospitality centers.
I don't mean him. He's part of my own staff. Who is your leader among the underpeople?
My father was, of course.
No. All right. Who is E. Telly Kelly?
My lord, I am the Italy Kelly. You will believe in me. You may speak to my daughter, Simel.
Who are you?
I am he whose name is never spoken aloud. I have printed my image and mind upon my daughter, just as I have printed my name and image on your mind.
If I open my mind to you, will you search it while I watch you? Or are you capable of that?
Very capable. Let the girl put her hands on your shoulders.
Mind. Search. Who? Tremendous psychic force. How possible without intervention?
Concentrate.
All right. Underpeople?
Yes.
Create contacts among underpeople through which power, information will help them attain full rights and status as Earth citizens.
And what is your plan?
No plan, only purpose.
I see. You want me to think for you. Very well. The bell. Can you get me all keys pertaining to underpeople policy and tactical forces?
Not the control keys and the master switch. You can have the information keys if I get them.
And in exchange?
Keep the underpeople reasonable until it comes time to negotiate. Help me get my policies through the instrumentality. Maintain honor and good faith in all subsequent agreements. Is that fair?
Fair enough.
But it will take me at least a year to figure out which keys pertain.
Let the girl look once while maintaining contact with you. I will be behind her. That will be enough.
Well, not even the lords are permitted in the bell chamber unless they're making policy or trying an offense. There's no other possibility.
The time will come, and when it does, we reconnect through the girl. Now, I must caution you, never say my name. Try not to think it. Are you ready to break contact?
Break.
What? Justicast?
We have a lot of work to do.
Yes. Let me just...
An intelligence like that on Earth and the Lords of Instrumentality weren't even aware of it.
It surprises you, does it? You hominids have your remarkable men. Why shouldn't the underpeople?
We'll have to move quickly. Can we meet tomorrow?
When my shift is over.
Not here. I have a safety house half a mile away. These are the directions. Look at them carefully.
Yes, I know the area.
Circle the house twice before you enter. If anyone sees you going there, we drop the whole thing.
Okay.
Immediately. Now, give me back the directions, please. Thank you.
You're frightened, aren't you?
I have every reason to be. If we're caught, they won't make any distinction between us.
No.
I'm not going to send this lord into exile.